Hello and welcome to Bristol. We're here under cloudy skies today to watch Western Storm against the Blaze in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. My name's Charlie Taylor and alongside me is Jane Powell, who I'm very pleased to have with us here in Bristol today. Welcome, Jane.
Thank you very much. It's always good coming down to the county ground in Bristol. It's been the place of many epic victories for England women here, so it's good to be here to see Storm against Blaze.
I want interesting about the conditions here. We've had some lovely weather, haven't we, in this summer so far, but quite cloudy today. I don't think any risk of rain, but what would you have done at the toss?
Well, we've had this debate in here, and, I was brought up in a Yorkshire home, and I remember my father saying, think about putting them in and bat yourself. But I can understand why you'd choose to field, because the ball might swing around in these conditions. Haven't been down to look at the wicket, so I can't tell you a lot about the wicket, but should be an interesting start. I think you can always tell in the first 10 overs, really, whether it was the right decision or not, and Blaze have been blazing throughout the year. So
well, they really have, haven't they? They've been fantastic. They're currently top of the table. They topped the table in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, although they didn't win the competition. They're top of the table in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy at the moment as it stands after 5 games as well. So Western Storm have won the toss and decided to bowl today under, as I say, these cloudy skies. It's a 10:30 start, so we're just a minute or so away. Thanks very much for joining us. You can get involved if you like online. You can use Western Storm's Twitter account. You can also find me at Charlie Taylor 4 as well. Although Twitter is going through a bit of a funny day, isn't it, since yesterday? I don't know. I haven't been able to see many tweets, but if you do fancy trying, then please do give it a go. Right, we'll start off in a moment. We should say quickly, there's been some team news as well for Western Storm, who have signed Piper Cleary this morning. I'm told this very morning she'll make her debut today. But starting us off, it'll be Molly Robbins. And this is carved into the leg side where Sophie Luff, the captain who's ever present in that area of the field, does some great stopping. Yeah,
and they've got Piper Cleary out at cover. So they're obviously looking for her fielding prowess in that key position as well. So Sophie Luff always leads by example.
Robbins in again. This one just pushed back towards the bowler.
And of course, both sides are missing quite a few players this time round. So I think sometimes that balances it out a little bit because they've both lost 3 players.
Yeah, so at the moment missing because of England duty is Heather Knight, Danny Gibson and Lauren Filer from Western Storm. Bryce has put this one into the air and it will head towards the boundary where it's fielded, brought in by Niamh Holland, just the single and the first run on the board. And from the Blaze, the England players missing are Sarah Glenn, Nat Siverbrunt, Tammy Beaumont and Kirsty Gordon's with England A as well. So, there's some real quality missing from both sides there.
Yeah. Yes, and that's what I said. I think by having a roughly equal number missing, then it balances it out, really.
Robbins in again over the wicket. This one is edge, but I think angled deliberately down towards the third area. They'll come through for a single. And now Kelly, the captain, also off the mark. 2 runs have been scored.
There's been a little bit of bounce on the wicket so far, and two shots have been played quite airily and could very easily have gone to hand. And I think if she can just get this ball in the right place, then she will cause some problems for these batters.
Quite full, left alone there. Big step forwards from Bryce, but she decides against having a go at it. And there is time, isn't there? We've been watching the 2020. I'm sure lots of you did last night on the telly on BBC 2 last night, the England Women's International. And in a T20, you go from the off, don't you? But in 50 overs, you do have that time. We're back into the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy now after a long gap, so no need to rush it really. Sophie Luff will field again.
No, and there's as you say, there's a real opportunity to build an innings. It doesn't matter if you play out a few dot balls. It's a question of play yourself in, but then accelerate. So you can't just take up balls without getting yourself into a position to then accelerate as you go through your innings.
Well, that's the first over done. Pretty successful. I think Western Storm will be pleased with that. 2 runs from it, and Robbins in the power play as well will be pleased, I think, first up to have only gone for 2.
And Piper Cleary about to make her debut with the ball for Western Storm.
Good signing. That.
Yeah, I think it's a good signing. I've seen Piper since she was about 14 playing in Western Australia, so it's been good to see her develop and see her become an individual. You know, she's chosen to come and play over here at the risk of losing contracts in WA, but then played so well that she regained her contract in WA. She did play for Thunder last year, so she's got some form in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy.
Well, Alex Griffiths takes up a spot at slip here to Piper Cleary. Nat Rafe takes a look around. She's wearing the white gloves behind the stumps today. Fairly spread field, plenty on the offside. Here comes Piper Cleary, and we'll start with a wide. So not the start she'd have wanted from her debut.
No, and that's always a danger, isn't it? That you're trying to push it online and you push it away from the stumps. Your head falls away and it just goes down the leg side. And she'll be wanting to bring that straighter in this next ball and make sure that it's on or outside off stump.
She comes again, hoping for that first legitimate delivery. It's defended by Marie Kelly. Captaining today for the Blaze. Plenty of talent in that side for those Western Storm followers who might not have seen some of the names there. We've got the Bryce sisters, Sarah and Catherine, internationals for Scotland. Nadine de Klerk, one to really keep an eye on from South Africa, an overseas player. Really talented all-rounder. Bowling all-rounder, really. As Piper Cleary comes in again, the right-hander. And again, only able to really defend that one, Kelly. So it's been good since the wide.
Yes, she's managed to pull it back and pull it online, and she's being very respectfully dealt with at the moment. But that's, as we say, you know, in a 50-over competition, you don't have to try and force it as the batter. So good cricket at the moment, and it's nip and tuck.
Field walks in, as I say, quite split around the leg and offside. This one just defended again. Not a lot of width here to work with. And the last thing that the captain wants to do, Marie Kelly, is give away her wicket, trying to force something against a very high-quality bowler.
I think she is being very watchful because we haven't seen Piper Cleary this season. So we're roughly halfway through, and so any new bowler you've got to treat with utmost respect.
This one is a little bit leg-sidey. Flicked out towards the leg-side boundary where it will trickle over it for 4. So first boundary of the day. Score moves to 7 without loss.
Yes, and you can see that on that one that she just picks it off her legs and just helps it round to square leg very easily. So good weight transfer from Kelly, and she just leaned into it.
Yeah, there wasn't any chance of the fielder getting round to that one. Better that time from Cleary. Good length, good line. Left alone.
Yeah, I think it's not a pet hate, but I think sometimes we set too fine a field. I think we need a slightly squarer field. So you could almost afford to bring the fine leg backward square into more of a traditional backward square. Because the pace is not necessarily there.
Cleary in again and defended. And that's the end of that over. So 7 without loss after 2 here in Bristol. And the Blaze just opening their accounts of boundaries in that over.
Yeah, and it's quite a cagey start from both teams, really. You know, just trying to suss out where they are going to score their runs. Which bowler are they going to try and target? They'll know each other quite well, these girls, so they'll be aware of where they're looking to accelerate. But I think first 10 overs, they'll be looking to just keep it without losing a wicket.
Bit of width on offer, but it's well fielded.
Oh.
And they think about a run. In fact,
wrong end.
through to the wrong end there because the captain, Marie Kelly, was halfway up the pitch, but the throw went to the keeper's end.
And it was a great drive, but it went straight to the fielder. So I think sometimes you're fooled into thinking that's a great shot. There's a run here. She comes in again. And
again, more width, wasn't it, there? And that one has beaten the infield. That will run away for 4. Good shot through cover.
Yeah, and there's always that danger that you try too hard the next ball and then drop it short. You'll see that on this replay, that as she comes in, she just drops it short and wide. And great positioning there just to hit it straight through the covers. Lovely shot.
Just going back to your point about running when you've hit it well. You see that quite often with sort of the lower order, don't you? When you think, oh, that deserved a 4. Well, actually, just because you've hit it well, you've still got to find those gaps.
Yeah, and I think, working with young children at times, literally they hit it and they're running, and that's where you have to teach them.
Gets a bit clever after that point, doesn't it? It's a bit more sensible of the game, as this one will once again pierce that infield. That one's a little bit squarer, and again will reach the boundary. So runs coming now, thick and fast for the Blaze. We move up to 15 without loss.
And interestingly, Piper Cleary's dived to her right, dived to her left, and she'll no doubt be bowling the next over. So she's obviously keeping warm. Maybe as an Australian, she needs to get a bit warmer out there. So, but great batting. Picking the gaps and hitting it well. But just need to bring the ball in on a straighter line now and not give her that room to be able to swing her arms through.
There was a bit of width on that one, not quite so much. And again, it's this time just beaten the bat, actually. Better ball. As it's just thrown around. Sophia Smale with the ball in her hands at the moment. She's a great young talent from Wales to keep an eye on, representing this Western Storm side. Also done well in the 100 and for England under-19s in the T20 World Cup over the winter. Very special talent. Robins in again, this one much straighter, in fact almost leg-sidey, and they'll come through for a quick single.
Yes, it's interesting in that England under-19 team, because I think there are 2 Smales and everybody thinks they're related, but they're not related.
Absolutely bizarre to have 2 of... Smale is not a common surname really, is it?
No, not at all. It's not a Smith or a Jones, is
exactly.
it? Exactly. Or a Bryce.
Exactly.
As we've got 2 Bryces in there.
Well, when you do see it, you just generally think, unless it's a very common surname, but you do just think, oh, it must be. Because cricket is one of those games, isn't it, where quite often it runs in the family, as you say. Like the 2 Bryces here, there's various twins on the circuit as well, Parkinsons, Overtons in the men's game. Just does seem to happen a bit more often than in other sports, perhaps. But no, the 2 Smales were completely unrelated.
Completely unrelated.
Robins in Fuller. And outside off stump, left alone. Good ball, and no run from it. So that's the end of that over. Score is 16 without loss. Yes,
and both Bryce and Kelly are just looking quite compact at the moment. Apart from that first over where there was a couple of aerial shots played that could have gone to hand that didn't look as controlled. They've played some lovely shots through the covers and just building this nicely for Blaze at the moment, and Western Storm will be looking to get that breakthrough.
I'll stick with Cleary then, who will continue her opening spell from the pavilion end. So we look out over the rooftops of Bristol.
I was wondering what it is called, because we're sitting in the Ashley Down end, aren't we? And that's the pavilion end.
I've taken an educated guess, if I'm perfectly honest. As this one goes down the leg side, did it hit something on the way through? Yes, it must have clipped a pad or something. Or certainly the umpire deciding that it was close enough not to call it a wide.
Thigh pad or...
Yeah. It is the pavilion end, isn't it, that end? Just checking with our team. Yeah, we'll go with pavilion end. That's where the pavilion is. People, even if it's not called that, people will know which end we mean.
Correct,
That's the important thing.
Yes.
Get the message across one way or another. In comes Cleary again. Over the wicket. And that's driven by Bryce, but only picking out the fielder. And no run added. Good fielding so far from Storm. When the ball has been there to field, they've managed to get onto it.
Yes, certainly the inner circle, the infield have been attacking the ball quite well. But there, as with all cricket grounds, there seems to be big gaps at times, doesn't there, when you bowl a ball in the wrong place, in the wrong area. As Cleary comes in again. And another firm, solid drive, which is fielded by Storm.
I was cycling in today. I got the train to Temple Meads and then cycled the rest of the way. But what I hadn't accounted for, I've not done that before.
That's
Always
impressive.
driven.
I'm impressed.
Well, what I hadn't accounted for was the massive hill from about the St Werburgh's area of the city up to Ashley Down. It is really steep.
Oh my goodness.
It's a pretty tricky place to cycle sometimes, Bristol. Cleary's in, all that's taken an inside edge. It'll run out into the leg side. Not at all where Bryce meant to put that, but she will pick up a single for it. But I had to get off and push at one point. That's unlike me. I try and cycle everything if I can. Even if it's a big hill, I'll just do it.
Big hills are all right if you're going down them.
If you're going down,
going up them, that's an issue.
I'm going to get to Temple Meads very quickly later, I think.
And interestingly, this fine leg has moved round a little bit more to backward square, although she's wandering. Not sure she quite knows where she's...
Keeping an eye on her captain.
Yeah.
Who kind of left her where she is there. Almost like they could hear you. They probably can hear us, to be honest, at some point. If they were fielding below us, we are outside today, pretty much. We've got the doors flung open in our box. And that one, she's only able there, Kelly, to slam it straight down into the ground. No run.
That was a very good ball because it did hurry her up. She had to jam down quite quickly. She didn't look as comfortable with that one as she has done with some of the others that she's been driving quite sweetly. So Piper Cleary playing with the length of the ball at the moment as she comes in.
That one on just back of length, I'd say, really, and unable to do anything with it there. Again, as you say, just sort of hurrying her a little bit, not making her at ease there.
And that was a much better over from Cleary, just the one off the over. So obviously she's warming into this new team, this new surroundings, playing her first game for Western Storm, if you weren't with us at the start.
Yeah, I mean, very new surroundings. To be signed this morning and to be playing by 10:30 in the morning, she must have had a tip-off saying, get down to Bristol if I were you.
She must have known before we knew, I suspect.
Absolutely. It'll be Robbins then over the wicket. And this one's in the air and gone. Good catch, and it's a great start for Western Storm there, picking up that wicket. And it's the end of Sarah Bryce, who can be very dangerous. The Blaze wicket-keeper walks off. And I think it's Sophie Luff, the captain, is it? With the
yes, I
with
think
the take?
It was, yeah.
So there we go. First wicket down of the day. And Sophie Luff's generally pretty strong in those areas. Ball coming quickly to her, but well taken.
Yeah, great catch. You know, she just waited for it and rode it. Because I think it was going up. And Sophie's not the biggest girl on the field. But she took it very comfortably and very easily. And Catherine Bryce will be very disappointed with that shot there because it was quite loose outside off stump. And you could say 1-0 to Western Storm at this stage with one wicket down within the first 6 overs.
Yeah, we did talk, didn't we, about the Blaze wanting to build a bit of a platform before those wickets started to fall, where they could start to go for it. We're in this part of the game where you are encouraged to score those runs, and for the Blaze, they're picking out one of the best catchers probably in this Western Storm side. Sophie's always well placed. She knows what she's doing, where she's putting herself in those danger positions, and has managed to cling on to that one. So a good start, a breakthrough for Molly Robbins, who picks up her first wicket of the day.
And it's quite hard when you've been playing all T20 to suddenly come into a 50-over game. Even though you're telling yourself you've got plenty of time, you're still trying to force the ball. And I think that's what Catherine Bryce was doing there. She's trying to force a ball that wasn't as dangerous as she thought till she poked it up in the air.
Left alone, Georgie Boyce is the number 3 for... Well, she's technically number 4 on her shirt, but she's coming in at 3.
Just checking, I think it was Fran Wilson, who's also a very good fielder. Fran's one of the top fielders, played for England over the years, and so her and Sophie Luff are the 2 dynamite catchers in this Western Storm team. Well,
Fran has that wonder catch she took for England, which they had all sorts of angles of cameras on, didn't they? Which was one of the great catches in, probably in international cricket, certainly in England colours, I think. I can't think of too many.
No.
There's Andrew Strauss's at slip, wasn't there, in the Ashes that year, which comes to mind, but not too many others better than that. Robbins in again. This one towards the leg side boundary, sort of spread on toast, if you like, across herself as that one goes for 4 as well. So more runs there. Boyce picks up a boundary, her first runs of the day.
That was quite a friendly short ball for somebody who's fresh at the crease, isn't it? And Georgie Boyce makes no messing with that one. So we've got 2 players on the pitch who were with Thunder last year, I think. Georgie Boyce was there, and so was Piper Cleary, 1 on each team. So they should know each other quite well. So I wonder if they're passing any tips on to each other, to their team.
I do wonder about that sometimes when players who must have played with and against each other for a lot of times, and then or in the nets played against each other because they're in the same team, and then they swap, and then suddenly you've got all this inside info on what weaknesses they've got. I do wonder how much of a difference it makes sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not sure it does make much difference if I'm really honest.
Robbins in again. That was going to go down the leg side. Will be given as a wide.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to put the ball in the right place, in the right areas. And if you put the ball consistently in the right areas, then you're likely to pick up wickets. And if you've got a few variations as well, if you can bowl the slower ball, that often pulls out some catches or some potential catches. So it's about what you're doing that affects the game, I think.
This one left alone. Good ball. Normally it was Wilson who took the catch. Normally with Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson, you can tell the difference because of the way they wear their hair. Luff will have it in a ponytail like she's got it now, and Wilson sort of done in more of a bun. So I don't know whether Wilson's done her hair different or she's put it back in a bun now. Maybe it was down. Normally that's the way to tell them apart because they're quite similar sort of stature, the two of them.
As they stand having a discussion on the pitch. That's very helpful, girls. Thanks very much.
Yeah. So yes.
Good knowledge.
One way to tell them apart. She's got a big sort of shock of blonde hair coming out the back of her cap, Sophie Luff. They have actually swapped places pretty much perfectly there, the two of them. Cleary now in, and that one is Yorker length and dug out a bit by Marie Kelly. There's quite a sleepy Bristol this morning I was going through, Sunday morning.
Yes, I was trying to turn left off. I don't know what the road is, but every road was blocked and you weren't allowed to turn left, so I kept going further and further up the road to try and get back.
Does sound very much like Bristol, that. In comes Cleary. This one again, full, and just thumps into the pads, I think, of Marie Kelly there.
Well, they're obviously doing some fantastic roadworks, and I wasn't sure what was happening, but it was like, no, this road's blocked, no, this road's blocked.
I'm not sure I've ever heard roadworks described as fantastic, so fair play, Jane. I think you're an optimist, I can tell.
I am an optimist, very much, yes.
Well, they're building a new station, aren't they, which will be very handy for this stadium once they've built it. The Ashley Down, or rebuilt it, I should say. It used to be one. They're putting it back in, Ashley Down. This one is driven. That's a good shot. Now, that might go all the way to the boundary. There's a chase on here. I think it's going to slow up, actually. And it will be brought in. They'll come back for at least 2. Yeah, a couple of runs.
Yeah, I think that's quite a long boundary, isn't it? The straight boundary at the moment.
Well, they bring that in, don't they, when they put the temporary seats here. So, but they're not here at the moment. So, as you say, quite a long boundary all the way down to the pavilion. Cleary starting her run up again and unable to do anything with that again. This is good stuff from Piper Cleary, brand new signing.
Yes, I mean she dropped one just onto the legs, didn't she, in the first over, which was whipped round to square leg for 4, and since then she's managed to pull it back, and she's keeping quite a consistent length. I haven't been able to see whether it's swinging a lot at the moment, but the batters are not managing to get it away. As she comes in again from the pavilion end. And that one goes down leg side, and she's almost just pushing it down the leg side and just needs to keep her wrist upright on that final ball, final release point. Sorry, once a coach, always a coach. You know, you look at them and you think, just keep your wrist up straight, just keep it nice and strong.
It's great insight. Great to have you alongside us today, Jane. All your years with Yorkshire in England. This was driven, but only to the fielder mid-on.
Well, it's been nice to catch up with Kath again. We've got another commentator who will be joining us, Kath Wilkins, and, you know, we played against each other. I'm much older than her, but I remember playing against the youngster that she was then.
Well, we'll get that old rivalry fired up, shall we, a bit later on, the two of you together. I'm sure plenty of stories to come out of what it was like in and around the domestic circuit back in... what was that, 20 years ago-ish, something like that?
Oh, you're generous. Thank you so much. I was going to say there's lots of stories. I'm not sure how many of them are repeatable at this stage online. But
well, I look forward to hearing those in the lunch break then. 25 for 1, the score is after 6 overs.
And it's just ticking along nicely, isn't it, for both teams? It's really in a cat and mouse situation at the moment. I think Storm will be happy because they've taken 1 wicket in the first... 5 overs have we had? 6 overs?
6 now,
6 overs. And apart from losing 1 wicket, then you'd be quite happy that you're scoring at 4 and over in the first 6.
Just having a quick look at Piper Cleary's background. So in comes Robbins. That one's going to be down the leg side. So she's from Western Australia. So that's sort of where Perth is in Western Australia, isn't it? The Wacker.
Yep, that's right.
And I was in a cider farm recently, which happens surprisingly often, Jane, actually.
Sounds
fun.
fun.
There was a person serving, so she was doing some tasting, actually, of some cider, which was nice, giving us a little tasters. And she had an Australian accent. And Robbins is in again. And this one is a nice shot. It's gone through the fielder. That'll run away for 4 through cover. It did go quickly towards the fielder. I can't quite see.
I think that's Piper Cleary.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Well, she's just come off her 3rd over, so perhaps just a little bit stiff or sore, perhaps.
And in fact, my twin sister lives in Perth, in Western Australia.
Does she?
And she's tuned in.
Oh, is she? Wow.
She's just told me she's tuned in.
Hello to the good people of of Perth. But and I asked her, so you're not you're obviously not local to this area, and she said, no, I'm here. Because her boyfriend was a pro at one of the local clubs in Somerset at I can't remember which one, Huntsville or somewhere like that. And so she'd come over for 6 months.
Wow.
With her boyfriend who's playing cricket. And I said, God,
it's good life, isn't it?
Yeah. She said she's working at a cider farm. And she said, I can't stand cricket. He loves it. I can't stand it, but here I am. As this one's pulled into the leg side, there's no field coming around there. It's gone away for 4. It's a good shot. There's a gap there, and she's found it. So this is expensive over from Robbins, who's had a few 4s come from her last couple of overs now. Wonder if it's time just to think about changing it up at this end, just as the batters get on top of Molly Robbins.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here is a little bit inconsistency. You know, she's bowled some really good balls, and then she's just dropped it a little bit short, and she's just trying to get herself back into it. And there we've got Sophie Luff talking to her, and oh no, that's not Sophie Luff. I tell a lie.
Chloe Skelton.
Chloe Skelton talking to her. Sorry, I'm trying to look through a window and
Robbins in and left alone.
And a much better ball, you know. It just shows that, just concentrate, just place it in the spot, just make sure that you control what you can control. And I think sometimes you can allow everything else to distract you from what you're trying to do. And I think you've got to just, particularly as a bowler, just focus on what you can control and get that ball in the right areas.
She comes again. That's a full toss, but picks out the fielder, Chloe Skelton, and there is no run added.
And often that low full toss is a much better ball than dropping the ball short.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot you can do with a low full toss. Granted, if it's a high full toss, then it's fairly straightforward. But that was you get away with that ball.
In comes Robbins to Boyce, who decides to shoulder arms to that one. No run added. So yeah, this woman was here for 6 months. Her life dictated by cricket, being brought over here by her boyfriend. She can't stand it. And I said, because when she said, I said, so which part of Australia are you from? She said, well, we live in Perth. I said, oh, right. I the Wacker. And she's like, how do you know that? I said, well, I quite like cricket myself, really. And comes Robbins, and that one left alone by boys. So yes, I'm hoping. I don't know if I need to get chatting to this fella. Obviously, see if he can. It's good to have friends in places where there are test grounds. I always think
Absolutely.
You never know when a favour might come in handy.
Yeah,
there.
no, absolutely.
I've got friends in Melbourne, so I just need to, if I can work out Brisbane, Adelaide, all the lot, and try and join them up.
Yeah, I was very lucky because I played at the WACA, the MCG,
really? Yeah.
the Gabba. The Gabba was the funny one because it had a dog track going around it in those days.
Really?
This
Wow.
is how old I am. And so you had to walk up 2 steps to get, and then 2 steps down to get over the electric wire that they used to have for greyhound racing. So
you're penned in pretty much as cricketers with an electric fence.
And you were like nervous as it was, so it was difficult 2 steps to manoeuvre as Piper Cleary comes in from the pavilion end. And that's driven through the onside, fielded. And they come through for the 1 run.
Just the 1 added. So if you were how close to the boundary was that electric fence? It wasn't if you did a sliding stop near the boundary.
It was probably a bit like here, where the boundary's in on the top side.
You weren't
here.
at any risk then.
No, you weren't at any risk, and I don't think the electricity was switched
Wasn't switched on cricket days.
But they couldn't dismantle it just for cricket. So
how funny.
Yeah, some funny grounds over there.
Yeah. Cleary in again. This one. Just a sort of attempted drive, but not really timing it. So what was it like to play in those grounds? Must have been quite, I think, intimidating, was it? Stepping into those huge bowls and arenas in Australia.
I think Kath will say the same, really. I mean, it was great to play at those grounds, but we didn't get the crowds that they get now. No. So it was very different in those days.
Even still, seeing a ground like that must have been quite.
I've been very, very fortunate in my cricket career. But having said that, I mean, we did play in India and did have big crowds way back in 1981.
Wow.
So massive crowds.
Yeah.
Bit of fiery Aussie there, throwing the ball back as she fielded it.
Well, you've got to be a little bit more careful these days, haven't you? They've changed it slightly.
Level 1.
Yeah, you have to sort of prove that there was a chance that you could have got a run out there. You can't just fire it back in and that one's driven forwards again. Just fire it back in for intimidation anymore, which I'm sure used to happen quite a lot, actually, wasn't there? You just sort of throw it back in at the batter, somewhere nearish to the stump, so you can sort of say, "Oh, sorry, mate."
Yeah.
When actually you had no intention. He was well in his
Absolutely.
crease or whatever. These days they will pull you up on it. Someone like Craig Overton for Somerset has got to be careful with that, because that's the sort of thing he would do. He gets very fired up during games in a pretty good way. Sometimes it goes too far. This is driven again forwards, and that will, if it evades the fielder, it doesn't. I was going to say it might well run away for 4, but it's a good bit of fielding there by Emma Corney.
And this is a good over, because whilst they've driven most balls, they've only been able to drive them straight, and the field is set for that. So she's doing a good job at the moment for Western Storm Piper Cleary.
It was a good bit of fielding as well, that, from Emma Corney. Sprawled out. Must admit, I thought that there was a chance the ball would squeeze through there, but she did very well as Cleary's in again. That one's full. That one's driven forwards again, but again it's stopped in the field within the circle. So the score moves up to 37 for 1 from 8 overs. We've had 4 each from Robbins and Cleary. 1 for 25 for Robbins. And yet to be successful with the wicket column, Cleary, but she's been very tight indeed. Just going at 3 and over, Piper Cleary. 12 from her 4 overs.
And often when a bowler is not as consistent, they often are the ones that pick up the wicket, because batters feel, oh great, they're not as on my stumps here, so I can relax a bit. And sometimes that's what happens, and that's why cricket is a game of partnerships. Whether it's bowling or whether it's batting, you've got to work together with whoever you're working with at the time. It's one of those strange team games, isn't it, where basically you're an individual trying to pull together for the team. And these two are working well together, because they're not racing at the moment. Off 8 overs, they're at 37, so you've got to be reasonably happy with that. It's under 5 and over of the first 8, so putting them into bat, you'd be happy as Western Storm that you are trying to get the best out of the conditions.
Well, we are going to see a change now. It'll be Sophia Smale, who I mentioned earlier on is a real talent, someone who's made a name in the 100 as well as with Western Storm and with England under-19s. There's a good stop there from the captain. Dot ball, which is great for someone like Sophia Smale. This pressure, it's going to be pressure that builds. So these dot balls, if she can put a few together, will be great for her. And there's another one there.
Yeah, it's always nice to see young players coming through, and certainly as a left arm spinner, then it's good to be in this environment early.
Shin again now, that's a lovely shot. Bisecting the field as a cut shot through square for 4. Very good shot. Little bit of width on offer and put away very well by the captain, Marie Kelly.
Yeah, very difficult to chase anything square of the wicket because it's a massive square here. I'm just looking and thinking, wow, we've got wickets all the way almost to the boundary on that top end. So once the ball hits that slightly shorter grass, then the ball just runs away.
Yeah, it is a huge square. Now you mention it, isn't it? All the way from one side of the seats to the car park on the other side. It's pretty enormous. This one is cut and a similar looking shot, but this time picking out the fielder. Now, fielder looks a little bit injured. That's Sophie Luff. She hurt a finger or something.
I think it hit her knee.
Is it a knee? Yeah, she say she hobbled a bit after getting up there.
I think it's just a stinger. It's one of those, that stings for a minute, but I think she'll be okay.
The knee's a horrible place to be hit by a fast-travelling cricket ball. But it's a dot ball. Smelling again offering that width. And they'll come through for a single here. Quick throw, but pretty safe in the end for Georgie Boyce running to the danger end. Bit of a breeze picks up in the commentary box. I brought a hoodie today. I wasn't sure. It's one of those days, isn't it, where if the sun does come out, it'll be probably about 25 degrees, whereas if it doesn't, it's sticking to low mid-teens probably. So that one's defended.
Yeah, I'm what they call up north Nesh because I've got my hoodie on.
Ah, right. So are you letting the north down, are you? Is that?
I've lived down south too long now. No, but a good over there, good first over from Smale.
Yeah, just to go back to an earlier point you were making, Jane, about partnerships. We talk a lot about partnerships in batting, don't we? But you're absolutely right. A partnership in bowling is so important, and it's a legitimate tactic, especially in, well, even in red ball cricket, but especially in white ball cricket, to have someone who perhaps is a little bit less consistent along with someone who really builds pressure. Because that release of pressure when they come on often leads to wickets. And you see it so often, in particular in T20s, where teams really target a bowler and they end up losing the wickets because they can't target your other bowlers. Cleary will continue. Oh, swipe at it from Marie Kelly. She misses. It goes through to Wraith for no run.
That was a great ball. I think that one just either cut off the wicket or swung away just as she took the swing there.
Oh, yeah, it did, didn't it? Bit on the pitch a little bit. Good ball.
I don't know how much Piper has played before coming into this game, so she could just be getting into a groove almost.
She looks pretty fresh to me, as that one was a full toss and it's chipped over the infield. That'll run away for 4 through mid-wicket. There's a lowish full toss and dealt with by Marie Kelly. That's one of very few bad balls from Piper Cleary so far. Attacking option from Kelly, who's looked pretty good so far. She moves up to 18. Cleary in again. How do you respond to that? Well, this time it does bounce and Kelly's forced into a defensive shot.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of experience there. It's like, okay, I've been hit the ball before, so now I need to make sure that I get the next ball where she's not going to score, and a very good follow-up ball. And that's where the batter knows that they've got to concentrate every single ball. And that's where the consistent bowler doesn't always pick up wickets.
Cleary in. This one just pushed into the leg side. They'll run a quick single. Score moves to 47 for 1. So 50 nearly up. We're nearly at the end of the 10th over. So we talked about going at sort of 5 and over Jane, you said that Western Storm wouldn't be too disappointed. What they'll want now is another wicket, really.
Yeah, they'll be not desperate for another wicket, but they would just
getting to the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where you just think, actually, don't want to let this partnership get too big. Oh, this one's in the air and will be caught. That's it. There you go. I've managed to talk out Georgie Boyce. Georgie Boyce has to depart, and there is the second wicket. And Cleary gets a well-deserved wicket there, I feel. She's bowled very well. There was one bad ball in this over, but this one just chipped up, really. It's not a great shot from Boyce, who slaps the bat with her right hand as she walks off. I think she knows that she's just gifted a wicket.
I think I'm going to take you with me wherever I go, and if I'm with the side that needs a wicket, I'm going to say,
bring me on.
Just come on.
You need a wicket now.
You need a wicket. Please, can you say something?
They often talk about commentators' curse. I don't know what that was. That was like a commentator's spell, that one. I don't know. I'll tell you what, that's probably a good moment for me to step outside before I cause any more carnage, and Kath Wilkins will follow me.
And that was really what Western Storm were hoping for, not necessarily desperate for, but they were hoping for that in the first 10 overs. To take that wicket there was just, well, it was just brought on by our fellow commentator. So, and I'm joined very shortly here by Catherine Wilkins. Hello.
Hello, Jane. How are you?
Are you switched? Are you on?
Hello, Jane.
Here we go.
Here we go.
So we were very much... we weren't colleagues very often. We were more competitors, weren't we? But it's good to be a colleague with you today.
It was on England A days. You were our coach, so my last memory is you shouting at me running around a boundary, I believe, probably 20 years ago. But
surely not.
All fond memories for sure.
Surely not. But no. So Piper Cleary has got one ball to finish this over. She comes in from the pavilion end and just played out to cover.
Finishes it off nicely, I think.
Yeah. So now Piper Cleary has bowled 5 overs and is now 1 for 17. So that's a good opening spell from Piper Cleary. I don't know if she'll bowl another or whether it's time for Sophie Luff to give her a break. And Sophie Luff is speaking to her. Mm-hmm. So you can almost say, do you want one more? Or
yeah. I think I'd be tempted to have one more if she's...
There's a bowler speaking.
For it, I think she's buoyant at the moment with that wicket, and she's, as Charlie was saying, she's bowled really well, had a great spell. There's also quite a strong crosswind. It is lucky we've got some flags in the distance, which shows, if you're looking at the screen from right to left, a big crosswind at the moment here in Bristol. Not as strong as yesterday, so that's the good news. But
did you play at this ground, Catherine?
Not played at this one. I've trained here, but not played on this turf.
Yeah, I think the girls are so lucky these days.
Absolutely.
With the grounds that they get to play on. And in comes Smale from the Ashley Down end. Just rolls a hand over that one. I haven't seen... I've watched a little bit of her in the Under-19 World Cup, but I haven't seen her in real life. So it's quite nice to be able to see some of these players in person.
Absolutely, and I think she gets that natural drift, and like I say, with that crosswind, it's certainly key for her to position it where it needs to be to then account for the extra drift and some turn, hopefully, for her.
And the new batter is Catherine Bryce. Mm-hmm. We've seen one Bryce today, and now we've got the sister in, who plays that out to cover. Fielded, no run.
Nice to see the sun come out for a brief moment as well onto the pitch.
I think it's quite warm for the players to be playing, so I don't think they'll be too worried about the sun. Sometimes it's easier, isn't it, without the sun in your eyes, and that's a bit loose down leg side and help round the corner. It's chased, and they'll come back for 2 runs. She's quite tall, isn't she, Smale? So, she should be able to get some good dip on the ball, get the ball above the eye line of the batters. And that was bowled short, and it's out to mid-wicket. Looked like 2 fielders were debating who was going to field that one, but they agreed in the end, and they just come through for the single.
And she's quick, Sophie Smale. She gets the ball back, and she's like, right, I'm off to go. Doesn't want to let the batter settle here, which is good.
and that's a much better ball. So it looks like Kelly might have to play a captain's innings here, having lost both Bryce and Boyce. Great fielding there by Sophie Luff. She really does lead by example, isn't she? She's probably one of the...
Yeah, the epitome of what you should be. If you're a youngster looking at women's cricket, then, yeah, look no further than Sophie Luff and how she absolutely, in every department of a game...
Yeah, she just gives me the feeling that she's a really good leader.
Yeah.
And sort of encourages her team to really give everything to every single ball. And she's willing to sort of put her body on the line a few times for that cause. And we do have a change of bowling from the pavilion end. So Piper Clearing has obviously decided, yeah, I probably need a
breather.
A breather.
Oh, Neve. Yeah. For those that are watching online, so Jane and I aren't particularly tall, to be polite to ourselves, and there's a lovely sort of balcony with a barrier, so I'm going to be like a jack in a box, because at one end I have to stand up and at the other end I can just about see you sitting down.
So it's Neve Holland coming on from the pavilion end, comes in and bowls, and that's just played back out to Sophie Luff, and no run. I don't know much about Neve, and she seems to be
good all-rounder. Yeah, good all-rounder, and very much, you know, that was a great first ball as well. Exactly where you want it, on the money. So seam bowler. So we'll see if she can get much movement from that end.
Pushed out into the gap through cover to the sweeper fielder out there. So there's just one run. She's got a good aggressive run up.
Yes.
You know, I like to see bowlers with purpose, and Smail at this end has got the same, but in a different way as a slow left armour. When we see this real attacking run into the crease.
That's well bowled.
Yeah, just backwards of a length and just drop round onto the onside where Sophie Luff does, as usual, the running and fielding.
Yep.
I don't think she's ever still. I think she's always on the move, and she's always looking to get that edge over the opposition. She wants to keep the pressure on.
Absolutely, yep.
As Neve comes in, Neve Holland comes in, and that's well taken.
And you know in there with you know in there with the inner ring as well. If you've got Fran Wilson and Sophie Luff, it's, unless you're super quick, there's definitely no run there.
Well, you've got Sophie Luff and you've got Fran Wilson. You know, take a run at your risk or at your peril. Oh, and very nearly squeezed through there. I'm not sure really what Bryce was trying to do with that shot. It's almost like she was about to hit it through cow corner and then tried to, and then just dropped her bat down on it. But a very good ball. And kept out by the batter, so they'll be pleased. And a good ball from the bowler as she comes in again from the pavilion end, and that one's wide.
It's a shame, really, because she's bowled well. Good, like I say, good aggression, good purpose in her run up.
Nat Wraith is showing some good hands behind the wickets there. You know,
she's got quick hands.
Yeah, and took that one comfortably, even though it was wide. Oh,
bottom edged. No one down there, down at third man, so that's 4 runs.
That's one of those. You can't really set a field for that, because it wasn't a bad ball. It wasn't a great ball, but it wasn't a bad ball, and she just got the under edge onto it, really, and it just went down. The worst ones are in the last 5 overs of a game when you're trying to protect a score and somebody comes in and plays that shot and you're like, oh, if you're the fielding side, you're gutted. And if you're the batting side, you're going, yes, great shot, great placement. So that's the end of the 12th over. And 58 for 2, I think. I'm trying to read it.
Yep.
I need glasses these days. I need to...
It's probably my head's in the way more than anything, Jane.
Smale coming in again from the Ashley Down end. And that's cut straight to point.
That is Sophie Luffett point.
I'm just thinking, that's not Fran Wilson, and that was where Fran Wilson was before.
I think they're doing it deliberately, to be honest. They're trying to confuse us up here. Yeah, it's well bowled.
And that's Fran Wilson picking the ball up now. So Fran Wilson and Sophie Luff have now swapped positions, which is just trying to confuse the commentators. Full ball, which is driven to mid-on, and there's just the 1 run there. And that's hit straight to Piper Cleary, I think, is now at mid-on.
I think Kelly's shown a good bit of aggression there, trying to actually come out of the crease to meet that one. So maybe looking to adjust the line of Sophia Smale, just to sort of make her think a bit more about where she's pitching it.
So what do you think the target is on this pitch? What would they be looking to get?
I mean, I'd be like the good thing they're doing today is, unfortunately, when the bad ball is bowled, they are dispatching that. So, like you say, we're having good 5 balls, and then the bad ball comes and it is going for 4. So, if I was the Blaze, I'd be looking for a good 280 on here. I think that they've got a strong batting lineup. They've started off well, so I think they're going to push on.
Yes, because they're certainly looking like they're trying to be more aggressive at this moment. They look like they've gone up a gear, looking to try and accelerate the score, and I'm caught between there. Do they need to do that right now? Because if they lost another wicket, then that would be putting more pressure on themselves. And we look at the Manhattan there, and we look that there was only 2 real overs where they've gone for over 8.
Yeah.
And the rest of the time, it's coasting around under 4 at times.
Yeah, I think that you forget how much time you have in these 50 over games. I think with the 100 and the T20s, that mindset you need to shift to then play a 50 over game. You've always got more time than you ever think. So, like I said, I don't think there's any rush, but they're pushing it along nicely. When the bad ball comes, that is being dispatched, and I think that's credit to them that they are just waiting patiently for that.
Holland continues from the pavilion end. First ball was onto the pads. Second ball a little bit short, gave her a bit of room to swing, and she's hit that out to deep cover for the single. It's really interesting to see how the more effort that people often put into the ball, the shorter the ball becomes, and the more width the ball is given. And I think that's where experience is gained, that says you just need to keep it, just do what you did the last ball. Great fielding there from Fran Wilson, restricts the run, so that was a dot ball.
Yeah, I agree. I think the more you put your back into it, the chances are it's going to come shorter. So, yeah, it's just focusing on that line in length, believing in everything you've done over the winter and the beginning of the season.
That's that one that just given
late cut through to a backward point there for
bit
4
of
runs.
width.
Yeah.
And it looks like a nice track to bat on, if I'm honest, because if they are dropping it in short, it seems to be sitting up quite nicely for the batter to hit it to wherever they choose to, really. Kath and I are sort of polar opposites, because I was mainly a batter and she was mainly a bowler, so we're potentially looking at this from different eyes, which is always good. Before you have a point of view, get lots of different viewpoints.
I think it's worth noting as well, you were an opening batter and I was coming in trying to hit as many runs as quickly as possible, slogger. So, yeah. Good recovery, though, from Holland there. No run.
But when we played sort of county matches or regional matches, whatever we want to call them then, because you were playing for the West when I was playing for Yorkshire, and we would play on good club grounds, wouldn't we? We wouldn't get the opportunity to play on a county ground like this. And even I played here against New Zealand in an international, so I did play here, but we wouldn't have played that in a regional game.
No.
And there's that width again.
Yeah. Or fortunately, the fielder just didn't get round in time, so dive was in vain, and that was cut again for 4. It's going quickly as well on the outfield. I know it's been very dry for the last few months, and you can see that on the games that are being played at the moment, that as soon as it's past that inner field, it is racing away to the boundary.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of an acceleration over the last few overs, and the one thing I think that's improved immensely has been the fielding in the women's game. And we've just seen 2 or 3 poor bits of fielding in the last few overs, and they won't be very happy with that, because I know they spend hours working on their game now. They've got that luxury of being professionals, a lot of them, and so they can really commit to working on their games a lot more. And there again, the ball just went through, and that's unusual.
They've gone for 2. So that was squeezed through point. So Sophie Luff taking a dive there on probably quite a harder wicket that's been used previously in the week, I would have thought.
Yeah, they're always tricky ones, those, when you're on the footmarks of previous wickets. But I'm sure Sophie will be the first to say, no, I should have had that.
Definitely.
I think that's what makes people champions, isn't it? The ones who don't look for an excuse but work on their game. Another one out to point, and this time she's having a little tumble there, but she stops that one, and she's looking at her spikes now to see what's going on. It's just grotty ground there.
Yeah. In the rough, as they'd say in a golfing term.
Smale comes in again from the Ashley Down end, and that one's just drifting down leg, but hits her on the pad, and then she goes to make it look shadowing a sweep, but she didn't really play the sweep shot at all, but maybe could have done. Maybe that's what she was thinking as Smale comes in again, and this time a little bit of width outside the off stump, played off the back foot, out to cover, and they come through for the single. Nat Ray's just having a little bit of I'd call it a Shirley Hodges moment, where if you didn't throw the ball in accurately, you got the look.
Yeah.
You got the look from the wicketkeeper. Smale in again from the Ashley Down end, and that one just lifted a little bit. There's a chance of a run out of the bowler's end, but she hits the batter instead. Yes. Good running by the batter.
Yeah. She got a...
Protect your stumps.
Sophie got her nicely there, I think, on the back of the leg, potentially. Not deliberate, of course, but had to go for that throw. Notice that Sophia Smale bowls very deep into her crease, so she's bowling almost, the back line is where she sort of starts.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I'd far rather that than all these no balls, especially no balls when you get wickets and then it's ruled out. And I think that's a key thing, isn't it? That you do have the depth of the crease to use, and as long as you're in control of where you're bowling from, then that's okay. So I think she may be even bowling 23 yards rather than 22 yards. But if she does that consistently, then she knows where to put the ball from there. So
I think we've got a change of bowler here. So it looks like a bit spin from both ends. I'm going to take a punt and say Chloe Skelton. Oh, and I got that right.
Good stuff, good stuff.
I saw her warming her arms up the over before, always a telltale sign. So that's nicked through sort of second slip. It's racing away, but yeah, Sophie Luff's managed to retrieve that.
I think it was delicately placed. I'm not sure if it was an edge. I think she was reasonably deliberate on that shot.
Control.
I think she saw the spaces and knew that if it was going that way, she could take the risk.
So yeah, cut through to points. Sophie slowed it down. So
As an off spinner, you're wanting them to go for the cut, aren't you? You're just wanting them to go on, take that cut, because if I spin one, if I really rip one, I'm going through the gate here, and I'm going to knock your stumps over. A little bit fuller, and it's played out to the cover, deep cover, and just come through for the one. So now Skelton comes in, and again it's hit out to that cover. It's almost like she just needs to give it a bit more of a rip, or just push it through a little bit quicker, because at the moment they've got the pace of it, and I don't think it's turning massively at the moment, so they're feeling comfortable that they can just hit it out there. So
I think adjusting that's much better ball. I think adjusting that line, like I say, there's not much turn by the looks of things. So the other ones have been quite, I think, easy for the batters to just, like you say, just slot those away through point and cover area, not being challenged.
And that's the control of pace as well as lines. Another chase down to the third man boundary.
Well retrieved by Sophie Luff down there.
I don't know how many runs Sophie Luff saves in an innings, but she must be worth at least 20, I would say. I would guess. You know, and often that's an underestimated part of the game, whereby if a fielder is saving 20 runs, if you added that to their batting score, then you get the true value of every player.
So I think we've got another change yet. So Sophia Smell's off, and Nicole Harvey is coming on.
The old worm is increasingly in the upwards motion.
So yeah, Smale went for 16 off her 4, so contained them well. Going at 4 and over. Okay, so yeah, Nicole Harvey's the new bowler from the flats end, let's call it. So that was probably just a bit too short, that one, so it was pulled away, but only for the one.
So she bowls leggies, doesn't she? So they're probably, that's a better ball.
Definitely.
Just needs to get the ball up, but they've got that cover, deep mid-wicket and deep square out on the boundaries, because one of the potential errors of a leggie is they drop it too short. That's definitely fielded in the rough there.
Yeah.
Good fielding. No run on that one. So Harvey comes in from the, I think it's called the Ashley Down Road end, and moving her feet to come down the wicket, but just plays it down to mid on.
It's a good start, and you can see that Harvey here, she's ready to go. The batter's trying to take a bit of time, but she's wanting to get through this quite quickly. Oh, that's lovely. Shot through to the cover, deep mid-wicket area. Sorry, cover.
Yeah, Nicola Harvey is quite an experienced bowler, I think is probably the way we'd put it. And she knows that she maybe have been brought on to almost, I don't mean buy a wicket, but these batters are starting to try and accelerate. And what you don't want when they're accelerating is giving them easy runs, but at the same time you want to tempt them into hitting the ball aerially.
Yeah.
And Sophie Luff is experienced enough to set the right field to be able to cover the areas where it's likely to be hit. So you can you can just almost feel what Sophie Luff is intending here. She wants them to hit it to some of her better fielders out there. And we've got spin at both ends now.
I think, like you say, it's to build that pressure. Hasn't been a boundary for a couple of overs, so I think, you know, that would be on the batter's mind. Having a good chat in the middle at the moment.
And we're going reasonably at the moment. 17 overs off the first. We've just finished an hour's play, haven't we? So they're going okay at the moment from a time perspective. And obviously with spinners on, that's shortening it as well. And that was pulled from outside off stump. So there's some interesting choice of shots going on at the moment. And Kelly's been out there from the start, and she's on 34, having faced 47.
Oh, that's well picked up, and shouldn't have said the 4. They haven't had a 4 for a while, because that's exactly what they've done now. I've got the different curse here, haven't I, Charlie? And I'm a Western Storm fan as well. Oh, it's not going on. But no, that was right in the slot, and the right shot played there. Lofted over the inner ring for 4 runs.
Yeah, she looks very strong on the leg side at the moment, so you've almost got to not allow her that chance to be able to swing, and she places that out to the offside now to the deep cover, but that's quite a good ball from Storm because they've got the fielder there, so that's only ever going to be 1 run, and when the opposition are trying to push on with the score, they're looking for more than a single because in their mind they feel they need to go for big shots. Good ball.
Ooh.
Good ball, and caught behind.
Well done, Wraith. Great hands behind there. Feather. That felt like probably a feather edge, really, more than anything, wasn't it?
Yeah, she went forward and she didn't go anywhere really in the crease. And when they're just trying to use the bat angle, and she did use the bat angle, and it went straight into the wicket-keeper's gloves. A great wicket for Storm there, and one that they were hoping to get by bringing on the spin at both ends.
Yeah, really great take. Like I say, quick hands from Nat Wraith behind the stumps there. It did turn that one, actually. We just did do something quite meaningful, obviously, to get the wicket. But yeah, I think it probably turned more than she was expecting it to because we haven't seen much turn yet. But no, great wicket.
Yeah, just seeing the replay there again. You can see the excitement on the Storm fielders as they all run in from all quarters of the ground. And we've now got Kirk. It's very interesting because we've got Kirk and de Klerk. We've got 2 Bryces of boys. We've got some very similar surnames in the Blaze team, haven't we? So I was just checking that it wasn't de Klerk, but it's Michaela Kirk who joins Kelly at the middle. First ball, a gentle full toss almost, which you feel she could have made more of that. But well fielded. They've brought the inner ring in there. They don't think they have a cover fielder out on the off now.
All on the ring.
And that's got through that inner ring, and that'll race away down for 4 runs. It's interesting when a new batter comes in. It's do you bring all the fielders in and feel you're putting pressure on there, or do you leave a fielder out and restrict the scoring so that pressure builds? And you've got to balance that as the captain as to whether you are going to I'm going to build pressure this way or I'm going to build it the other way, and there's no right or wrong answer. So before anybody starts writing in saying, oh well, you're wrong, I'm not saying there's a right or wrong, but it's the 2 different approaches.
Absolutely. And I think, for Kirk coming in to get a 4 off her second ball, that's going to certainly help her feel more relaxed.
Yes,
instantly, isn't it? It puts you at ease. Once you get the bat on ball, we all know what that feels like.
Taking a quick single, and there's a misfield, so a quick single off that first Harvey ball of the next over of the, I think we're into the 19th over. So Nicole Harvey with a leg spin from the Ashley Down Road end, and she comes in, bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside. Great fielding there, and they come through for 1 run. That was very easily going through for 4 runs, but good bit of fielding there makes sure that they only get the single. Harvey comes in again, nice and full, and she can only just chip that out almost to short mid-wicket, which is fielded by Fran Wilson. Full ball,
yeah. Right.
almost a
Right in the
Yorker
block
there
hole,
from the leg spinner. And is it a Yorker, or did the batter just not move their feet? You know, and I think there's a little bit of playing from the crease at the moment, and potentially with 2 spinners on, that's where they probably could improve their batting, is by moving their feet, which she tries to do there. But another good ball from Harvey, and almost squeezed through.
It's a great couple of balls here from Harvey. Yeah, good bit of drift.
What a good over that is from
over.
Nicole Harvey, showing her experience there, where she bowling the Yorker, and then the fielder the batter does start to move her feet, so she just alters her length and almost Yorks her again. So a great over there, keeping the pressure on. It's 94 for 3 after the 19th over.
I think that's what's great about having, you know, experienced players, so Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, Nicole, in the team, to show all those years of experience to the youngsters about, you know, if you see the batter coming, adjust your line, take your time, have a think about what your next ball is going to be. And I think, you know, she showed all her years of experience there. It was a great over. Yeah,
absolutely. And as Skelton comes in now from the pavilion end, and that one turned again, and Wraith is looking excited here behind the stumps. It's almost like, yeah, give me another one, give me another one.
Yep.
Little bit fuller, but hit straight to the fielder. But good fielding, because it was bouncing a little bit.
Again, they're all in a ring again, so they're tight here. So definitely got a plan of what they're looking to do. Yeah, I should probably stop talking, shouldn't I? Yeah.
I think it's just that one there. That's why I'd be tempted to have my cover fielder still out on that boundary, because it wasn't a bad ball, but the batter has now been relieved because they've hit a 4. So I don't have to worry now, because if I can pick up 4 runs and over, I don't need to panic. And it's almost like a free hit. But great comeback ball there. She almost shaped to do the same thing and then realised she didn't have the space to do it. So it's a narrow corridor between a really good ball and a poor ball.
Much better line. Yeah. She pulled that one away. Didn't quite get hold of it, so just the one run taken. And that's the end of the over. And we're going to have a change here. So thanks very much, Jane.
I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit. And we'll welcome back Charlie. That score's currently 99 for 3 off 20 overs. Kelly pushing along nicely for 40 off 55 balls. And yeah.
Hi, Kath.
Well. Hello.
I think Skelton's looked really good, getting a bit of movement, showing a turn. And Harvey bowled a really good over the previous one, just as you said, using her experience. Well, she's bowling again now, using a lot of sort of flight, and you mentioned the drift as well.
Yeah.
Good to see.
The thing is, you've been out on the balcony, and I can see we're using the flags as the guide for the wind here, so it's now face on now. So for Harvey, that wind is straight square on into her face. So important to be able to adjust the line, the length.
Which is tough for spinners, isn't it, actually, taking into account those sort of things. It's really flighted. In fact, it was too much flight on that one, but luckily for her, the batters only managed to pick out the fielder on the boundary. One bounced towards her, and they come through for a single. Quite like, I was just watching Kirk there, She's a bit like, I've been watching a bit of the Ashes, a bit like Steve Smith, constantly talking, using hand gestures, saying, "Oh, could have done better on that one." You know, that Steve Smith never stops going on, does he? When he's
It's
batting,
exhausting for
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
It's exhausting to watch him some days, but yeah.
comes through for a single. He's not, you know, he's a fantastic batter. He's not my favourite one to watch in the world. Not for any other reason than I just don't think he's particularly graceful when he bats. And you know, there are some who are just so good to watch, aren't they? But that one's just pushed into the leg side. They'll come through another single quickly taken there. They are picking up these runs here, really pushing for them, taking on the field. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people keeping an eye on everything that's going on at the moment. But just to say,
Around the grounds, yeah.
last time I checked, England still hadn't lost a wicket this morning. As that one's played out into the leg side, just a single. I'm sure you'll hear it in the box if something does happen here, because there is a screen on.
Like I say, Harvey gets through her over quickly, and I think it's not giving the batters time to settle. They're already back in the middle having a chat about what they're going to do next now, and I think that's really great. We're putting that. It's building that pressure from one end, and then I think, like I say, Harvey's done that brilliantly. She just doesn't want them to settle, get into any rhythm, and another great over from her.
Yeah, it's a really important part of the white ball game, isn't it? These spin overs, particularly in the middle, when you've got spin both ends. They've also had Smale bowling as well, and you just rush through the overs, and before you really know it, you've got through another 5 or 10 overs of really quickly, and that's a lot of balls chewed up there. So the batters know they have to make the most of these. Don't let them just drift by, but they also have got to be pretty careful, especially if Skelton is finding a bit of turn. As again, just a quick single hits the batter, hits Kirk as she comes through.
Yep.
Beg your pardon, that's Kelly, isn't it? 23 and 25 out there at the moment. Kelly's at the non-strikers end now.
Yeah.
Kirk on strike. Bit of blue sky above us now.
An envelope of blue sky.
Yeah, that's because I put my jumper on, that's why. As this one hits the legs, there's an appeal. Don't think that's going to be given. Looked a little...
Leg side.
Yeah,
drifting down.
Just thought it might have been a little too far on the leg side. And the umpire perhaps agrees, or certainly finds another reason not to give it. Hassan Adnan, who is umpire today. Skelton again over the wicket. There's a pull shot here. Pigeons fly out the way. It's almost found the gap between the fielders there, but in the end it's well collected. Big throw in. That's Neve Holland out there doing the fielding, who bowled a few overs earlier on. She's an exciting talent. Played for England under-19s at the World Cup alongside Sophia Smale in the winter.
I think Kirk's certainly looking to get attacking on the slightly shorter ball. That's good recovery.
Yeah,
from
Fuller.
Skelton, yeah. But it's not. I don't think it's quite coming up as much as they think, because they've gone to play that pull shot and it hasn't quite been there. She got a hold of that one, but like I say, they've scampered 3 for 2. So it's quite a long boundary off to that side. But she's looking to attack off the shorter ones.
Fuller again. This one flicked into the air, and again it'll be Neve Holland picking it up at deep mid wicket. Come through for a quick single, and there's a throw at the stumps. And well backed up. Is that Smale there who's thrown herself at the ground to stop that ball from... Well, it was from short range there. I think it's Fran Wilson, is it, who chucked the ball at the stumps. And if Smale hadn't been there to back up, could well have seen some overthrows there.
Some good buzzers probably would have gone for 4, I think.
Well, this one in two minds there, I think, Kirk. She felt like she was going to do an expansive pull shot and then decided just to push it into the offside for a dot. Did it bring back the old rivalries there with Jane?
She was one of the most annoying opening batsmen you'd ever come across.
Annoying because she scored runs and played well. Yeah, one of those.
Just almost impossible to get out. But, she's not in earshot, is she? Yeah, absolutely brilliant opening batter. And, yeah, just beautiful drive shots, but also just used to put the pressure on us as fielders. Just she would take a run where you wouldn't think there was one, but always well planned and calculated from Jane.
Harvey just stopped a run up there, didn't she, halfway through, and then carried on almost like a you see those penalty takers in football. They stop. A bit like that. That
is her run. So it's for a batter at the other end. You're kind of but no, that's her action.
There she goes again. Little thought about it almost like she before she bowls. As this one just rolled down towards the third area. It was a bit vacant, but Sophie Luff comes around. They come through just for the single. Incredible story with Nick Harvey, isn't it? She really was on death's door not that long ago, and here she is playing professional cricket again. This one's just pushed into the offside.
Yeah, it's great to see her back out.
Yeah, for those who don't know, she had complications during a pregnancy, ended up with sepsis, even said goodbye to her husband and her parents. It was that serious. This one is, lovely shot through the leg side, but there is a fielder there. Neve Holland comes around to collect it. Flew off the bat though. But yeah, I think her son comes to most of the matches. I don't know if he's here today.
I imagine he's in the ground somewhere.
Yeah. This is pushed down the ground for a single. Just picking up plenty of singles here at the moment.
It feels like that's actually, they've switched their tactic. I think, like I say, because of the 2 spinners on, 4's on. Coming is. Have I done it again?
No, not quite that time. Fielder was ready. They obviously heard you there. I thought, right, careful.
I'll be asked back at this, right?
Well, the Blaze might want you to come up and commentate on them at Nottinghamshire or Leicestershire, or wherever they're playing.
But no, they've certainly, I think that they're putting pressure now on the fielders. So, like you said, it's that cat and mouse game. You know, Western Storm had control and they were in the inner ring really tight and quick. But now I think they're putting the pressure on the fielders. They're taking 2s where they were only taking 1s previously. So they're certainly upping their run rate, and then, which is working really well for them.
Just had a quick look at the bowling figures there. Skelton over the wicket, pulled again, and again it'll just be a single this time. But once again, you mentioned how quickly Nicole Harvey's getting through those overs. Barely noticed that she bowled 6 there, and was straight back to Chloe Skelton, who's not taking time either. So these overs, how far through are we now? We're into the 24th over now. Yeah. So nearly halfway through already, as this one is played out towards the boundary. So yeah, this is, already what are they on? 114 now. So they're not in a bad place here, but they can't afford too many wickets to fall quickly. Skelton comes in again over the wicket. Forwards defensive push from Kirk. Fielding's been pretty good so far from Western Storm. They haven't leaked too many runs there. In fact, they've saved quite a lot as well from some of their boundary fielding. That's in the air, and could have been taken. Would have been a great catch. In the end, it's a good stop. But that was there for the taking. I think it's Cleary, is it?
It is, yeah.
Well, she'll feel like that was takeable there. She got both hands to it. I don't know if we'll be able to pick it up on the replay. No, not quite see it. We can see from the reaction of the wicketkeeper and the bowler there. Hands on head. There's a chance that's gone begging. Now there's a throw to the stumps there. And again, it's well backed up. Oh, there's chances coming here for Western Storm.
I think it just dipped at the last minute. She did get, like I say, she'll be kicking herself because she got a hand to it. But I think it did just dip at the last minute on her.
Pulled. And I'll just pick up a single because they've picked out once again the fielder there. Yeah, it would have been a very good catch, wouldn't it? It would have been a exciting moment to see. But still, I think, so especially someone at Piper's level, plays in the 100, plays across the world, Australia, here in England. She'd have fancied herself to catch that probably 7 or 8 times out of 10, probably.
Yeah, it's good partnership building here as well.
Yeah, 28 from, how many balls is that? 38 balls.
Yep.
So yeah, useful. Picking up the singles. Fair few dots still. We're back into another Nicole Harvey over. Flighted. Turns into a full toss as the batter uses her feet to come down. I'll think about 2, but it's not there. Kelly doing well here. 48. She's on now. Approaching that half century. She batted very well. And the captain of the Blaze. In comes Harvey again to Kirk. Would have been good if Kirk had been captain, wouldn't it? We would have been able to call her Captain Kirk. Maybe that's something to think about for next time for the Blaze. So helicopter flies over the ground. Harvey in again. Oh, lovely looking defensive shot there. So getting the head right over the ball. Playing Harvey with a lot of respect here.
Yeah.
Leg spinners can cause such issues in white ball cricket. A lot of flight. This one going down the ground, and Cleary can't get onto it either. It's going to reach the boundary, is it?
Yes.
Oh, just about, yeah. Several fielders throwing themselves at it, unable to stop it. That's Kirk picking up another 4. She moves on to 24.
Yeah, she's going well.
Yeah. Useful player to have in the middle order here is she'll pick up just a single, will she, on this one? They'll think about 2. They're going to come back for it. Needs to be quick running. The throw was a little slow. It was a fair old distance to throw, and they do make it back for 2.
It feels like Kirk's been given the message of, right, you need to push on. I think Kelly's been here since the start, so she's anchoring that innings really well. But I think Kirk certainly is trying to motor through now.
It's looking drive shot, but picks out the fielder, who is Sophia Smale. End of another Harvey over. Yeah, if you've got someone like Kelly there, and it's a well-used tactic, isn't it, in white ball? We'll have someone there who's going to use up an end, pick away at the runs, and then you've got someone else at the other end who's just got a licence. Just can throw the bat at things. If you get out, hopefully you'll have pulled off a few shots that you'll be getting out for not a small total. She's doing well. She's 26 now.
Yep.
Kirk, 48 for Marie Kelly.
So just taking drinks. What do you think will be the messages coming from both camps, Charlie? What do you think Sophie Love will be saying?
Well, we're halfway through, aren't we? 25 overs in for this drinks break. I don't think Western Storm will be too disappointed. The fact they've picked up those 3 top order wickets, both Bryces and a Boyce, are already out. I think they'll know Kelly is going to cause danger. You can't let her stay in for another 25 overs because she'll be looking at well over 100 probably. She's halfway there at the moment. She'll probably speed up towards the end. And if you've got someone in your team who's going to get 110, 120, then that sets you up really well for a high score. So they'll certainly be targeting that, won't they? And then as far as the Blaze are concerned, I think it's more of the same from these last few overs. I don't think there's too much to change there.
I completely agree. I think, like I say, exactly as you just said, Kelly's anchoring at one end. She'll just carry on in the same vein, and before we know it, she could be on 70. And Kirk's clearly looking to move her feet, challenge the bowlers a bit more, use that to her advantage, and then really push on and try and score probably quite quickly, but hopefully nothing too drastic. But they're going very well, these two.
We've had 14 overs of spin so far, 4 from Smale and 5 each for Skelton and Harvey. Seems to be doing the job, really. Harvey's going at 4 and over. Skelton slightly more expensive at 6, but she does look the more likely to take a wicket, really. She had a drop catch put down in that previous over she bowled. Smale also going at 4 and over. So those are the spin options. Just seeing who else we haven't seen bowl. I think we've pretty much had all the options there. Those are the bowlers they're going to use. They've still got 4 left from Robbins, 3 from Piper Cleary.
I wonder whether Alex Griffiths will be given the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah,
very true.
I'd certainly potentially give her a couple of overs to see how well she's
How's she
able
been
to
doing?
move it.
She's taken 2 for 40, 1 for 29, 0 for 33 and 2 for 34 in this competition already this year. So, yeah, absolutely. That's 5 wickets in the competition. Absolutely, why not? Useful to have an opening bat who can also pick up wickets. That's a really strong player. That's the sort of person you're looking for when you're signing players and bringing people in.
Yeah. So we're just probably wrapping up the drinks break here. So Blazer 123 for 3 off the 25 overs. Only 5 extras been given away by Storm today. So like you say, the fielding's been really good, really tight. I think the people that have had to field on the outer wickets where it's clearly quite dry and it bobbles, as we know. If you're out on those bits, it can bobble, and that's probably where the unfortunate misfields have been.
Yeah, it can be tough, especially in this competition. Although it's got better recently, actually. Earlier on they were playing on when they all got going, the Kia Super League and all that sort of stuff. Quite often they found themselves on pitches that were quite difficult or had been used a lot already. It's good to see it being given the respect it deserves now. This is a good pitch by the looks of it, provided here in Bristol. But yeah, it does mean across the square, at this stage in the season into July now, that there's a fair few, especially after quite a busy T20 season here in the men's competition, that a lot of these pitches are looking a little bit worn, a bit bobbly, and the ball races across them. Looking at some of these pitches, they must have had some fairly short boundaries in some games, I should think. Even if it was pushed right back to the boundary edge there, the rope, I still think that players would fancy reaching that with not too heavy a hit.
So Skelton's continuing at the pavilion end.
Yeah, no great surprise given that she did look pretty threatening. And the captain just picking up a single there, moves to 49. I think she'll see the 50 as only the start, really, won't she, here? Plenty of overs left, should she reach it, of course.
Pulled across. Like I said, it just doesn't feel like it's coming out. That pull shot is just not quite there. She's persisting with it. I'll give her that. She's persisting. But it's just not quite at the right height to get hold of it to beat those sweepers out there.
She's picking up singles from it. Right, here's the captain. If she picks up a single here, she'll move to a very well-worked 50, and she does indeed do that. So 50 for Marie Kelly, captain of the Blaze, who's played really well there. She's done it from 68 balls, including 4 fours. So actually quite a lot of running in that 50, but very good work indeed. She raises her back to her teammates in the pavilion.
Yeah, I think she's batted brilliantly. Just really calm and collected as well, and I think that's not what you want that from your opening bat, but your captain as well, just setting that example. And yeah, very well earned 50 for her. Well,
and it's worrying, isn't it, for Western Storm there? Captain, opening bat, still there on 50 after 25 overs and a bit. Definite threat. Making a bit of room for herself there. That was Kirk, just backing away a little bit, trying to make some width from it. Didn't quite get hold of it as she was hoping. Let's get on in again. I'm impressed with the flight she's willing to put on. She's not just darting them in. She's letting that flight, just tempting them, if you like, tempting the batter with a bit of flight heading into the pitch.
Yeah, I think, like I say, we get through these overs quite quickly. I think to pick up on your point of having the captain out there, obviously each batter that's coming in, the captain's there to tell you, what you need to be doing, what your role is, what their role is, and all of this. So yeah, never underestimate when the captain's still out there batting. It's absolutely brilliant, and I'm sure that's in the back of Sophie Luff's mind of how can they remove her.
I think it's probably in the back of Pat Cummins' mind as well, with Ben Stokes still out there for England. But we'll concentrate on what's going on here, as that one from Nicole Harvey is driven by Kelly to the fielder at mid-off as she comes in again. Again, trying to find that gap on the offside. Not able to do it, a bit of a stumbling stop. She's right on the edge of those pitches there, which is going to be some tough fielding when it's bouncing right in front of you as well, where Smale is trying to stop the ball getting past her. Pretty much yorked herself there, didn't she? Coming down the pitch to the...
managed to dig it out.
Yeah. But Harvey using all her experience here. She's not necessarily picking up wickets, but getting through these overs, not giving away many runs. And there will be an attempted stop down there. Judging by that sound, it did make the boundary. I can't quite see it in front of the sight screen, but that one went all the way. It's a sharp drive straight down the ground for 4. The score moves on to 130. In comes Harvey again. Good ball.
I think that's the first sort of straight drive we've seen actually down the ground today, isn't it? And it's certainly going some.
Harvey just stops ahead of this ball. Takes a breather. Oh, lots of flight on that one now. It's gone up in the air. Can it be taken? Yes, it can. And it's well taken. And she just took a moment there before bowling that ball, and it went high. It was a quite high full toss by the time it got to the batter. And that is the end of the captain, Marie Kelly. Keeper pointed out by Jane in the box. The keeper didn't know where it was. Keeper had lost sight of it, understandably. And in the end, it was the fielder at fine leg who had to come round and take it. Yeah,
I think, that wind is swirling, so I think that's why she took a moment, because I think it clearly picked up and she went with it. But it was a full toss, but it's a wicket at the end of the day in the book. That's what it says. It
won't say it was a rank full toss on the on the scorecard. No, and actually, it's funny, isn't it, how often those balls, which the batter won't be expecting something like that necessarily, thrown in and thinks, oh, here we go.
Yeah, eyes light up.
Absolutely. Flings the bat at it, top edge. And there was a moment when the keeper went running the other direction. I thought, this is going to land safe. But that's a big moment in this game, it feels to me.
I think as well, she'll be disappointed with that to get out in that way when she's batted so brilliantly to that point.
Well, we've just been praising her so much, haven't we? That she'd sort of been the rock in this innings, and she'll feel like she's gifted it a little bit there. Didn't make it hard to get her out.
So, Charlie, we now have Kirk and de Klerk in.
Here we go.
Just to test us. If it wasn't hard enough.
Yeah, we've had Boyce. Now we've got Kirk and de Klerk. It's almost like they've made an 11 deliberately tricky. Let's recruit the trickiest possible 11 surnames-wise. But it won't be de Klerk just yet, as this one is pushed around the corner by Kirk. They'll come back for a second. This needs to be quick, and I'm not sure if it was the ball that took the bails off there. I think it might have been the gloves without the ball in them. And I'm not sure, actually, even if... I think it might have been close. And, that generally with these, because there's no DRS here, generally they'd be giving the benefit to the batter. But Kirk determined there, wasn't she, to come back for that second?
I think so. They're putting that pressure on the fielders, making them think about it. Good 2 runs in the end.
Skelton in again. Not going to take it this time. She took a little while to come back to her feet, didn't she? I don't think she's in any great pain, but when you dive like that, I think probably the skin on your elbows has gone a little bit. She's wearing a short sleeve top. Here is Michaela Kirk. Skelton in again. Skelton, who comes from the Forest of Dean. Who signed her first professional contract over the winter. She looks like a very good signing to me. Now this is in the air. Will it be taken? No, it's going to drop just in front of the fielder. I think that's Niamh Holland who's come in, able to stop it though. And they'll come back for 2. Well, it was a tempter, wasn't it, that one? Felt like it hung in the air for a while.
That's what I was just thinking. It's sort of... And then it just,
It is breezy. I wonder if it just stopped in the wind a little in the air.
Always tricky to judge those.
This one is stopped before any run can be scored. It will make batters think twice about putting it in the air, though, won't it, with this breeze? If it gets caught in the wind and can hold up, although it does become quite hard to catch there. But, you might be thinking, oh, this is 6. And it just holds up as Kirk is able just to turn this one into the leg side. Again, they're thinking of 2s. This is aggressive running from these 2, particularly Kirk. Oh, and there could be overthrows here.
Yeah. Oh, they haven't noticed, though. No.
Oh, they haven't taken them.
Didn't notice that went through. That's let Western Storm off, I think.
Definitely another single there, you'd have thought.
Yeah.
Although with that aggressive running, both of them had sort of gone past the crease a little, so that you've just got to take that into account as well with those, haven't you? Yeah. Yet to see de Klerk face the ball so far. Kirk has been facing everything in that over. We will see her now, though. De Klerk, the South African, who has the record figures for this competition of 7 for 33 against the Northern Diamonds earlier on this year.
Continuing with Harvey as well. I think that's the right call.
Just to give you an idea of the experience now, that de Klerk brings. She's played a Test match, 21 ODIs, and 39 T20 internationals. So she's a very experienced player. Although that looked like it jumped up on her a little bit there. She's one of those players again doing a lot of hand gestures. I always enjoy watching it. The sort of hand gestures, chatting away to themselves as well. She's only 23 years old. Driven again. You can see it looks like she shapes up well for a drive there from that shot.
Good intent in the footwork.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can tell a lot from footwork, even though that the timing wasn't quite right there. You can see the intent. Now we're going to run a single now. If that's a direct hit, that would have been close. Once again, there's a little bit of dodgy fielding, but it was a hard one actually to back up, and it is tougher on those.
I think de Klerk's done something there. I'm not sure if she's.
Oh, she's hobbling.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. She's hobbling. Is it a run it off sort of thing, or did the throw hit her as she came in, or has she done? So, I don't think it did it?
No.
Well, that's one to keep an eye on, because she'll be bowling. You'd have thought 8 overs later.
She's definitely hobbling and feeling something there.
Yeah. Well, that could be a big moment in this game as well. If de Klerk's not able to bowl, that will leave the Blaze a little bit short of their. Well, certainly have to change their plan. This is driven forwards. And stopped to
double effort.
Yeah, got there in the end. Little help from Fran Wilson, who lets very little past her. Harvey's a good looking ball and slapped into the covers where it's stopped by Smale. That's the end of that over. 29 gone now. The score is 137 for 4.
I think de Klerk's definitely done something. She's certainly gingerly holding on to her quad there, so hopefully nothing too serious, like you say. But definitely not walking with ease at the moment, I'd say.
She looks good to continue. Not quite as bad as we've seen some batting recently. I don't know if you spotted yesterday some of those farcical really in the Test match from Nathan Lyon with a torn calf. I mean, cricket's got to look at itself a little bit there, because they don't allow runners in international cricket. So this poor lad's coming out
broken.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably making it
worse.
Peppered
at a bit more.
Yeah,
just to make you feel better about
and
your
they did
day.
add 15 runs, and if they win by less than 15 runs, then you'd say, well, there you go. Anyway, changing the bowling now as this is pushed forwards, and we are going to see now a little bit of Alex Griffiths.
Yeah.
And de Klerk. Yeah, she looked very comfortable that first couple of balls, and then that one just footwork wasn't quite so good. Now it might just be that she's taking a look at the new bowler, but could also be down to a niggle that she might have just picked up. Comes the right-handed Griffiths. It's popped up in the air, off a pad.
Take though.
Yep, she followed that one. Nat Wraith, who's already got a very good catch behind the stumps, a thin edge. To add to her tally of wickets in this competition this year, which I can find for you. Is this one sounded a bit paddy into the leg side? Might have come off. Is it going to be given a leg bye? I think. Yep. So that was her 33rd List A catch, by my reckoning. She's also taken 17 stumpings, so she's very good. Set of hands behind the stumps for Western Storm. In comes Alex Griffiths again and pulls out of a runner.
Just to say, she's getting it to move. Like I say, I think it's downwind for her, so probably getting a bit of extra pace as well. But it's just drifting down the legs, so just needs to readjust that line. Oh, pulled up twice. Not happy. Yeah. Not sure what the issue is, but
maybe a problem with the length of run up, or as you say, wind can be a bit off-putting. That one is released and just defended after all that.
She's going to get a good bit of movement off the seam there.
Yeah, and I wonder if Kirk's just thinking that. Just thinking, I've got to be careful here, because if I get out now, and if de Klerk's carrying a bit of an injury, because you'd fancy at 138, that's nowhere near a really challenging total yet. Griffiths in, pushed into the leg side by Kirk. No run. Would you have been wind behind you, or would you have preferred wind coming into your face when you were bowling?
When I was captain, definitely behind. When I wasn't, funny enough, I was always asked to bowl into the wind.
Funny how that happens.
Yeah. I think it, you always see it, I think a lot of people see it as a negative. It can be a real advantage, actually, because it can hold the ball back, can allow it to do a bit more.
Well, that's why I ask, because some people do like it, don't they? Oh, that one's gone through 2 fielders. Will it get through a 3rd? No. And they will come back for 2 runs. Yeah, some bowlers actually prefer it, don't they? Just to gives it a bit of, difference. Thanks very much to Kath Wilkins. He'll be back a little bit later on.
Okay.
Former Somerset and England player. And we welcome back Jane Powell, who's the former England and Yorkshire player. And doing a lot of coaching, also involved a lot with Yorkshire at the moment as well. Recently made president of the Yorkshire team. So
yes, that's a real surprise.
Yeah,
but,
wow.
Very honoured to be president of Yorkshire, and I see that the Diamonds are going well at the moment. So
good.
keeping my eye on everything.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, great ball.
Absolutely brilliant from Nicole Harvey, who's managed to get one to turn and flick off the bail. And de Klerk it has to be said, is not looking that comfortable as she walks back. But a brilliant bit of bowling there from Harvey.
Yeah, perfect leg break that. Just pitched on line and then just turned and caught the off stump. What a great piece of bowling that was.
Yeah, that's one for Nicole Harvey to enjoy watching the replay of when she gets home from the match, I think.
She deserves that. She's bowled a really good line and length, and she's made the batter have to think about what they're doing. And I've really enjoyed the fact she's bowled a few Yorkers, where they've not moved their feet, and then they've moved their feet, and she's still managed to get the right length as well. So very well deserved, and a great ball, that one.
Oh, interesting now for Western Storm. Kirk is still there. Kirk is going to be very important in the remainder of this innings now for the Blaze. She's on 35 from 44 balls. And she's about to be joined by Teresa Graves. Now, I'm going to admit, I don't know an awful lot about Teresa Graves. Not seen her play before. Be interesting to see how she gets on here. Nicole Harvey, who's into her last over now, picking up 2 wickets. And that was, I think it was the first ball, wasn't it, of that over. She's still got 5 to come. Graves on strike. Here comes Harvey. Flighted. Oh, no bat on that one.
Just trying to find Teresa Graves in her background, and there's
Shorter.
something in the air.
In the air.
It's
Just dropped in front of
Just
Piper
dropped
Cleary.
short. There are times when you're looking from a box and you're thinking, move quicker, because that was up in the air for a fair amount of time, but dropped before her.
One that you hear a lot is, why didn't you dive? Why didn't you dive? And you think, well, actually, the gap from here doesn't look that big, but when you get down onto a huge playing area, often it is a lot bigger than it seems. That's a nice drive. I'll pick up just a single. Kirk is going to have to sort of boss this innings, I think, a bit here. She's going to have to take control. She hasn't had exactly a prolific season in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far, Teresa Graves.
No, she's been in the squad, but she's getting a chance because they've got 4 of their England players missing. So that's always the one where I think, just take your opportunity. If you've given an opportunity, then take it and show why you should be selected for the next game. So all the best to her, and she's just driven that one. long gone.
Make it a hard choice for them to put you back on the bench for the next game. That's what you want to do, isn't it? You can expect that when the England players come back, people have to make way. England girls are going to be the best ones.
And I think, you have to say to players, look, if you haven't had the opportunity yet, when you do get the opportunity, make the most of it. Way back in the past, one of the greatest players of women's cricket, Jeanette Britton, broke her thumb before a second test against India, and so she couldn't play, and I got called in. Fortunately, I scored 115 not out, so it was like that's what's called taking your opportunity, because then it was very difficult for them to drop me after that for the next game.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you just have to show what you can do out in the middle. It's no good talking about it, you've got to show it. So Graves has hopefully got that ahead of her today. Says she's a right-hand bat and a right-arm and medium-pace bowler.
Oh, great bit of field. I tell you what, Sophia Smale in the field. She's all arms and legs, but she uses them well.
Yeah, and I think that's where Sophie Luff, and there she goes over to congratulate her. That's what I mean by leading by example. She's often the one who is diving and throwing herself around, and as a result, the youngsters are copying her and wanting to emulate her.
It's somewhere where we've seen the women's game improve so much in the last 5 years is the fielding, isn't it?
Massively.
I mean, all of it's improved, and that's great to see it. And the contracts are helping that, and the commitment to it from the ECB is helping that. But fielding has just become so much better, which is just makes the game a really good watch, doesn't it?
Yes, it really does. And most of the games are quite close, which also makes it a good watch.
Well, there's going to be a single there into the leg side as fielding's done by Nicole Harvey. Even in that game where Nadine de Klerk took 7 for 33 and bowled out, was it diamonds? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yes,
Sorry
it was,
to bring them up.
No, I was up there. It was at Chesterley Street, and I was there in the crowd watching.
But even then, they bowled them out for something like 62.
And it was almost like we could still win it.
Yeah, absolutely. They only won by 4 wickets,
Yes.
chasing 63.
Yeah.
So even then, you've got close games.
I think because you don't have the massive power hitters that the men's game have. I mean, the men's game, you've got Liam Livingston can come in at 36 off 1 over. You won't get that in the women's game. So therefore, the games become more level. As well fielded.
I tell you what, as well, I've been impressed by Emma Corney. Not seen a great deal of her either, and already in the field, she's likely to be at the top of the order with the bat, but already in the field, she's looking very good. Few saves there. I imagine she's also someone who saves a lot of runs in the field. So drive, but not at all good technique there. One arm off the bat by the end of the shot.
No, and interestingly, I mean, it wasn't a great shot, but there was no intention from either of them to look for a run either. So if she had misfielded it, then they would have been on the back foot and probably not able to get through.
Always looking.
Yeah.
It's good, especially in white ball cricket. That's a drive. That's better. That's what she was trying to do. The fielder will come round, sweeping on the boundary there. They've run hard. 2 runs.
And each time, I mean, I saw, I wasn't on commentary, the overthrows, and it's like, wow, you could have got 1, if not 2 overthrows there. You have to keep your eye on the ball at all times, because sometimes those 1 and 2 runs make all the difference. So you have to capitalise as much as you can whenever there's an opportunity. And I think running the first one hard and then pushing for the second without necessarily giving a wicket away is what they need to do, because they're on 148 with only 18 overs left. So you've got to score 100 really off these last 18.
Anything around the 250 mark is gives you something to defend, doesn't it? Really gives you a challenging target. Oh, that one is a genuine edge.
I suspect at this stage Western Storm will be like, if we can keep them under 200, then we'll be happy. So you've got the 2 different opinions going on at the moment, and I'm sure Storm will be looking to take another wicket. The easiest way to keep the runs down is to take wickets.
If they get Kirk out here, that's a big
that's
shout.
Close.
Oh, it's given as well. That is the end of Kirk once again. I've managed to call it just before it happened. So Kirk has to walk off. That I was about to say, if they get Kirk out here, it's a major moment in this game, because she, as I said earlier on, needed to be really in charge of this innings to sort of take the tail with her. Well, she's gone now, and Western Storm will be feeling very positive about things.
I think that's one of those that, had we got DRS, then we'd be reviewing that one. I think there'd be a few people going, yeah, let's have the review. It looked fairly straight when it was bowled, but just looking on the replay, it looked like it could have just been drifting down leg. But I'm no umpire, so I'm not going to, and they don't have that opportunity. So, you have to say what you see almost. Nicole Harvey certainly, she deserves these wickets that she's getting because she's been very economical.
Into her 9th over now, and that's her 3rd wicket, so she's done very well for this team. Picking up some big wickets as well, that of Marie Kelly, who's on 54, Kirk, who's on 40, and the international star de Klerk as well. That's 3 big wickets that Nicole Harvey's picked up, as well as being pretty economical as well.
And once you get down to 6 wickets, 7 wickets, then you've got people who could probably hit quick runs. Not very often do you see long runs, as in they're not used to having to take bat for a long period of time.
Sophie Munro is the new batter, alongside Teresa Graves, who's currently at the non-strikers end. Harvey in again, and defended by Munro.
Because if you look at the T20 and the 100, then players who are batting numbers 7 and 8, usually they only get 2 or 3 balls. So they literally have to go in and hit from the first ball, whereas now they've got 17 overs. They've got to try and play a longer innings.
It's a long time, actually, isn't it? It's about an hour of cricket there.
Well, you're playing the whole of the T20 or the whole of the 100 that everybody else has already batted before you. So,
it's more than 100 balls, isn't it, actually? Yeah.
So it's an unusual scenario for them.
One which Western Storm will really dearly hope to capitalise on. Harvey a bit short of that time. She's been a really good pick here for Western Storm. Rattled through her overs as well.
Yeah.
It's been good on the run rate. It's Nicole Harvey here. Well, the 150 is up. 151 for 6 here at Bristol, under what is increasingly becoming a nicer day. Blue sky about to come out here.
Yeah, it's a little bit blustery, but can't complain about the weather. The only time I complain about the weather is when the rain's coming in and the ground staff are loitering, and you know that something's about to happen. So, no complaints here from the weather at all.
Now I like this. Sophie Luff's turned to her new international bowler, Piper Cleary. Already bowled 5 overs. Now they've got 2 new batters, number 7 and 8 at the crease, and they're sort of 150-ish for 6. Feels like a great moment to bring on someone who might pick up a couple of wickets in a new spell. Really finish them off before they, are able to pick up, 50 runs or something. It's going to be given a wide. No, it's not. The umpire thought about it. I felt like it was just sort of turning and then no.
Yeah, she was definitely thinking about giving that one as a wide, and then sort of almost replayed it in her mind, didn't she? Went, no, that only went after it had gone past the batter.
Graves resting what looked like resting her bat on her shoulder for a bit, as that one is played backwards towards the 3rd area. And Nicole Harvey comes in and fields it. I wonder how much that injury to de Klerk will have an impact on this game.
And it'll be interesting to see as we go forward, really, because she has been one of their main wicket takers. And, once you have a main wicket taker, you tend to rely on them every game.
Cleary in. Left alone. That one is going to be given a wide. I think Cleary looks back at the batter.
I think that it looked initially quite harsh because it's Nat Wraith, isn't it, behind the stumps? Didn't go till it it started going after it passed the bat, and I think sometimes you can be misled into thinking it's wide by the movement of the wicket keeper.
Well, the attacking intention seems to have completely gone now, doesn't it? They've got to rebuild here. Sophie Munro just defending that one, realising, I think, that she's up against it now. The top quality bowler on, only 4 wickets in hand with best part of 17 overs still to play.
Yeah, you'd almost think that a slower ball, she might pop one up here for a catch, you know, but it's just a question of keeping it on there. Most of the girls are quite good when pace is on because they tend to have reasonable technique and get behind it and then just angle it out into the gaps. But once you start playing around with the pace of the ball, then it's much more difficult to play it into those gaps. There's so many different variations of slower ball these days, aren't there, with the knuckleball and the wobble seam. We used to call that a bad ball in my day if the seam wasn't up straight. But I'm sure they're very skillful with it.
Oh, these days, yeah. Wobble seam is a key delivery, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Cause all sorts of problems, potentially. The thing is, they've got to be so creative, haven't they, with white ball cricket, particularly in T20s, but also in 50-over cricket, because you can't just do the same over and over again. It's not like Test cricket, where you pick a good line in length and just carry on with there, maybe throw in the odd bouncer or something like that. But
yeah, I mean, they just play 360-degree shots these days, so you can't...
nowhere's safe.
No, not at all.
Clearing again. And this one is just pushed out just gently by Munro. End of that over by Cleary. So she's now bowled 6 of hers. Wonder whether they'll... they are going to stick with Harvey. I think she'll bowl out here. She'll just have basically the one spell.
She's only got one over to go, hasn't she?
Yep, so she'll do her 10 overs on the trot, and she's been very good. Her figure so far from 9 is 3 for 31, going at less than 4 and over.
Yeah, it's very good. And she'll be hoping to make that 4, at least.
Well, the 5 is still on, isn't it, really?
Absolutely.
You never know. Pick up a wicket early in the over. That's just driven straight back to her, well fielded.
She's a great competitor.
Yeah. It's hard as well for leg spinners sometimes. You know, getting your lengths right, but she's been consistent.
There's a few leg spinners in the competition that are really worth their weight in every team. You know, certainly Katie Levick for the Diamonds is another.
Oh, she's fantastic. Always
good
love
leg
watching
spinner.
her. Yeah.
I think they're both similar age as well. You know, they've got that experience, because the hardest thing for young spinners is knowing that you might get hit for a few. But what is your role? And your role is to put pressure on the batters by doing something different. She comes in, and that's a full toss, and that could be... No, that's going to land safe. That almost deserved another wicket, because it was a very poor shot, wasn't it?
She's a bit unfortunate there, Nicole Harvey, because that should, as you say, top edged. You really don't like seeing those go down.
It's almost like they don't want to take a risk here, do they? As she's got, I think, 1 ball left.
Yeah, last ball of Nicole Harvey, who will deserve a good round of applause after this. Great spell of bowling. Yeah, there we go. Brilliant stuff from Nicole Harvey.
Yeah, and in the 35th over, to only go for 1 off the over is pretty sensational bowling, really. You know, you don't get that in the 35th over, particularly when you've still got 4 wickets left and you're looking to post a score. So it's an interesting tactic from Blaze that they've just almost played that over out, because the only risk they took could quite easily have fallen to a catch. So it's a very interesting scenario where we're at the moment, the 2 approaches.
Still 9 overs of Smale and Skelton left, if they do want to stick with spin from one end. Cleary in. A drive, but straight to the fielder, mid-on.
And most of the girls can play that drive to a pace-on bowler. What they can't always do is play it to the spin bowler. because they're using the pace of the bowler coming in to help them put pace on the ball. And that's the hardest thing with spinners, is you have to put the pace on as the batter. As Cleary comes in again from the pavilion, hits her on the pad, but no run.
Well, Western Storm won't mind these dot balls. Every dot ball is runs they don't have to chase later on, as the sun comes out pretty much fully now for the first time.
And a seagull flies past our box.
They know it's, 15 overs away. They're getting ready for the lunch break. Big old swing there. That's attacking intent from
Wraith's doing well there, standing up as well.
Graves. Yeah, I was going to mention that, the fact that she was standing up to Piper Clear. I couldn't remember her doing that in the first spell.
No, I don't think she did. And I think there's swings and roundabouts. It keeps the batter within their crease, but any edge is very difficult to actually take. So it's a question of what you want to do.
In the air, but that'll land safely into the square leg area. 2 fielders come round. It's well done by Holland.
And again, Blaze didn't push for 2 at all there. They were quite happy with just taking the single. So we're into the 5th ball of this over, and there's still just 1 off the over so far. So they'll be hoping to be able to hit a boundary at some stage, and Storm will be hoping to keep that down.
In comes Cleary. Munro can't do a lot with it, but they'll take at least 1. Yeah, just the single as 3 fielders come in. Holland doesn't pick it up cleanly, but no risk of an extra run being taken. Well,
Yes.
the ground looks lovely in the sunshine now, doesn't it? With
Yeah, it really does look lovely out there.
We're both
What do they call it? Brizzle. Brizzle, is that?
Brizzle, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a Bristol Rovers fan myself, so that stadium's less than a mile away from here,
I
something like
think
that.
I passed it when I was trying to
Oh,
find
yeah.
the road that turned out.
Seems like you had a lovely tour of North Bristol. So that one is an edge on there, is there? Going all the way
that's
down.
the one I'm talking about, that
Yeah.
if she'd been standing back, that could potentially have been a wicket. So it's a question of how long do you stay up and trying to keep them in their crease.
Oh yeah, big genuine edge on that one.
May have gone a bit wide for the wicket keeper, even
Yeah.
if she'd been...
Sort of her first slip would have
and
been
there's
very interested.
Bristol Rovers, I would think. So
There we are.
I'm a Sheffield United
Oh, look
girl,
at that.
you see, so...
I reckon that's the most beautiful stadium in the world. What do you reckon?
Well, I'm not sure I agree, but everybody's entitled
Yeah.
to their own opinion.
Well, there's plans afoot to change things stadium-wise there. But
I love the fact that we have stadiums in the middle of housing.
I
developments,
wouldn't change that. I like that a lot.
Some of the new cricket grounds and football grounds, they're great, but they don't have the character that the old grounds had. You know?
Well, I think you're talking about Southampton there, aren't you? Speaking of ones, I got a train to Southampton Central to go to the ground
It's
once.
miles out.
Oh, it's about 5
Yeah.
miles away. Or even more than that, maybe.
There's nothing
Smiling.
quite like some of the grounds that are literally surrounded by
Oh
housing.
well, and that's one of the joys of Taunton and this ground
yes,
as well.
Yeah.
Although you're not near central Bristol here, but you are in a really great area of the city. But in Taunton, it is that one's it's gone through the fielder, and that's going to go away. It's Chloe Skelton there. I think had a bit of a heavy-looking dive.
Yeah.
Didn't get hold of it. It's gone for 4. But yeah, those grounds where you can nip to the centre of town for lunch in the lunch break and get back in time. Good time to watch the resumption.
Yes, and if you think of Lords, the Oval, Headingley, Old Trafford, they've all got plenty of lunch facilities around and about.
They
I
certainly
hear that
do.
Lords this last week that the members were queuing before 6 o'clock to get in for the ground.
Smale, and again another attempted sort of cut shot off the offside, but no connection. That's lofted and just pushed out into the offside.
Just get through the overs so quickly, don't they, when we bowl in the spinner?
Yeah. Oh, and again another look at that's the 3rd time this over that she tried that shot. 3rd time that she's not made a connection England have lost a wicket, but they only need 180 runs now. Stokes and Bairstow together. That one just left alone. And there is no run. Good over. Apart from that 4, which wasn't really the bowler's fault, I wouldn't say. It was probably a bit of a fielding error, really. But 5 really good balls causing problems there from Sophia Smale. Graves and Munro clinging on here, you'd say, just to make sure that they, if they're still there with 5 overs to go, perhaps they can start to open up a bit more. But right now with 13, that's still a long way to go.
Yeah, you'd be hoping at this stage that they'd be scoring at 1 a ball, and Graves is on 60 strike rate and Munro's on 61.5. They need to try and increase that to start taking their team into the vicinity they want of a total.
Cleary in. Oh, that's a big old shot again from Teresa Graves. No connection. She is targeting Cleary a bit more here. As you said about the pace, actually, probably feels a bit more comfortable against pace.
Yeah.
Or at least scoring off it.
I think in some respects the dog sticks have sort of helped that, because that all the coaches throw the dog sticks now, and the pace is much greater.
This is just pushed into the point area. Yeah, the manufacturers of those dog sticks must wonder why they're so popular in cricket areas.
Yes.
Thinking,
yes,
why is
I think they call them sidearms just to make them sound better. But
I mean, they are meant for dogs, though, aren't they? Throwing tennis balls to dogs.
I'm sure that the coaches' shoulders are much better than coaches of the past. After a while, it's like, oh, my shoulder's gone now. Can't throw anymore.
Cleary in. Another big old drive. No connection.
Yeah, she's obviously trying in this over, but not making much connection. That's the third, I think, in a row where she's taken that swing, trying to hit it out through the cover field and not connecting.
3 dots so far in this over. Here comes Cleary to Graves, who does get an edge this time, and if you go hard enough like that with the edge, you are going to pick up runs. There is a fielder down there for that shot there, and Harvey does the fielding, so just the single. Cleary just telling her to come in now, and they're pushing out the mid-wicket fielder, so they're putting more onto that leg side. Oh, Cleary's directing a lot of traffic here. Corney's coming
almost
round.
like she is thinking that Munro was going to go leg side rather than the big swing, the big drive, the off drive.
This will be a little bit shorter now. It's quite full still. Thumps into the pads.
It's like a half appeal from Cleary. She sort of joined in with somebody else's and sort of put a hand up as if to say, please, miss, please give that.
No real threat, I don't think, of that ever really been given.
No, I don't think it was.
Munro waits for this one and just bats it into the leg side where we said those fielders were deep, so there is time to take that single. And that is the end of that over. Just the 2 from it.
Yeah.
Cleary bowling well there.
So still only 2 off that over, and that's at this stage in the game, you can see on the Manhattan here that it's really going down rather than up. So I think we've gone from New York and we're now in Brackley. We're going down to those areas where we don't have much built up. So I think they need to get back into Bristol at least in the next few overs.
There's a few high-rise bits in Bristol. It's
Exactly.
hardly New York, mind you. We've got a few sort of office blocks and tower flats and things like that. Smale is again that cut shot. She's just not getting it at the moment. Smale won't mind. Dot ball after dot ball.
Yeah, the timing's not there, is it?
Not at the moment. Munro on strike after that single. And the last ball of the last over. Taking a big step forwards there, and the first fielder manages to take the pace off. It's Harvey, and Skelton does the collecting. Again, they come through for just the 1 run. To the 39th over now. around the wicket and just defended by Graves.
Apart from, the flamboyant drives, they don't look to be being creative very much in this spell of the game. Good bowling from Smale, is putting it online, not giving them much room at this stage. But sometimes you have to make room.
I wonder, with these two, number 7 and 8, how confident they'd feel doing that. Is that the sort of thing they should be practicing, I guess, when they're being coached?
Yeah, definitely. I think, and that's the scenario practice that you do. It's not just a question of going out and batting, because every batting scenario is different. Sometimes you've got to go out there and hold up an end while somebody else is finding the middle of the bat. And sometimes you've got to be the aggressor. You've got to be the one who takes the game to the opposition and create. It's amazing how many errors you can cause in the field when you start putting the aggression into your batting. We've seen today there's been 2 or 3 poor misfields, but there's not been many really, because the pressure's not been massively on them. They've been able to keep attacking because they've not looked to run well between the wickets.
Well, we've got a change in bowling now. Cleary finishes her second spell. She's still got 2 overs up her sleeve. And it'll be Chloe Skelton who is the spinner. They've got spin from both ends now. Smale one and Skelton the other. And just a little bit of field movement before we get going. Spread out on the leg side at the moment as that's pushed into the leg side. Just the one fielder on the boundary on the offside.
Yeah, it's almost like they're more used to the pace bowling than they are the spin bowling, so I think this is a good option. And there's a good old slog sweep. It's gone straight to a limping. I think that
Fran Wilson. Yeah.
That really did hit her on the knee, I think. That's not a nice area of the field to field in, because you've got all the footmarks from previous games, and it can sometimes just shoot on you. And that's what happened there, I think.
I think that's why Fran Wilson will be there, because she is an excellent fielder and it's a tough place to do it. She didn't let it past her. That's in the air and will bounce a few times on the way to the fielder. Just the single from it. So they're picking up these singles here and there.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem, because they've backed themselves into a corner. They're struggling now to get anything but singles, and Western Storm will be very happy that it's only a single.
That one angled down towards the third area. There'll be a dive in. Oh, no, just a simple pick up in the end to stop it from going over the rope. And they'll come back. Throw a couple there. Graves on 17. Monroe there on 11. Just building a platform now, these two. Skelton comes in. There's a attempted pull shot, but not really timed it properly. Straight to the fielder, Fran Wilson.
I think she'll be happy at that one. It just bounced nicely up to standing up midriff level, so she didn't have the danger of it scooting onto her.
Oh, now that's in the air. Could be a fielder underneath it. Might be taken. Oh, no, couldn't quite get in the right position, and in fact has just helped it over the rope. Pushed it for 4. Emma Corney, who couldn't quite. I wonder whether it got caught up a little bit in a breeze there, because she had time, I think, to get underneath it properly and couldn't quite get there. So that one goes for 4. We reach the 40th over, and I'm going to swap out, leave you with Jane Powell, and Kath Wilkins will come in.
I thought that was going to be a catch then. It was a great effort out in the deep mid-wicket, diving attempt, but just couldn't hang on to it. And I'm rejoined by Kath. As I hear that Johnny Bairstow's been run out.
That's a huge 6. Absolutely launched into that one, didn't she?
She
Probably
did.
gave it what it deserved with kindness.
Our first 6 of the game, I think.
It is.
And we're still trying to locate the ball. We've just got the ball back, and young Smale comes on for her She's into her 9th over, so she'll be hoping to pick up a wicket in this one. She'll definitely not want to bowl that full toss again, so as she comes in, she gets a better, and that was just past the outside edge.
Close.
Just past the outside edge. Not Wraith looking as if she's expecting something every ball at the moment. It's getting a nice little bit of lift off that one. It's difficult when you're playing against somebody. She must be 5'10", I would think at least, and she's getting a lot of lift off the pitch, and that's why she'll be disappointed with that first ball where she overpitched it, and the batter could dispatch her for 6 into the car park down at the bottom end.
Absolutely. I mean, Smell's bowling probably 23 to 24 yards, isn't she? She bowls very deep into the crease. Wonder whether she does mix up that length every now and then. It's hard to spot from the angle that we're at, but
yeah,
she's into a stride on the back line almost. I'm very much into the wind from this end.
Yeah, she's almost bowling level with the stumps, isn't she, rather than the old popping crease, as they called it.
So last 10 overs, Jane, I think Western Storm have been absolutely brilliant to restrict the Blaze.
Yeah, they have. I think it's been a combination of Storm being brilliant and keeping the pressure on, and Blaze losing their way a little bit and not really putting the pressure back on Storm at any stage. I mean, that 6 is the first shot that we've seen of any deliberate anger almost in the last 10 overs. Run rate is hovering around 4.5.
Yeah.
It's not quite 5.
I think the issue for Blaze, they don't have many wickets left in hand when you're at this point, aren't you? It's in the last 10 overs you really want to be certainly going for it, but they are working it well around the field, and that will run away. Just runs away down for 4.
Just down third man. I think almost Sophie Luff actually got a hand on it, but sort of pushed it away from the other the cover fielder coming round, so it was a lot further for them to run. But you know, those are the things you have to do. You have to try and stop it, so no discredit there.
Pulled away.
I think got some hands on it there from Fran Wilson, and they're coming back for 2, and they take the 2.
It's a good aggressive start to this over, I think. Like I say, crucial now for the Blaze to push on as best they can, but be mindful that they've only got 4 wickets left.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many wickets you've got left at the close of 50 overs, but it does matter how many runs you've got. So there comes a stage in any innings where you have to take a risk or two. As fielders now, you'll be thinking there's a chance coming. Every ball, there's a chance coming. So keep aware and keep awake. So even if it's smashed out to you on the boundary, look for to get the ball in quickly so that they can't get run out.
Yeah, completely agree.
Skelton comes in again from the pavilion end, tosses that one up, and it's stroked out to the deep cover boundary where it's fielded, and there's just 1 run. So we're in the 42nd over, so at the end of this over we've got 8 overs left. Even if they scored a run a ball, then that's 48, which would push them up to 230. You've got to be looking for a minimum of that. So you've got to be looking for that. As the Western Storm, then they're probably looking to keep them below 220.
Yeah, I think you'd be happy. We'd be really happy with below 220 from this point on. I think. I think the sun's come out now as well, so it's gonna. I think it was supposed to be cloudy for most of today, so I think that adds an extra element as well in terms of from the pitch point of view.
Yeah, and you'd anticipate that it would be easier batting. as the sun's out. This morning, you know, it was very overcast. Often the ball swings around a lot more in those conditions. As we sit here, the clouds are clearing by the minute. You know, we're seeing a lot more blue sky than what we've seen this morning. So certainly as Sophie Luff, I'd be pleased to think I'm going to be batting in these conditions.
In these conditions, yes, second time round. So change of bowler. Is that Molly Robbins coming on to bowl?
Griffiths?
14, yeah, Robbins.
Yeah, Robbins, you're absolutely right. Not that I doubted you in any shape or form. This is your neck of the woods, isn't it? So they gave me a passport to come down here today. So
let you in.
Yeah, they let me in.
Privileged. Pushed away just past square for 1.
There is a part of me that thinks that both of these batters prefer the pace on the ball. So Robbins needs to keep it tight and make sure that she doesn't give them anything where they can swing their arms. But she was the opening bowler, so she should be capable of doing that.
That's well bowled. Ooh.
They're taking the single and they come through for a single, and that's a much better approach from Blaze to push for a run every single ball. And then there is quite a big gap. There's nobody on the circle on the legs. There's a fine leg on the circle, but in front on the leg side there's a free shot every time, and that's a good ball. But she did she get an edge on that?
She did, yeah.
And again, this is when the wicket keeper stands up and it's swings and roundabouts. I'm never sure whether I prefer a keeper being up or a keeper being back at this stage. Part of me thinks go back and take the wickets and still save the runs.
Oh, that's well taken.
Great take.
Yeah, it's a wide, unfortunately, but great take by Wraith behind the stumps there. I think you're right. I think, you know, the tendency is to stand up because then the batter knows they can't drift too far out of their crease. But
they're not hitting it that well,
no.
so, you know, take that risk and give yourself a bit more chance and time.
Swing and a miss. Not sure. I think she was in two minds on what shot to play there, and it's, like I say, it is lifting a bit at that end now.
Yeah, I think the bowler's getting it to do a little bit, and I think that's the important thing. You know, Robbins opened the bowling, so she's got that control, and there's another one. And I think Nat Wraith wore that one, but she stopped it. So, I mean, you'd almost be saying that, isn't that a good indication to go back a bit? Give yourself, protect yourself a bit more, because I can't see that they would be running to the wicket keeper if the ball went through.
That's driven. Oh, again, it's in that
a nasty bounce.
Yeah, that rough.
And they're
area
coming
there.
back for 2, and they get the 2 easy. And earlier on in this innings, they just weren't doing that. They weren't putting the pressure on. So they've now recognised that they need to put a bit more pressure on. And as a result, they picked up 6 runs from that over. So, but it's still only 1 a ball.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'd be very happy if I was a fielding team that they weren't getting any boundaries. That's the key thing at this stage.
Yeah, and it just nudges them over as well, over the 200 mark, so no 201.
7 overs left.
So Alex Griffiths from the pavilion end.
Graves, she's sort of quietly moved on to 31. She has batted for 40 balls, but you know she's doing a good job for her team really in this middle of the batting order.
Ooh,
hit straight back at the bowler. I think
drilled.
Was it a bump ball? look on the replay here. Yeah,
Yeah.
bump ball. But it would have gone, no doubt, for 4 if the bowler had not got in the way of that. So good fielding off her own bowling. Good aggression from the bowler, preventing that one there.
Again, it's another good partnership, isn't it? They have built their partnerships well throughout the innings. Obviously, Western Storm would be keen to break that as soon as possible to get someone fresh at the crease to just minimise these last 6 overs.
Little bit of movement in the field as Griffiths comes in. Balls, and there's a bit of a heave there to mid-wicket, just for the single. Oh, and we've hit the stumps.
I think she was safely in a crease there, wasn't she?
Yeah, there wasn't any excitement from anybody, including myself there. I was just wondering if the ricochet was going to go anywhere, but the batters didn't look interested, so I don't think there was any excitement whatsoever. But a good throw in, nevertheless. That's up in the air,
Is it gonna
and this
carry?
time it's gone.
Oh,
And she's dropped
dear.
it.
Get it back in. Sorry, that's the coach in me coming out now. Or
She had that, and then she spilled it. It was almost like, crikey, it's in. It's out. It's in. Oh. She made 2 attempts. Never easy, and in this day and age, it's really hard because you can replay them.
should have been taken, unfortunately. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
That's probably the best shot she's played, but even having said that, she's only going to get 1 run for it. So, lovely shot, but the field is placed for that, and the bowler knows that. So, the bowler wants to not give any width, because if you give width, then they can play it square of the wicket, where it's more difficult to set the field. But if you bowl it straight, the only place it can go really is straight.
Nicely worked.
They've taken 1, and no chance of a 2 there.
Sweeper doing the job well, and the end of the over.
And only 4 off that over. So there was a chance of a wicket. There was some big hits, but they still only got 4 runs off that over. And, as the blaze now, you're starting to think, come on, we've only got 6 overs left. And we really need to push this on. We've only got 200. We've got 205 off 264 balls. So theoretically, we've played a minimum of nearly 60 balls, nearly 10 overs of dot balls.
Yeah.
And really, in this day and age, that's not good enough.
No, I think you're right. I think one of these two, probably Monroe. She's got the better strike rate off the balls, but needs to push on. You need to decide between them who's going to go for it.
Good take by Wraith, but that's going to be a wide. And, I try to impress on young players. Look, even in T20, if you get 1 a ball, that's 120. So you don't always have to look for the big hits. But what they could have done better is run between the wickets a bit more aggressively.
Swing and a miss. I think Monroe heard me, but,
Yeah. And
needs to be controlled.
Just drop it into there.
Yeah.
Drop it in front of you. Rotate strike. Rotating strike, it looks like they're quite different batters, different heights, so different length of ball will mix up the bowler.
It's well bowled. Just held that one back a bit.
Yeah, I think Western Storm are doing a great job, but I do think that, if you make your mind up as batters, it's amazing how many times you can get the single. And it's like they're waiting for it to be a misfield or in a gap, instead of let's put pressure on them, let's take the risk now.
Or slog it.
That's a good
cracking shot for 4.
Yeah.
Split the pack there. But like you say, only 4 off the over there. They could have had potentially 2 singles, which would have brought them 6 off the over. So again, it's that using your cricketing intelligence to drop and go, and like you say, put the pressure on the fielders, because the bad ball doesn't always come.
Yeah.
Just like that. Single taken.
And that's an easy, safe single
absolutely.
every single time. Robbins comes into bowl. And there's a swing there down to fine leg, backward square, and that's going to beat the bowler, beat the fielder out there. So this is proving to be a constructive over for the Blaze and not so great for Western Storm. And it's amazing what a difference just 2 boundaries make.
Suddenly that pressure's off as well, isn't it? So it's 9 from the over. Still a ball to come. Good hit, but well fielded, only for the 1, but good over from the Blaze, much needed. So from here, Jane, what do you think they'd be looking at? 5 overs to go. If you're the Blaze, what would you be asking for?
You've got to get a minimum of 6 and over, a minimum. So you're looking for another 30 at least, because there's no risk in 1 a ball. So the risk comes if you just say, right, we'll take 1 a ball, but at any stage in the over, there's going to be a ball that we can hit over the boundary. Suddenly you're looking at 9, 10 and over. And, that makes a massive difference. 50 or 30 makes a difference at this stage. But I do think at times that young players and players of today think about 4 boundaries and I'm like, yeah, that's great if you can do it, but if you can't, what's your plan B?
Well,
So it's great to have plan A, but what is your plan B? And there's plan A. But at the end of the day, they've got 2 off that. So good shot, good hit. The field is out there, so it's always risky. We've seen 2 chances, I think, put down on that leg side boundary. So the leg side fielders must be expecting a chance coming.
And it's rotating the strike, isn't it? If you just drop it and go, it's.
So we saw that big hit. They got 2 off it. We've seen 2 balls. They've still only scored 2.
Yeah.
And that's the mentality that I don't think they often work out, because they think, that was a big hit. Yes, it was, but you only got 2 runs and then you didn't score off the next ball. That's a good hit. Another big hit, and it's gone straight to the fielder at long on, and is a single. I sometimes think if you're dropping it and running, you start to bring the field in. That starts to give you more spaces to hit into. So it's a little bit of chess almost at this stage.
Absolutely.
So that's 4 balls now. We've scored 3 off 4 balls. Western Storm, you'd be, that's good.
Yeah,
right, let's finish this over well.
And she's bowling well to her field, because there's big gaps on the leg side, isn't there? But she is bowling well. That they've got the areas covered that are needed to be covered, so they are restricting them well. And
that ball cut back, and there was an appeal behind, but not given. But a good ball. Just see this on the replay. Robbins comes in. Difficult to tell from that angle, but it looked like it was just missing.
Not sure that's where she intended it to go, but they've got a run from it to finish off the over.
4 runs off the over. So we had lots of big swings, but actually we got 4 runs off the over.
Yeah.
So sometimes, you have to certainly as a fielding side, don't worry too much about the approach. Concern yourself with the outcomes or the what comes out of each over. And 4 runs, you'd be happy at this stage.
Yeah.
Very happy.
So a change of bowler, Jane, at this end. They're bringing Clearly on from a different end. So it'd be good to see how she goes.
Yeah, she's got what's she got? She's got 2 overs left, so she
Yeah.
can finish off from this end, can't she? The last 2 overs, and it'll be interesting who they use at the other end, whether they keep going with Griffiths, who's doing a reasonable job actually. She's bowled 4 overs for 15 runs. That's pretty good, under 4 and over.
Having a good chat, certainly, aren't they, about where the field should be or what the plan is. So they've got 2 sweepers out on the leg
what
side.
What time is cut off?
And they've got 1 out on the other side. Cut off 13:46, so
Well within that time.
well within that time, yeah.
Yeah. It's
Clearly.
quite nice to see cricket where the over rate keeps up,
Yeah.
or even ahead of time. And Cleary altering the field, sending back the long on, bringing up the third man. So Cleary comes in from the Ashley Down end and she bowls big swing out over the top of Point's head, but the cover fielders managed to get round to field that and they come back for 2 runs.
Intended, I'd say. Good.
Yeah, I think that the way I'm reading it is their intention is to have a big swing at most of the balls at the moment, and they're hoping that certainly on the offside it's going over the inner circle. There is no inner circle on the leg side, so they don't have to worry about that.
I think you're right with these pair liking the pace more, so Clearly is bowling at a good pace. 1 taken down to mid-off. But yeah, I think they're enjoying the pace that's on offer, and like you say, quicker it comes, the quicker it goes.
Absolutely, and I think that, but they're not, so often when there's pace on the ball, you start to angle the bat and run it down to third man, etc. And I don't think they feel they can do that, so they're going big swings over the top, and there's the wicket.
Yeah.
Great wicket. Well bowled by Piper Cleary, and good intent from Blaze, but one of those had to stick. That's the 3rd attempt now that they've had, and they had to take one. 3rd time lucky, you could say, but I'm not sure there was much luck in that. I think it was more intention and more planned by the Western Storm.
And Fran Wilson
Storm
taking
girls.
an easy catch, but the safest pair of hands.
You're not going to see Fran Wilson drop those. And well bowled by Piper Cleary.
Yeah.
She picks up, is that her first wicket? She's bowled well throughout. That is difficult. Second wicket.
Yeah.
A second wicket in her 9th over. 2 for 32 at the moment. Looks like she's enjoying her new club. I think, if these girls don't enjoy playing cricket with what they get these days, something's wrong, isn't it? And whilst you might have loyalty to a team, you just want to play somewhere. So if somebody asks you to play, even if it is lastminute.com, then you say, yeah, I'm coming, I'm here. Where do you want me? What time? Yeah, I'll be there. And here she is, and she's going to bowl potentially a lot of 10 overs. And I'm sure that Western Storm have enjoyed having her as part of the team as she comes into bowl to the new batter Munro, who takes a swing. Oh, and there's a scampered single. It was almost like they weren't going to run, and then they realised that there was an easy single there.
So Claridge has come in. So Claridge on.
Beg your pardon.
That's all right. Claridge was on strike. That one. I think it's the experience that she brings as well, isn't it? That it's probably much needed. well
That's a
bowled.
great Yorker. What a great ball from Cleary there.
Finished off a great over.
Probably one of the most underused balls in cricket is the Yorker, but they're very difficult to bowl. If you over pitch it, it becomes a full toss. So great over there from Cleary, who took one off that over for 4 runs. So that's 2 4-run overs in a row. There's now only 3 overs left. And you look at the total and you think, it just feels a little bit undercooked at the moment.
So I think it's Griffiths from the pavilion end.
And Claridge to face.
Driven down the ground. Quick single taken.
This part of me there thinks, attack the ball, there's a chance of a run out. But it's a lot easier from up here than it is down there. And, you know, I actually think that mid-on, mid-off are 2 of the most difficult places to judge whether the ball's coming to you or not.
Oh, Griffiths in. That's gone high. Not going to carry.
It looked like it was travelling a lot further than it actually did, didn't it? And it was like, yes, it's up in the air, and no, it's dropping a long way short.
I think the wind is certainly affecting it today. That's straight into the headwind. So like I say, it was holding it back when it looked like it was easily going.
There's a catch.
Yes, well
and taken.
Clearly, he's doing well on her debut, isn't she? In the mix of all of it.
Well, that's Griffiths, isn't it? Is it who took the catch?
Clearly.
Is that Cleary?
Yeah.
Pipe Cleary, enjoying her day out at Bristol County Ground here in Gloucestershire. She'll probably say, can we play her every day? Because I'm having good fun.
It was good aggression, but unfortunately it just didn't carry. So, yeah, easy catch.
And that's the problem. When you
Mid-on.
come in now fresh, you think that you're hitting it quite hard, but you've got to time it. It's not about brute strength, it's about timing. And if you time it, then it will fly. And if not, then you'll do what you did there. The outfield, the rings fielders are quite a way away. So if you don't middle it, then it's going to go to them. And that went straight to hand. So good wicket by Western Storm. And that wicket, therefore, keeps the run rate down again. They're now 8 wickets down. Are the Blaze for 226. And I'm sure Sophie Luff is encouraging her team to go, come on, just 2 more wickets. Just 2 more wickets. Push on. Let's make sure that we finish this well.
Yeah, I think they're finishing strong here, Western Storm. Which is exactly as you said. Just 2 more wickets and restrict them very well during these 50 overs. So,
This is Lucy Hyam.
yeah, on strike. Pulled away first ball, down to just backward square for 1 run.
And now, I mean, Lucy Hyam's not as tall as Munro, and so rotating the strike now will really upset the length of the bowling, and that's where you can start to really capitalise. The problem is you've only got 15 balls left or 14 balls left, you know, so you've got to make the most of it. You've got to make every ball count, and that's cloth basically. I think that's, in general terms, that just wasn't going anywhere.
No.
Frustrating for a bowler because you think, oh, but you can't have a fielder there at this stage in the game. Earlier in the game that would have been a very simple catch. But it's almost like that cross-battered straight drive, isn't it?
Very much. Yep. worked around the corner.
See, Heyhoe likes it round to the leg, and they're coming back for 2. And throw comes in, but she's safely home for 2 runs.
And that's the over.
6 off the over, a wicket as well. So we have two wickets left. 2 wickets and 2 overs left. So it depends which team you're supporting, which one you're pushing for. But the score is 230. Which is not unreasonable.
No.
You're going to have to bowl well. But it's a target at the moment. So Piper Cleary to come on for her last over. So far she's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 33. Not only effective but economical. That's a wide ball.
Yeah, giving us a wide.
Yeah, and she was looking at the umpire going, was it? Are you sure?
Oh.
And she's having a little discussion with the umpire about that.
Friendly debate.
It's obviously an Australian interpretation of a wide, I feel. So probably just get it straighter, Piper. Don't worry about it. Just get it on the stumps now. As she comes in from the Ashley Down Road end. Oops, and that'll be a no ball.
And pulled for 4.
And that's very poor cricket. That's almost like the wide has affected her, and she's then tried to do something a little bit more flamboyant. Bowled a no ball. It's gone for 4 runs, and they've still got another ball as well. She is apologising to the batter after she let go of that, and it just slipped. Sometimes it's not that you do that deliberately, it's just that if she was trying to bowl, say, a knuckleball or something like that, it probably came out of her hand just a bit too early.
But like you say, just keep it simple maybe as well.
That's up in the air. This could be another wicket. And it's taken.
Yeah.
But it's a no ball.
Yeah.
So there's frustration for you. They're the ones where you just think, oh, so annoying when the previous ball was such a bad one. But you've shown that you can do it, so you just go for the next ball now. As Piper Cleary comes in, and she bowls, and she tries the ramp shot, and she ramped it almost straight to the fielder. It's a good piece of fielding because it's one of those that you have to go for the catch, but you've also got to make sure you stop it running past you. So good bit of fielding there.
I think she thought it was coming straight into the hands. I think she just, and then it, like I said, it just dipped.
Yeah.
I think that wind is swirling down more there than we realised, because I think she just thought that was going to be straight into the hands. This is turning into a very good over for the Blaze.
That's up in the air again, and it's gone
Taken.
Straight to the fielder, and a great catch out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Piper Cleary picks up her 3rd wicket.
Would we call that commentator's curse? That I said it's turning into a great over and then there's a catch to the next ball?
Could do. I think at this stage in the game, whatever commentators say, anything could happen.
Exactly.
We haven't seen Piper Cleary bowl a no ball before. We haven't seen a number of things, and this is the pressure of runs, overs, time, everything that comes together in these last few overs. But that's a great catch. She's still debating with the umpire whether that genuinely was a wide or not, and she's asking for them to explain it to her. I think she's trying to say, but the batter moved, so I followed her.
Followed the line,
And I think sometimes the rules of cricket are not always straightforward to follow, and you can hear all sorts of different interpretations. She just needs to concentrate on the next ball now. Control the things control the controllables.
Absolutely.
The only thing you can do now is concentrate on the next ball, and
only one more to get.
I was going to say they're 9 wickets down, so you only need one more good ball. And wouldn't you like to finish it off? You've got 3 3 balls left because it was a wide and a no ball. So 3 balls left.
Left-hander as well. Ballinger to the crease. So that, again, if you rotate the strike now, that's frustrating in the last day for Western Storm if you've got right to left hand. So that would be probably one objective if I was out there.
I think it's always frustrating if you can't knock over number 11, you know, because you just think, well, they've used all their batters up now. This is a bowler. And then you see them play a decent shot like that you just think, well, that's a pretty good shot, really. She played that well.
Yep, off the mark. His over still goes on.
Yes, this is potentially the longest over we've seen. We're well within the time limit, so we're all right. As Cleary comes in, she bowls. It's a swing, it's missed. Wicketkeeper doesn't know quite where that's gone.
Last ball. Eight ball over.
If you take the wicket, you don't mind. So here we go, last ball. Full and straight, and it's helped round into the onside field for a single, and that brings up the 49th over. And Piper Cleary finishes on 3 for 43 runs off 10 of her 10 overs. Quite a good debut, really. Quite a good performance. She's still talking to the umpire. The umpire's still talking to her. This could be a running saga. It could go on for a little while yet. And the umpire's still saying something.
Yeah. There was a nod in agreement at the end.
And these are the sort of things that the girls have to be really careful of, because as you go more professional, then they'll be levelled a level 1 at them. There'll be penalties to pay.
Absolutely.
Especially as the increase or the equaling out of payment goes. So there's a lot of education that's needed around how the game goes forward. And another swipe into the offside, just one bounce to Cleary, and they go through for the single.
Yeah, so we're into the last over, 241. So they'll be looking to get to 250 here.
Left-hander Ballinger on strike.
Again, that rotating the strike is a frustration, isn't it? As a captain, as a bowler.
Yeah, especially left-hand, right-hand.
Left to right hands, that combo. You have to change the field each time. Ooh, wide,
Wonder if they'll have a debate about this one, or whether they'll just go.
I think Griffiths will just let that go.
I think that's fair enough. It was wide. I don't think there was much debate about that one at all. So Griffiths has to re-bowl that one. She's at the top of her mark. It's coming in from the pavilion end. She comes into Grace Ballinger, and she hits her on the leg, but there's no appeal, and they scamper through for a single. Leg by is the signal from the umpire.
Again, the field needing to adjust. It's the right-hander now on strike.
By now, you'd think the fielders know where they're going, and they just need to do it quickly, don't they? Yeah. Into Lucy Hyam, who takes a slap, and just one bounce to the fielder. That's one of those that seem to have a lot of hang time, but nobody seemed to be wanting to go for a potential catch, but it probably dropped quite a way short in the end.
Yeah. Always looks closer from here.
Yes.
Out there, probably about 10 metres in it.
Yeah. Grace Ballinger on strike. Griffiths comes in, bowls, and she just puts that just over the head. It chipped it, little 9-iron there, just over the top. Looks like the umpire's checking how many balls to go with her fellow umpire, and but there's, I believe, 2 balls to go.
Oh.
But then
Oh,
again,
then again. Maybe
if you
not.
bowl them out, then you don't have to
Then you
bowl that extra ball.
Didn't want the last one. Yeah, bowled there. She tried to work it down to leg where that gap was, but yes, took leg stump out. So Griffiths picks up another wicket.
And Blaze finish on 243, 245, sorry. So you would think that that's slightly underclubbed, but you never can tell in this wonderful game of cricket, can you? Because it depends how the next team bats on that wicket. But the wicket looks fairly true. It doesn't look like it's doing very much. So it's really up to the bowlers to make it do something and the fielders to effect run-outs and catches. And we'll see where we go from there. What's your take on it, Catherine?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, who do you think would be the happier captain right now? I think Sophie Luff would be very pleased with how her team's pulled together. There's your beginning, your middle, and the end, and I think in each department of those, Western Storm have been nosing ahead in some areas of those departments, but I think they've finished really strongly here, and to restrict them to 245. I think with the start that was made by the Blaze, I think if I was Sophie Luff, I'd be very happy with how that's finished.
No, I think you're right. I think both captains and both coaches will be trying to put the positive on it. So, yes, I think Storm fielded and bowled very well, and it was a good performance from them. But if I was in the Blaze camp, I'd be going, we've won every game. We're top of the table. We're good enough to bowl them out. If they've scored that, we can bowl them out for less. So it's a target. It's not a massive target, but it's still a target that the other team have now got to get to. So you can see that there'd be positives from both sides, and it's very exciting for the second innings.
Indeed. So I think that's where we'll take our break. Thank you for listening, and we will be back after lunch. Thanks all.
Welcome back to the county ground in Bristol, the Brightside County Ground, where blue sky is just coming out over the top of us here, and it'll be Western Storm chasing 246 to win this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game against the Blaze. Kath Wilkins is with us today, but I'm currently alongside Jane Powell, former England and Yorkshire player, and a coach, and also involved with Yorkshire currently and with the England disability setup as well. You've got a finger in a lot of cricket pies there, Jane, haven't you?
Yeah, it's just a question of what day of the week is it and which cricket pitch am I at. So
sounds great.
I love it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there are. I think some people have to work for a living. Oh, I am working. Yeah, so that's okay.
Well, it's going to be Grace Ballinger, which is no surprise that she's starting up her strong run up, the left-hander, and this just defended first up by Alex Griffiths.
That's an interesting run-up, isn't it? There's a bit of a gallop as we go along there, but she certainly attacking the crease is Grace Ballinger.
Yeah, she really does start strong on the run-up, doesn't she? Like sort of gallops into it. Here we go. There we are.
There you go.
Hop and a skip, in she goes, and this one just pushed into the leg side this time. Still no run. 246. How do you feel the Western Storm will be thinking about that? It's a defendable total, isn't it? But it's still going to take some getting.
Yeah, it's as I said at the end of the first innings. It's positive from both sides really. Blaze will be thinking we can defend that. We can defend that, and they've just got to bowl nice and accurately. They've got a good field set. Just the 2 out, the fine leg and deep mid wicket. And then they've got this absolute press on the offside. So there's very few singles to be had there. If you can pierce that field, then it's going to be a boundary, but not easy to do from the left arm over the wicket. Grace Ballinger as she comes in.
Well, that one's coming across the batter full, and Griffiths leaves it alone, just watches it past the edge of her bat. She's got to be careful here. As you say, there's plenty of pace on these deliveries. She's picked up a few wickets already in this competition when it was going earlier on in the year.
Yeah, you often think that wide one, is the one to actually go after, but you can understand why in the first over you're trying to get a sighter, and that again is the one that comes across. Not always easy, that left arm over the wicket that looks to be going away from you and can suddenly cut back from the quick bowlers.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, what the difference having a left hand either bowling or batting can make in amongst a lot of right-handers. Noticed there was a lot of right-hand batting going on, in fact, in both teams, and in fact a lot of women's cricket.
Yes.
A lot of right-handers. So that one is left alone. You'd say a higher proportion than in men's cricket, where it's maybe slightly more balanced.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I keep looking at our Yorkshire men's team and thinking there's too many left-handers.
Too many left-handers.
Because we're probably one of the few that has got a number of recognised good bats, but they're all left-handed.
And actually, you don't want to have all the same.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't leave people out of the team really because of it.
No,
but
correct.
You don't really. It's not ideal.
You want to mix up what the bowler has to bowl at. So
exactly.
If you're all left-handers, then that's just as bad as that being all right-handed. So I think I've often said if I ever come back in this life, I'll be left-handed. Left-handed bat rather than a right-handed bat. But they always look so glamorous, don't they?
100%.
So
100%. I don't know what it is, but always. Watching some of the great lefties, Marcus Trescothick is one of mine, comes to mind. Just the big booming cover drive.
Yes.
From the left-hander.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm old enough to remember David Gower, who used to just stroke it. It's just like, wow, that's just raced to the boundary, and he's just stroked it.
Corny up on her toes there. So we start off with a maiden, which is very good for the Blaze. So it's going to have to be a 49 over chase, this one, for the Western Storm. 246 still needed.
This is de Klerk, who's picked up a lot of wickets in this competition.
including 7 in one game.
Correct, I
Which
did
you were
see
at.
that, yes, I did see that one.
Yeah, that must have been pretty ferocious. Oh, there's just a bit of something on that. I think possibly bat then pad. There's no shout for LBW because it was going down the leg side. I think maybe just a bit of pad. Let's see what the umpire says. Yeah, they're in agreement.
Yeah, and the wicket-keeper did well there to keep it to just the one. She had to dive to her left.
Bit of a goalkeeper's dive,
Yeah,
really, wasn't it? Just pushing it
and she
around
did
the
well
post.
because I thought, oh, that's going down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah. Definitely did a good job. We've got a slip in place here. Georgie Boyce. As de Klerk comes in to Griffiths, who angles the bat but picks out the fielder at backwards point. No run there. Just the 1 on the total now.
Kelly looks to have set a good field here. That it doesn't make it easy to pick up easy runs.
Trying to make them work for every run they're going to have to get here. This one's clipped into the leg side and they'll push hard here. In fact, they won't need to because it's going to run all the way for 4. First boundary up, and it's Alex Griffiths who finds it in her 8th delivery and score 5 for no loss.
And the minute you give any of these girls any width, and or put it too far onto their pads, then they're quite good at whipping this ball round to leg side or easing it into the outfield. And this outfield is just like lightning. So if it's into a space, it's very difficult to chase it down.
Left alone that time.
In fact, the only area of the ground where we've seen successful chasers has been long off, sort of just pulling it just a bit squarer than straight, or long on.
Slip remains in place. No major surprise there, given that Alex Griffiths is opening up that side of the field. There she is again, and there's a attempted shot. Not a great bit of technique there, a bit away from her body, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a lack of foot movement. So, you know, if you're going to hit it out there, then that back foot should come across slightly so that your head's right over the ball. But the moment the foot's going straight back, and then we're just wafting at the ball outside off stump. And I think that's a byproduct of T20. Because a lot of the time you just stand and deliver.
Yep.
So you just got to let the bat flash through and hope that there's something that connects.
And although there's a lot of similarity between this and T20, actually here you can play your proper cricket shots.
Yeah, you can.
It's pretty much the longest format a lot of these women will play.
It is the longest format that any of them will play unless they play in a test match.
Cricket. Exactly, yeah. So this is the long form for these players.
Yes, and who knows, what the future will bring, with the ICEC report, and whether that means that women will have to play more than just 50 over cricket.
Well, that's going to be a wide. Well, we hope so, because actually the test match between England and Australia and other matches as well recently have been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I found it fascinating that Danny Wyatt had not played a test in her 12 years or whatever she's been playing, Well,
and there's only 1 or 2 a year in
Yes.
the whole globe that's happening.
Yeah.
You just think, well, those opportunities are so few and far between. And yet they really could be great spectacles. Well, they are when they happen. Here's Ballinger in again, then the left-hander. Nice shot that. Just pushing it into the ground, first of all.
Yeah.
Interested to see Emma Corney, how she gets on here. I'm impressed with what I saw in the field. She did drop a catch towards the end, but her run saving was very good.
She did very well. I think Western Storm fielded well and bowled well, and it's just a question of, can Blaze bowl and field as well as Storm, and if so, then Storm are going to have to bat better. Simple logic.
Yeah, that's sort of in a nutshell there, isn't it, really? If you're going to field just as well or better, you're putting pressure onto the batting side to be better than you were.
And Blaze Blaze are the rebranded Loughborough Lightning, but have completely transformed this year. That you almost can't compare them to what they were.
Yeah, it's completely unrecognisable, really, isn't it? Considering it was just a bit of a rebrand, as you say.
Yep. Give them a different name, give them different coloured kit, and then they play better.
Yeah, that's it. That's logic. And that was to bring in the rest of the East Midlands, wasn't it? 'Cause
Yeah.
they weren't just then Loughborough. They took in Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. And
Yeah, I think they're
Lincolnshire.
based at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, yeah.
And certainly I've been at Trent Bridge a couple of times this season, and they're very keen to promote the women as well.
Yeah, well, what's interesting is the kit is pretty much the same as a Nottinghamshire kit, just orange instead of green. They've got the same sponsors.
Yep.
Kit looks very, very similar to a Nottinghamshire kit. Ballinger in again. Galloping forwards. Oh, piercing the infield here. And that will be the first boundary and runs for Emma Corney.
What a great shot that was. She just leaned into it, didn't she, and just eased it through the covers. You know, it's almost like there's no slogging about that. Or just guide it out into that outfield, and it's a long way. It's gone 15, 20 yards back from the boundary, and the fielders are just coming back now.
Yeah.
It's a long way out there.
So that gets your thumbs up as a coach, does it? That
Yeah, I
shot?
like that shot. Yeah, definitely. All day, every day, that's a great shot.
Yeah, there is this. Actually, there's a sort of first slip and a gully, I guess you'd call it. Could be even
Yeah.
a fourth slip, but they are in place. She's got to be a bit careful playing across the line like that. But she's risked it again, and it's come off again. Another 4 runs, consecutive 4s. 2 great-looking shots from Emma Corney.
And that's bringing about a change in the field,
Well, they're going to have to do something there because
which is an interesting change because she's moved the deep third man round to fine leg.
yeah. Now that's that means that she's probably going to bowl something different. I'm guessing.
So that the only thing she can be doing now is bowling a bit straighter, and she's waiting for them to. So she's probably been targeting outside off stump, which Corney
she's looked comfortable, hasn't
she's
she?
two boundaries for
Yeah.
8 runs, so she's going to bowl a bit straighter.
Slip comes out. This one into the turf. No run. Yeah, it is. There's that risk of the left-hander sort of pushing it across you like that. You know, you're playing out into the offside, trying to cut it away
Yeah.
quite square. You do have the risk of those edges going to slip or even a thick edge to gully, but
Yeah.
she's played those well.
And that sort of exemplifies one of the problems in the test match, if you like, so girls don't play a lot of red ball cricket. They therefore don't practice being slip fielders. I mean, the slip fielders here at the moment, they'll probably be gone in the next 5 overs. And the chances of practicing in match conditions are virtually nil.
Well, that's it, isn't it? An attacking field in a test match is very different to an attacking field in a
Yeah,
T20 or a 50 over one where you've got sort of close within the circle, perhaps,
Absolutely.
and your key points
Yeah.
on the boundary. Whereas in a test match, you're looking for those edges. Well, that's Griffiths did take a big step across. We talked about her footwork before, and she was using it there, but decided that wasn't a ball to hit.
you know, in the old days, you used to be told, hit it in the V for the first goodness knows how many overs. These days, they're looking to play crossbar shots a lot quicker because of T20, because they know that's where they're going to get the most rewards. And she was caught then between moving her foot across but not being able to punch it off her back foot through the V because she wanted to cut it, and ended up leaving it because I don't think she was sure what shot she was going to play there.
If in doubt, it's
Yeah,
sometimes
probably
better just
best
to
to
leave it.
leave,
Yeah, as long
correct.
as it's not on target for the
Yeah.
stumps. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is get caught in 2 minds, give away an easy wicket, and
Absolutely.
already your team's on the back foot in the power play.
absolutely.
That's better. But picking out the fielder, not really timed. Keeping an eye on what else is going on. England now just need 102. Goodness. Well, I mean, that would be a story, wouldn't it, if that came off? Still a long way to go. Griffiths just sets herself here. Only hit 4 runs from 13 balls. She doesn't want to use up too many more deliveries, especially in the power play. Another dot ball. This is good from the Blaze, building a bit of pressure here.
De Klerk looks very sort of purposeful, doesn't she? You know.
Well, she's probably the only player on the pitch with test match experience, isn't she, I should think?
Yes, I think you're right.
And that's hit the pads. And the umpire says no.
Did she play in the one test match that She was able to.
I think she played. Yeah, I think she played in the one at Taunton, didn't she?
And that's the only one she's been able to play
Yeah,
in,
that's
isn't
the
it?
one that's happened probably
Yeah.
since she's been, in and around that team.
Yeah.
Yeah, one test. I'd imagine that would be against England at Taunton, but
Yes.
I can double check that.
And bizarrely, I mean, I went on 83, 84, 85 tour to Australia. We played a five test match series. You know,
Funny how things have changed.
Yeah.
You know, the white ball games
It's
have
like
become
going-
so big
yeah.
since then, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah.
What was the result after the 5-test series?
We lost by 2-1.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
no disgrace in that in Australia.
We won a
me.
test on Christmas Eve at Adelaide.
Christmas Eve. I know
Yes.
the Boxing Day test, but Christmas Eve
Christmas
test.
Eve test.
So what, the 5th day or something, or the 4th day? How long were the games? Were they?
Fourth day,
Yeah,
and
it's
we
Christmas
were
Eve.
very much. We shouldn't have won. We were only defending 150, and a certain player, I won't name, they dropped a catch just before tea time, and we walked off, and one of the older ladies who travelled with us went, "Never mind," and we all just looked, and the player who dropped it went, "What do you mean, never mind? Of course I mind." So.
Yeah, well, that's a good mindset. This is nicely timed into the leg side. Gets past one fielder, but not past the other. Well stopped, and that's Catherine Bryce there, who's a well-experienced international. So, yeah, although obviously playing for Scotland, she won't be involved in test matches until that starts.
And I mean, that's one
happening.
of the problems, is that a lot of the countries don't have the capacity to play test matches. So I think we do.
I mean, that's an issue.
We
in
do,
men's
but
cricket as well, isn't it?
there's no opposition.
Yeah. In comes Ballinger across the right-hander again, and there's no run.
And whilst we might now be able to fund it, other countries can't or
No.
won't. So it's all very well banging the drum and saying we want to do this. Yes, we do, but
You need opposition.
we can't be the only ones who are always
Yeah.
putting the matches on. And
It can't always
yeah.
be against Australia.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. You know, Australia, obviously, they've got the setup, which
yeah.
is
I mean, New
beyond
Zealand
worrying.
were playing them
Yeah.
at one stage, but they haven't played them for ages now.
South Africa coming into it maybe a bit more. Ballinger's in again and again. This is
Yeah, you
left
say
to
that,
right.
but they've had a big shake-up, haven't they, with various players now retiring.
Yeah, and they seem to struggle to hold on to some of their players as well.
Yeah.
Certainly in the men's game, a lot come over to get county contracts rather
Yeah.
than play for their country, don't they? Which is
And
something I think we'd find hard to.
a lot of the women
imagine.
are now doing franchise tournaments and not playing for South Africa.
Which is
So
where the money is. So you can't blame players
Yeah,
for,
no,
for
no.
going after that. It's a really tough situation.
yeah,
And cricket's got a lot of thinking to do. Full, left alone again. This is
So-
pretty metronomic from Ballinger here.
it's a good line, really, especially if the players are not going to risk it and try and drive it, because there's not a lot. There's not many other shots you could play to it other than a drive.
Which would be a risk coming across you like that. It's tempting. And at the moment, Griffiths is avoiding that temptation. She comes again and again, leaving it that time on length as it just hops over, not too far away from the stumps. Slow start this, just 3 runs and over at the moment.
I mean, whether Western Storm are thinking, look, they've got these two main bowlers, let's just see them off, sort of let them wear themselves out, and then we'll go for bowlers 3, 4 and 5. But it's a risky tactic, because it does mean you have to go really strong against the others as Ballinger comes in.
Well, there's that edge. There is an edge. And if the fielder had been a bit closer, that would have been a catching chance. But as it is, it's a dot ball. You're backloading the innings there, aren't you? You hold,
Yeah.
and then if you end up, you might get a great ball that you can't do nothing with, and you've lost a wicket and you've got no runs on the board.
That's right. And you're putting pressure on not only yourselves, but the players coming after you. Because if you've taken up so many balls and you've not kept the score going, pressure's on the next players to come in and go after it. Having said that, I always look at Duckworth Lewis to see where they think, Duckworth Lewis Stern, I think it should say now, but that's on 13 and they're on 15. So, pardon me.
And that's one of the benefits of batting second, isn't it? You've got
Yeah.
that DLS score up there, constantly telling you whereabouts you should be.
Yeah, it's always a good indicator of where you're placed and where you need to be placed at this stage. So you don't need to worry too much at the moment.
And you'll get some players, I should think, who spend a lot of time looking at the scoreboard, and others who play, which I don't think you can play completely forgetting it, because I think, you know, a game of cricket you've got to
Yeah,
try and win.
it
but
sort of takes the fun away, doesn't it? I used to
Yeah.
spend hours working out how many balls were left, what was the rate, how many, because we didn't have that on the scoreboards back in the day. So now it's like, oh, we don't need to work anything out. It's all on the scoreboard.
can tell you obviously liked your maths, did you? You
I
enjoyed doing all that
I
sort
like
of
the
stuff.
strategic nature of cricket. I like that. I like to work out, you know, what the percentage were. You know, they now need to hit this number of. If I know they need to hit more than one boundary in an over, then I need to push my certain fielders out and keep others in. You know, I like that strategic thinking.
It was the West Indies, wasn't it, who said that we only ever did. We always look at it and say, well, how many sixes do we need to
Yeah.
hit to win? Which is obviously a really
Yeah.
that's only the West Indies. Well,
Yeah.
maybe England these days, but back in those days when West Indies said, oh, we only ever really.
Yeah.
Well, it's 25 to win, so we need to hit 7 sixes or whatever it is, 6 sixes. Here we are.
And that's pulled round to the mid-wicket boundary, and that beats the fielder. So there they go again, keeping ahead of that perceived score rate.
Well, that's all you need, isn't it? The odd boundary at the moment. That will do very nicely if there's still a 0 in the wickets column. Then Western Storm won't mind that if it's only one
Yeah.
boundary every couple of overs.
And you know, your first target is right, 45. Let's get those. Then 46, and then we're under 200, and then the next. You know, you just go down in chunks of runs, really.
Absolutely, it's how I do it. I do that kind of thing. As this is just defended, I do that sort of thing with long drives as well.
Yeah,
I always think, well, I know how far I've got to go,
60
and then you just
mile
tick
an
them
hour.
off. Do it in 10 miles, and then it gets yeah, exactly. That's how, honestly, and I think it's a bit like a run chase. I think that's how I live my life, is making my
Yeah.
the rest of my life that isn't cricket, making it somehow related to it.
Yeah,
I can get through it then.
I do that in the car. I'm like, right, I've got so many miles. If I can drive on average 60 mile
Yeah.
an hour on a motorway,
Yeah.
60 mile an hour means 1 mile a minute.
Well, that's
so
it. That's nice, isn't it, when you get
Yeah.
that kind of maths going? Or if it's 70 on the motorway, you just think, well, it's just under a minute. It's a minute. It's about a minute a mile, and then a bit less.
Yeah. There's a wide ball there from de Klerk. So, you know, by just holding out there, then the bowlers start to make errors. Although, once she's done that, you need to watch out, because the next ball is usually on target. So,
Yeah, it's not a bad
and
ball
there
at
was
all.
almost that sort of temptation to go for that. And I think it would have been a close one, that. She swung at it.
Yeah, I've been quite impressed with Emma Cornish. She's only 19 years old, plays for Devon. Just the way she's played the game, like the attitude, I think she shapes up pretty nicely. Plenty of potential there. You as a coach, I'm sure you'd say it as well. Well, she's got a top score in List A cricket, 55. So there's plenty of talent in 13 games. I mean, there's a lot to work with there, Jane. I think
Yeah,
you'd
no,
say.
I think she's got the potential, certainly, by what she's shown today. You know, she's been lively in the field, and she's just playing very sensibly out here in the middle now. And sometimes the skills are something that most of these girls will have. What defines them is whether they've got the capacity to deal with the pressure and replicate them.
Ballinger's in. This one's a bit too straight, and there's, I think, a bump ball towards the fielder.
Ooh.
Suddenly a big breeze
Blustery, breezy out there.
kicked up over North Bristol. Oh, the side screens are moving about down there. That's what that noise was. That's the sort of thing that can probably more easily affect a bowler than the batter. Batter will just hit what they see, I guess, but bowlers can be put off a little bit by strong gusts. As this one goes underneath the fielder, that's going to run away for 4. That shouldn't have been 4, really. It was there to be fielded, and it's gone right underneath. I think that's Lucy Hyam.
A nice straight drive, though. You know, she hit it firmly. I think you're right. I think the fielder should have had it, but it almost was because she hit it so well and so hard. It beat her for pace.
Yep, 4 added to the total. Griffiths to 8. Corney is there on 13 at the non-striker's end. Ballinger in another dangerous line that she's bowling.
Such an awkward line, that left arm over to a right-handed bat, because it just feels to be going away from you all the time. You think, yeah, I'm there, and then it's still drifting on. There's a girl called Lucy Pearson who's one of the best left-arm bowlers in the past, and she did just the same and was very, very effective.
Just defending, pushing into the offside. Top score of 80 in list day cricket for Alex Griffiths from the 40 games that she's played. Hasn't had a great season. 0, 1, 21 and 14 not out scores so far. So definitely needs a big one really to cement up her skills in the 50 over game. Of course, it has been a long gap. That's the other thing to remember, is that it's been a good couple of months since they played 50 over cricket.
And then there's another gap when the 100 is on next month, and then they come back to play our Rachael Heyhoe Flint games after that as well. It's a very almost disjointed season.
Very
it's
disjointed.
quite. I'd find it quite hard if I was coaching any of these teams, because you're concentrating on 50 over, then you're concentrating on 20 over, then you're not concentrating at all because you haven't got any players. They're playing the 100, or you've only got the development players. And then you've got to go back to 50 over with your better players having played 100 balls.
Yeah, I think it is quite tough, the women's season for the players.
I think it's been tough for the men as well, though, because you've had county championship, then you've thrown in the Vitality Blast,
couple of
and now
rounds
you're
championship.
intermixing the championship, and it's. Yeah, I think we probably need to have a look at the whole schedule for the whole game, because it feels a little bit like too much and not very joined up at the moment.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say there's some odd scheduling around. There has been for years.
Yeah.
And adding the 100 to that, and it just squeezes
I
everything
mean, as a
else,
player, you didn't mind because you just like playing cricket.
Yeah.
But there does have to be a different mentality, and what we don't want to do is break the players because they're playing too much. You know, heaven knows how long Nathan Lyon will be out, having made him go out and bat yesterday. It's bizarre.
I mean, it was pretty hard to watch, actually, wasn't it? It's just a little tuck into the leg side. It's running away quite fine. It won't reach the boundary. Oh, it might do. Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Oh, it just trickled all the way there. I thought the fielder had that covered, but the ball just never slowed up.
Can I just say, you sat on your seat and could see that all the way, and I had to stand up rapidly just to see where that was going.
Well, it probably doesn't help. I'm also on a taller seat than you, but I am quite tall anyway. So yeah, I can see the whole field pretty much, which I know is a bit harder where you're sitting.
Yeah, I keep losing the fielder there for that post there.
There are a few blind spots where we are, but we can see the middle pretty much okay, as that's just angled to backwards point. No run added.
So at the moment they've got a deep square leg. Have they just got the one fielder out?
Yeah. No, two. There's one there. So there's one. Third, deep third.
Oh yeah.
She was off the field when you were looking there. Grace Ballinger. There's a single there. Oh, is there going to have to be a good throw? And it wasn't. They decided to come through for it, take on the arm. 31 without loss, so they're getting through this power play at the moment unscathed, which, I mean, perhaps they'd hope for a few more runs than what they've got at the moment, but 10 wickets left gives them a bit of licence later on, which is where we saw the Blazers innings just peter out a little when they went down to sort of 6 wickets down. De Klerk in. Again, angling that bat. She's not finding that gap at the moment, Alex Griffiths.
And I'm sure Duckworth Lewis is very accurate, but at the moment Duckworth Lewis is on 18.
It does feel quite low, doesn't it?
That feels a bit low.
After 7 and, nearly 8 overs. So what would that be? That's going at just over 2 and over. It does feel quite low. But as you say, with 10 wickets in hand, that's what it's there for.
Yeah.
As soon as those wickets fall, it jumps up.
Yeah, it does.
Especially towards the end of games. Oh, bit of fielding.
Great fielding.
Bowling.
She's very athletic, isn't she?
Well, She's an international for a reason, you know. She's
athletic and competitive.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm bowling. It's my figures. This is going on. That's not going past me.
And neither of those things have necessarily got anything to do with cricket.
No.
Athletic and
No.
enthusiastic. Those
Yeah.
are two things that you can sort of teach yourself that don't involve any cricket skill whatsoever.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, being athletic is perhaps something which comes quite naturally, but you know, you can get yourself being athletic. It's going to go down the leg side and will be given a wide. Well taken actually by the keeper, Sarah Bryce. And then you can add on top. That's your building blocks, isn't it? To add on the cricket skill on top of that.
I've often said to players, one thing we can all give is 100% effort.
Yep.
You know, it doesn't matter how talented or lacking in talent you are, you can all give 100%. And if you do, you'd be surprised what you come out with at the end of the day, because I think you just have to sometimes give it your best shot. As de Klerk comes in again, and she's on the money there, and there's no run. Ooh.
Oh, look at that. The umpire's just caught it in her hat.
And the umpire looked a bit panicked and then thought, what do I do? I'll catch it in the hat.
You're not going to break a finger
Good
like that,
piece
are
of
you?
skill there.
Use the hat to...
Here we go. Watch this.
Here we go.
She'll bowl it. Oh, panic.
Nice.
Oh, good catch.
Lovely stuff.
You don't see that every day, do you?
Not something I've seen, no. No.
An umpire entertaining.
Billy Bowden comes to mind. He was a bit of an
Yeah, that's
entertainer,
true.
wasn't he? Used to love watching it. You could watch a test match with him umpiring. It wouldn't matter who's playing.
He umpired the Women's World Cup in New Zealand in '92. So he was around in the women's game back then.
Good ball. Yorker length. Presumably he's still around, is he? I don't know if he's not umpiring anymore, but he's still...
he presented something to one of the umpires at the test this week.
Oh, really? Oh, great. I'm
Yeah.
glad to hear it. I always thought he was a
Yeah.
good character. It's the sort of thing that separates cricket from a lot of other sports, isn't it? Those
Can't remember.
characters.
One of the umpires has reached a milestone, and he presented him with some.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
Very nice. He used to have that crooked finger, didn't
Yeah,
he?
that's
He used
right.
to do six like that.
Used
Sort
to
of in stage. Just
do.
comes Ballinger again. An attempted sort of paddle sweep there, but or sort of pull shot on one knee, if you like, probably a better description, and only picking up the one, didn't middle it at all. There is a gap out there if you can get it fine. It'll run
Yeah,
away
that's
for
the one
4.
she's straightening up, but at the moment she hasn't moved her. She's got a deep third man and a sort of backward square. So she must be trying to push it across the batter at this stage.
Full toss in the air. Oh, it's just landed in short of Catherine Bryce.
One bounce.
Not really a chance, but something to think about for the Blaze there. As perhaps these two start to feel a bit more confident. Griffiths and Corning start taking a few more risks. Into the 5th over of Ballinger now. No one's left alone.
That's the angle she's trying to bowl, isn't it? Because it's almost in that, what they call it, the corridor of uncertainty or whatever. In so much as, do I go for it, don't I go for it? And it's past you before you make that decision. So it's a good line from Grace Ballinger.
Yeah, she's been watched very carefully by Alex Griffiths. Once again. Oh, it's been like watching a carbon copy, hasn't it, really? She's been putting it in exactly the same place, which is a fantastic skill.
Yes, very accurate.
Well, if they're not scoring off it, and if they try and score it's a wicket opportunity, then yeah, absolutely. Keep going. 0 for 16 from her nearly 5 overs.
She's signalling to go off, I think.
Once again, put in a very good area. Oh, wide Yorkerish length there. Ballinger takes her hat back. Picks up with those little markers for her. Oh, have they got their little markers that they're giving back to her there?
I think she's going off the field. I think she's about to change places with a sub-fielder.
Yep, looks like it.
Didn't see anything.
No, it doesn't look like an injury, does it? 'Cause she finished her over. Yeah, 9 overs in now.
Although they do like being looked after, don't they? The quick bowlers.
Wouldn't have happened in your day, would it?
Well, yes, it did happen
did
in
it?
my day. Yes, I fielded a lot for some people.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the fast bowlers, they're the ones who need the most looking after, aren't they? Last over of the power play. Oh, nice looking drive, but not timed. This has been pretty tight stuff without success in the wickets column, but still pretty tight. I think Western Storm will be... Well, both teams will probably take a fair few positives out of this. A, that Western Storm aren't further ahead from a Blaze point of view, and also for Western Storm they've got 10 wickets in hand. As they will come through. Has that gone through her legs? Certainly just came off on the leg side.
Could be what do they call it?
The nutmeg.
Nutmeg.
I'm not sure. Let's see if we can have a look. She seemed to lose sight of it, and that's what made me think perhaps it... Maybe. Yeah, I think it might have done. So that's what that's what made me think she... You know,
Yeah.
if it's in front of you, you can see it, can't you? But if it goes through
Yes.
your legs, you sort of lose sight of it. So, an accidental nutmeg, I think, is what we've just seen there from Emma Corney. Drive. A little bit uppish. No real venom in it. No run.
It'd be interesting to see now that Grace Ballinger's off the field with the change of bowling, whether Storm look to just accelerate a little bit now. You know, we're up to the 10th over and we're only scoring at 3.4. We do need to score at 4.5 or whatever it is. Almost 5 and over, isn't it?
Yeah. That one's just nearly stopped there by de Klerk. I'm not sure if that was a catching chance. She seemed quite desperate to get hold of it. It might have been.
I just don't think she likes the ball going past her at all.
No. One of those players. Couple of balls left then in this power play. So we got sort of dappley sky, just a little bit of blue sky around, mostly cloud. Still quite warm now, warmer than it's been as this one's defended. Griffith just takes a little step away from the crease. There's been no real expansive shot at all that I can think of. A few drives, and that's good, but that's controlled.
Yes.
Whereas we've not seen any sort of lack of control throwing the bat at anything here.
No, exactly. And I'm just wondering whether they were wanting to see off Ballinger and de Klerk.
Yeah, well, look, another defensive shot, and they've done that pretty well. Now, I don't know if de Klerk will stop there, but that is halfway through her overs now. We're 10 overs in, so I'm going to make way for Kath Wilkins and leave you with Jane Powell.
So with 10 overs gone, Duckworth Lewis is saying that they should be at 24, so they're at 34, so you could say they're 10 ahead of the game. You'd probably be hoping that there's a little bit, not massive acceleration, but you'd see a little bit more determination as they're approaching the next 10 overs. Hi, Kath, you all right?
Yeah, afternoon.
Nice lunch?
Yeah, it was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. It's not like Test Match Special, is it? Nobody brought any cakes in.
No.
But
Disappointing in that respect.
but very, very pleased with
lovely
lunch.
lunch.
Yes. Thank you very much, Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Highly recommended on the county circuit for lunch. Change of bowler, and there's a little bit more of intent there from the bat of Corney. Munro is the new bowler from this Ashley Down Road end.
I think if you've both been saying they've kept it really tight, the Blaze. You know, you see the intent from them as a fielding unit to restrict those. But you know, if there's an opening partnership, yeah, a little bit behind the run rate, but a good solid start.
Munro comes in and that one's dropped short, and she's pulled it round to backward square leg for 4 runs, and that might be just what Storm are waiting for. With the changing bowling comes a little bit more erratic, inconsistent balls, and easily help round the corner for 4 runs. Whereas Grace Ballinger was bowled a great opening spell, very, very accurate and very difficult to get away. That left armour coming across the right-hander is not an easy ball to play.
No.
Munro comes in again, and it's well defended. And that's good batting. That's the ability to play the ball on its merits. The last ball deserved it, smash into the boundary, and that ball deserved a defensive shot.
Exactly that. And I think, the bad ball came, she made the most of it, dispatched it before. And then they'll work the field. They've created some nice, they're teasing with some nice gaps, actually. So, bit of a plan here. Nicely played down to square for a single.
Yeah, I think they were looking for the second, but there just wasn't 2 runs there. There's a backward square that attacked the ball as well as the short mid-wicket that went running round to it, and either one of them could have picked it up, so just have to be careful. Munro comes in from the Astley Down Road end, and there's a bit of a loose swipe at that one.
Lost the shape a bit on that one to Griffiths. Swing and a miss.
Fortunately, she didn't get an edge because it went straight through to the wicket keeper. Little bit of away movement there off the wicket.
Interested on your thoughts, they're still persevering with the slip?
Well, I mean, that last ball did move away, and I think they've been used to Grace Ballinger coming in, and it's been going that way. So they're probably waiting to see what happens there. But that's a lovely drive, a lovely on drive, and 2 fielders dived and both didn't quite get a hand to it. 4 runs there.
8 off that one. That'll feel good for them,
Yeah,
I think.
you start to see that the batters are in good shape when they start hitting those on drives. That's not, it's one of the harder shots to play, but if you're middling them, then you think, they're doing all right, these 2 at the moment, and that takes them up to 43, requiring another 203 off 39 overs that are left. Is it a double change?
Feels like it is, yeah. Heyhoe, I think, coming on.
We'll see Heyhoe coming on.
Yeah.
He's marking a run up.
Yeah, off spin right arm off spinner. So see if there's any purchase for her to get any movement.
So let's see what field she's got. She's got a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, deep cover. I think it's just 3 out at the moment. And she's pulled the mid wicket off the boundary 5 yards. And then that first ball is defended. It's always an interesting one when you don't have your fielders on the boundary, but you have them slightly off, isn't it? There's a bit of an edge, but it's racing away down to 3rd man, and it's being chased, and it'll be pulled up.
2 taken. I think they've run well between the wickets as well, these 2. They've looked for they've run the first fast and hard, as we often install in our coaching.
Yeah, they've run with intent, haven't they? And they've turned and looked for the 2 each time.
Oh,
and there's there's that. Just put it into the space and just rotate the strike, and that's really good batting. They're doing things that we were identifying that Blaze weren't doing, and that's what's interesting to see, and we'll see whether that pays dividends as they get further into the game. But that is just safe, sensible batting at this stage. The bowlers are good at fielding off their own boulders, aren't they?
There's been quite a few drill straight back to the bowler today, actually.
Yeah, I used to tease my friend in India, Shubangi Kulkarni, and say that she was brilliant off her own bowling.
No.
I think that was hopeful rather than...
Very much. And that's over. No, not over, sorry. That's the screen changed.
Yeah.
Going down leg.
We're very dismissive, aren't we? Well, going down leg. Yes. We're not DRS folks, so we're not the people who decide.
That's
We're
a very uneducated guess.
We're not the third umpires or the TV umpires, but we're just giving our opinions. So other channels are available, I think, is one of the overriders. But we're 46 for no wicket at the end of the 12th over. 38 overs remaining, and they need exactly 200 runs. Corney going is on 23 and Griffiths on 15, and they're having little conflab in the middle of the pitch. Grace Ballinger is still off the field of play.
Continuing with Munro.
She's probably having a foot rest for massage, or she'll be back.
So they're looking to really restrict. You see they've got the two close infielders on either side here. They're really looking to restrict that quick single. But it does present quite a big gap between there and point now. Ooh.
She pulled round on that.
Ooh.
And
Drops.
unfortunately they didn't get
Drops
a hand
over,
to it
yeah.
there.
No. I think she lost that one probably in the sun.
She lost her footing. Did she lose her footing? There's the first perceived chance there. Not gone to hand. Nice
Lovely
shot
shot.
there.
Nice shot for one, as the saying goes.
Yeah, and even with the the chance given 2 balls ago, they're still rotating the strike, and that's going to put pressure on the bowler, because they are very different styles of batters, these two. So you'll be trying to just backward of a length for Corney, and then even a little bit shorter.
It's a big shout for LBW, not given.
And that's hopeful rather than anything else. That looked quite high when it hit her, and she was a long way forward. So sometimes wonder if we shouldn't have all players should do an umpiring course, because I'm not always sure everybody understands the rules. Although I would say that in this day and age with DRS, I think we need to have a look at some of the rules. And the one I'm thinking of is the one that pitches outside leg and is going to smash all 3 stumps over, and they go not out,
Yeah.
and it's like it's going to hit all 3 stumps. Or even the one where you hit outside the line and it's so obviously going to hit the stumps. It'd make it so much simpler for everybody, wouldn't it? If it's going to hit the stumps, you're out.
If any umpires want to write in, I'll give you James Howe's email address after this next ball.
I'm just aware that people who didn't grow up in cricket don't understand when you say it can't be out, it's pitched outside leg stump, because they don't understand, well, what does that mean? So if we're trying to reach out to, a better or a different group of spectators as well, then we need to consider some of these things. Let's
Very
say
well
that.
put. Very well put.
Consider them. As Munro comes in again. He's bowling a tidy line this over. Just over pitches that one slightly, and there's no run. Goes straight to mid on.
That's the end of the over, so 48 without loss. So in comparison on the Manhattan, you can see
You can see lots of green and lots of orange.
they're not,
Probably
I mean, the key
fairly
things there are the 2 wickets, isn't it?
That's the key difference.
Yeah.
Score-wise, they're probably roughly similar, but at this stage, Blaze had lost 2 wickets. Hyam coming in from the pavilion. It's very difficult to see that bump ball from behind them, isn't it? I was
that's
like,
why I went. I thought none of them were
there
gone
was
up.
no excitement from anybody, so it must have been quite clearly a bump ball. Trying to give herself a bit more space, but well fielded there in the short cover.
Tight lines in the last few overs, actually. So pressure building, I think, for Storm.
Good fielding and good cricket there. Placed out into the onside. They take the quick single, but it was well fielded, but a safe single at the end of the day.
That's through. 3 for 1.
That's 50 up for Western Storm in the 14th over. As Heyhoe comes into bowl, rocks back onto her back foot and just punches it straight to a short mid-wicket.
It's getting quite bright here now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sun is bouncing nicely off the desk, straight into our eyes. I think someone's coming into bowl, but yeah.
That's a good quick run, and it just shows you what singles are available. If both players commit to the single, it went straight to the fielder, but because they'd both committed, it was a very easy single. I always have problems on commentary saying single rather than signal. So I do apologise if ever I say that's one. That's a signal. That's a single.
So 51 for no loss off 14 overs.
Well ahead of Duckworth Lewis, which is on 35. Do you think that must be to do with wickets?
It must be. Munro's still on. They're bowling. Yeah, this is it Munro? Oh,
This is Munro. Yep, from this end. Comes in from the Ashley Down Road end and almost plays and misses that, and then actually I think she tried to persuade people she'd left it, and I'm not sure she knew herself what to do with that one. There's been a couple of times where the batters have been caught in two minds, and that's all credit to the bowlers who are just bowling it on a length that doesn't make it easy to make that choice.
It's asking the question, isn't it? The channel of uncertainty or corridor, whichever version you have. Again, in that same, probably a bit wider, but she's not moving her feet.
Exactly. Yeah. If you look at her feet, they never got across behind the line of that ball at all, and that might be old-fashioned, but it seemed to work.
Yeah, so she's reaching for it then. But yeah, stepping across would have got there. So wide. Yeah, wide ball.
Well done, umpire Wilkins.
I've been on the course.
It was one of those, wasn't it, where you automatically call it and then there was a hesitation from the umpire and you're thinking, oh, sugar, was that the right call? And then he did signal a wide. So Munro has to re-bowl that one. She comes charging in, bowls, and that's driven straight to the fielder, who takes a shy at the stumps. That's just picked up and whipped round onto the leg side. Dropped that one a little bit short and was able to just rock back and just pick it up, and they come through for a single.
Just played that off the hip well, I thought. Just rocked back, like you say, pulled it across. Very controlled. Knows the fielder's out there.
Yeah. These two are, are batting well together, and they've put on that 53 already. And just a slight change in the field as the deep mid wicket is moved more square.
Ooh, bouncer.
She bowls a bouncer. That's definitely something that's
the first today.
Increased in the women's game, is people wanting to bowl the bouncer. I think we always were trying to get them out rather than knock them out. But there's definitely, that was a definite tactic by Munro.
Well played though as well, watched it all the way.
Yep.
Lovely shot. Again, they've got the fielder well placed though.
That's the end of the 15th over.
So we can see that we're just on the worm, Jane, that the Western Storm are just dropping behind. But again, the key point is we've still got 10 wickets in hand, which I think is key for Storm to have. So when they do look to push on, they know that they've got that safety net.
Yeah, and they've still got some really talented players to come in, but these two look like they can take it on a little bit more, and they're just playing each ball on its merit at the moment, and sometimes you just have to push it on to take it a little bit, take a few risks. So Griffiths facing Heyhoe. Heyhoe comes in and Griffiths just drives that, but again straight to that mid-on. She's got a nice straight drive, hasn't she? Nice pick up of the bat and hit through.
Yeah, tall, good levers. So yeah, she drives well.
And that's probably where, she's got those good levers. It might be that she takes that risk and backs herself to go over the top of the inner ring, because the inner ring is not that far. I think, it's obviously 25 compared to 30 for the men, so it should be doable with a girl with that power and that technique. God, there's so much that is cricket about what you believe and what you think, isn't it? If you think you can, then often you can do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
One bounce out to deep mid-wicket.
For one.
Heyhoe is one of those reliable bowlers, just keeps putting it on the spot, and then she's got the field set, waiting for that aerial shot to pick up potentially a wicket. And that's the one where if both batters had decided to go, there was probably a single there, but there was hesitation, and if you do hesitate, don't go.
We've all been caught out from that before.
Yes. Heyhoe in, and that's a good drive straight to mid-on, but because they've both gone, even though it went straight to the hand, there was a little bit of a tumble field that they get that come through for the single.
Looking to work that one, but to no avail.
Some of these spin
Quick over.
bowlers, they go through so quickly, don't
Yeah,
they?
that was a
You
quick
know,
one.
We used to, Enid Bakewell was renowned for it, wasn't it? That you'd sort of blink and the over's over, and you're like, where did that over go? And I think sometimes that's definitely a ploy. So, was that the physio came on, or?
No, I think just a helmet swap for the wicketkeeper.
Is Grace Ballinger still off the field?
She is, yeah. Munro still bowling.
So at the end of the 16th over, the Storm are 56. 34 overs left, and they need to get 190 runs.
Just chipping away, like you say, just, set your targets. 40, 50 runs, chip them off.
It's a nice shot out through point, and they're looking for the 2, but just
Decided
staying at the
no.
1. Yes, staying at the 1. It was well fielded out in the deep. I think some of these girls out in the cover fielding positions are very quick, and that's probably why they've got that job, because they can cut off the ball from the boundary and then get the ball in. As Munro comes in again. That could be wide.
Yeah.
Thank you, Umpire Wilkins.
Yeah.
I was waiting for your
You're welcome.
call there.
Available most Sundays if anyone needs an umpire. That one drifted as well. I think it had a good bit of swing, but it just kept going, didn't it?
Yeah, and it's that ability to control the swing in blustery conditions that is important. So as Munro comes in again to re-bowl that one, and that's pulled square. There's a fielder out there who fields it, and that's just 1 run. She's picking up that short ball quite well, isn't she now?
Really quickly onto it.
Accelerating on that one. So this is Griffiths to face Munro. Comes in, bowls. She strokes that out to a point, and there's no run there.
Oh, no ball given. No ball?
No ball, and it's a free hit. That's just criminal. I just think that's criminal when you're bowling. I know you were commented about Smale, who was bowling off 23 yards rather than 22, but I'd rather have that than this scenario.
It's still all on the money where she was pitching it. So.
Because you've now got a free hit. This could unleash the shackles or something. You can be run out off a no ball though, and that was close.
Umpire took evasive action off the bat of Griffiths there. Had a Ben Stokes moment.
I sometimes panic when people try and get run out off a no ball. It's like, no, don't do that. No. So the batter's having a conversation at the moment, probably going, that was a bit silly. We probably didn't need to do that, but they're still there, and that's the important thing. They didn't give the wicket away, and Munro's still on the over. She's bowled 3 legal balls and a wide and a no ball, so 3 balls still to come from this over, and that one's put backwards of point. It's running down to third man. They'll look to come back for 2, and they get an easy 2.
That was well played. That was placed nicely, actually. Just let it run past her. Use the pace of the ball to get it down to that angle, down to third man. It's well placed.
Yeah, and when you've bowled a wide and a no ball, you start to think, crikey, is she starting to get tired now? Because theoretically she should be that should have been the final ball of the over, but she's still got 2 balls to bowl. So it'd be interesting to see how she goes on now with the next 2 balls, and that's very short. That must be
a wide.
I was going to say that's at least 1 for the over, if not a wide. I mean, she did duck under it, but if it was over her head, then, and that must be what they've determined. So here she comes for ball number 3, 6, 7, 8. It's driven straight, but a hand on it from the bowler and picked up by mid-off. Still 1 more ball to come for the over.
I mean, she'll just want this over to be over now. No pun intended on the overuse of the word over.
Yeah. These are the ones where you just want to crawl into a hole, aren't they, when you're on the pitch, because you've already bowled 8 balls and you're coming in now for your 9th ball. And she gets an inside edge onto the pad, and that's a dot ball. So that's the end of the 17th over. So we're roughly a third of the way through. And the score is 64 for no wicket. Griffiths is on 23 and Corney on 29, and Western Storm still need 182 runs for victory. It's a very pleasant day out there now, isn't it? The sun's really beating down. Can see the little kiddies playing cricket. Well, they were playing cricket in the car park.
Yeah.
They're being moved on now.
Yes, a good bit of car park cricket.
Yeah.
Always makes sense, doesn't it?
Change of bowler. The captain's bringing herself on, I think. Marie Kelly.
Yep.
Love that, don't you, as captain? Yeah, my turn, my bat, my ball. I'll open the batting, I'll bowl. And she comes in with her first ball, and that's a wide down the leg side, and they've also run one and coming back for the two. Good running. So this is going to be yet another longer over, isn't it? They're very generous, aren't they, at the moment, Blaze? They're giving them more than 6 balls in every over.
Good recovery, though.
So Kelly comes in to bowl.
Oh.
Griffiths,
through.
and it's gone
Through
through,
Vicky.
and I think there's 2 more there, potentially 3. Looks like they're running hard. Just the 2.
I think psychologically, Jane, you know, if these two can push on to 100.
Yeah, you're starting to think that
Yeah.
the game's against us.
Yeah,
here.
it's slipping away.
Yeah. At the moment, you'd be quite happy because they're not racing.
Still 2 behind, well, you know, 1 and a bit behind the, well, 2 behind the run rate, let's say. But this time, the Blaze were 3 wickets down. So
Yeah.
psychologically, that plays a big part. You know, they've got Fran Wilson jumping at the bit, I imagine, wanting to come in. But they've got, you know, they bat deep in Western Storm, so they'll be sitting there enjoying this partnership. Oh,
That's
well,
very unlucky
does
dismissal.
anyone want to come in on the mic here? Because I shouldn't really be speaking. So it was. I'm thinking it was a drop catch, but then
It's run out. I
run
think.
out onto the. So yeah. So it had everything. So Corney out for 29 off 40 balls.
She batted very well.
She did.
Showed a lot of potential and a lot of good footwork as well as good shots around. She had a couple of really lovely drives through the offside and then was picking up the short ball and sending it out towards mid-wicket. So a good innings there from Corney.
Yeah. And unfortunate, those ones are always unfortunate, is the, you know, drilled back. Corney was not expecting it to be drilled back. And then, like I say, played. Oh, so it was a bump ball. But then, yeah, run out. Does bring the captain to the crease, though.
Yeah.
So Sophie Luff.
She didn't even try and deflect it. It just hit her hand, didn't it,
Yeah.
and went on it. She wasn't one of those, I'll deliberately deflect it. It just hit her.
Not a lot you can do about that, unfortunately.
No.
So Sophie Luff's come in, but she's at the non-striking end because that was a run out for Corney. So Griffiths still on strike. Western Storm 69 for 1 in the 18th over.
Kelly just moving the field in as she comes into bowl. And Griffiths has put that through the gap. She just moved the field around and she just put it through the gap, even though she'd moved the field around. So that's a good shot there from Griffiths. And now it's captain to captain. Kelly to Luff. Luff just taking a guard, just doing a bit of gardening. I used to do this. I had no idea why I was doing it, but everybody else,
Look good.
everybody else did it.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd go out and tap a few
Absolutely.
few bit of loose bits.
Chuck a bit of grass off
Yeah.
off the
Yeah.
wicket. Nicely played.
How easy does Sophie Luff make that look? You know, first ball and I'll just push it out into the space there. Great shot.
And back on strike, and that's
Yeah.
over.
Fortunately, my coffee mug was empty because the wind just blew it off the table. It could be worse, couldn't it? There's a lot of electrical stuff in front of me, but it was an empty cup, so we're okay. So is this a change of bowler coming on?
I think it could be Bryce. Need the shirt numbers. Yeah, Bryce, Catherine Bryce coming on to bowl.
Just do the usual hair adjustment. There's some bowlers, aren't there, who adjust their hair every single ball, and you just think, just tie it up properly. I am a grumpy old
But
woman. Yeah.
I'm glad you said it, Jane.
I am a grumpy old
Yeah.
woman.
I-
But it's just like concentrate on the cricket, not your hair. Just tie it up properly.
So for those who can't see, there's a soapbox here, and Jane's filming still on it at the moment.
Right, we're ready.
We are.
So Bryce to Luff, who bowls and is just played to mid on. No run. We've got a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, deep cover. She stands up to try and see the rest of the pitch.
Playing a miss from Luff there, unusual.
Worked round onto the leg side and take the single.
So again, captain out the middle, giving direction to Griffiths. Probably saying, easy one off the legs there. If you can work it just round the corner. About there, I'd say.
That's going to run down all the way unless the fielder can get there. They've run two. They're coming back for the third. Sophie Luff running hard.
Yeah, great running.
And that's 3 runs. I think that's the first run 3 we've had today.
It is, yeah. I never ran a 3, Jane. 2 or 4 was generally the only option, and 2 was pushing it sometimes.
Nice easy one out, pushed out into the covers. Just feels like the momentum's just being ratcheted up.
Yeah. Subtly, but with purpose, isn't it? I think you're right.
Yeah, I think certainly the last 3 balls, you know, there's been definite, we're going for runs, and there's another one.
I think that's what Sophie was saying when she came out. You know, just let's try and work it. Got to be careful working it off your legs, but if it's there, then it's just an easy run down there every time. That's the end of the over.
And if they can hit the middle overs now with 1 a ball. I know I keep saying that, but 6 runs and over is quite a high score.
Yep.
So you don't need to go for the big shots. Just keep rotating the strike like they did in that over. They ran a good 3, which does help, and a boundaries always help, but they're bonuses in many ways. Looks like we're having some running repairs.
Yeah.
Can't see what it's to.
So Griffiths, I think just something, maybe one on the glove. We're going to the 20th over. Western Storm on 77 with 1 wicket down. Kelly still bowling from the pavilion end. Or Neville Road end it might be. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, it could be. That's a great shot. That's
Yeah.
pierced the field. It's running out to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
That's a lovely
and
shot for 4.
it
yeah.
wins. The fielder came second there. The ball came first. So push that on to 81 now for 1.
As well, 4 off the first ball. You've relaxed, don't you?
Yeah, just keep. And there's the single. That's good cricket.
It is.
Good cricket from Storm. Make this first shot, get 4 and then rotate the strike. And one thing that Sophie Luff does is she moves her feet, doesn't she? She tries to make...
She's always busy.
She tries to get there on the half
Yeah.
volley almost every time, and if she can't, then she's quite happy just to stop it.
Yeah, as a bowler, difficult to bowl out when someone's, you know, constantly moving around, making you question where you're going to pull your next one. Yeah, great use of the feet to get herself into a better position to then work that ball. Bit like that. Yes.
And you could
And she's
see,
off, you know,
Yeah,
she-
you could see that she
Yeah.
knew she'd got at that
Yeah.
at the right angle to beat that fielder who was in quite close, and there was an easy single there. Very good batting. And also that's 6 already off the over, so the next ball's a bonus.
Nicely played. Down the ground for a single and 7 off the over. So thanks, Jane. There's going to be a change in comms. Charlie comes back to the helm. Yeah, Charlie's on the jump seat at the moment. And probably in the full sun as well.
It's quite sunny now, isn't it?
Mm.
The sun's really come out. It's a nice day. Bit blustery still, but don't think we can be too picky.
No. Not sideways rain. That's
Always helps in cricket.
always helps in cricket, yeah.
Well, it's going quite nicely for Western Storm here. 84 for 1. They've not been flying through it. They're not, not racing away, but picking up the runs. Only 1 down. It's pushed forwards by Griffiths, and there's no run there.
Still plays are still tight. See, they've still got a tight inner ring going here. Like they're trying to, create those angles to make the batsman think about where the gaps are, and then play a shot that might not be one they would normally want to play. But when you see a gap, that's where you want to be aiming it. So it's that uncertainty that Blaze are trying to put into the minds of the batsman of, yeah, there's a gap if you want to take it on, and then they're just bowling it on the money each time.
Yeah, the bowling's been pretty good, really. Had a few bigger overs. That's not so good.
Oh, I'm glad you're here.
Just about landed on the strip, but a wide is given. Yeah, generally it's been okay. It's not been terrible bowling, which is why Western Storm haven't been able to rack up tons of runs quickly. In fact, the only wicket has come from that bit of a fluky bit of fielding.
Mm.
But yeah, the Western Storm just churning along. Griffiths is going at a strike rate of just under 50. So it's slow, but the fact is she's still there.
Yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it? When you're still there, you can accelerate. Can't do that from the pavilion. That could have gone down the leg side. Instead, she's hit it up into the air. It's going to be taken. No!
There was a confusion there between the wicketkeeper and the fielder about who should go for it, and then sadly neither did. So,
Well,
get out of jail card there.
I don't really think she needed to play it at all, to be
No, it would
honest.
have been a wide, like you say.
Well, Griffiths survives there. On borrowed time a little bit now. Comes Bryce. Oh, that's not far away, but it's a good ball. The umpire says it's a good one. Not far away from being wide, is what I mean by that. Luff waits for this one. That's
That one's close.
yeah, again, she's playing with that
Yeah, that
wide
blue line.
But she got it the right side, those last
Yep.
two balls. So the batters come together, have a little conflab. 86 for 1. So Western need 160 runs. They've got 29 overs to get those in. I think at the moment they feel like they're well placed, but what they can't afford is to keep going at this rate for the rest of those innings, overs. They've got to speed up at some point.
And I imagine the conversation, if Sophie Luff would be with Griffiths out there just saying, let's look for those ones, let's not nudge and nurdles to that degree, but, let's push it around the field and just tick off, slowly tick off those runs. I think Sophie brings that energy out to the middle as well.
Yeah.
And, having your captain out there is always great, but she'll be, looking to put the pressure on the fielders, look for those quick singles, rotating the strike.
She's busy, as you were saying with Jane. Very busy.
It's good bowling from the other captain, though. So, Kelly's bowling well. Just trying to work it.
Again, just defended by Luff here. She's in no hurry. Quite happy to defend at the moment. As I said, those strike rates are going to have to increase at some point if they want to chase down these runs, but at the moment, so just played into the offside again. They turned down a single. Oh, it's not a great ball to Griffiths, sort of looped in.
That was a bit of a gift then, but just dipped at the last moment.
She's on 37, Griffiths. It's her best score in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. Shorter this time, played into the leg side, but again, no run. That field, as Kath's mentioning, still pretty tight.
Maiden over.
A maiden over, yeah.
This stage of the game, 22 overs gone.
Not something
Well
you see.
bowled.
Yeah, exactly. Not something you see all that often.
No, just have to say well bowled. And threw it quickly.
Yeah, this is just a period where, and that's the benefit of having Sophie out there for Western Storm, having the captain out there, where you think actually that's the person who's in charge of the game, who's looking after, or at least the run chase, who's looking after it, can say, right, now we go, or now we change tactic. Bear in mind, they've still got to deal with another 10 overs of Ballinger and de Klerk. You don't want to leave all the runs to getting them off those. So if you're going to start targeting, I mean, it's not urgent, but they're going to start having to do something fairly soon. Bryce continuing.
Feels like that 100's a long way off at the moment, but they're not a long way off from it. But it's slowed up a little in the last few overs.
Well, yeah, I'll say it's been very slow progress
So
the last few overs.
I think that milestone will just help ease a bit of tension, maybe. But it's good tight bowling.
Well, if the bowling's good enough and the runs aren't there, the runs aren't there. It's you can't just manufacture runs from nothing. And this is where Jane was talking a bit about creativity earlier on. If you're really struggling to score, then it's about finding those ways, isn't it?
Yeah.
Making it happen, even if it's not. If you're playing shots that you wouldn't ordinarily play to those balls. Sophie Luff will be there. Sophie Luff, I mean, still fairly newish to the crease. She only faced 13 balls. So not quite probably at her most fluent yet.
No.
keeping my laptop under the table. 'Cause I've seen what happens when laptops get left out in the sunshine on this table. Ed's who commentates with us a lot at Gloucestershire and Western Storm, his laptop pretty much melted when I was here last year. There's runs on offer there, slightly strained down the leg side and or leg side-ish, and Sophie Love knows that she could have played one into the area there. Backward square leg.
Potentially the second maiden coming up.
Yeah.
The 23rd over.
Oh, pressure building. No run there. Yeah, 2 maidens in a row.
This is good. This is good from...
Look, Sophie Love's just taken herself off there. Walked away from the crease. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a few words going around her head at the moment, talking about keeping the game moving. Don't get bogged down. That's where, at the moment, Western Storm feel like they're very bogged down. That scoreboard not moving at all.
No.
86 for 1.
You don't want to put too much pressure on the people coming in either.
That's it, isn't it? They've still got a lot of runs to get. 160 runs still needed.
So they need to, between them here, maybe Griffiths needs to, been out there since the start of the innings. Maybe she's the one that needs to potentially push on a bit or take calculated risks.
Been tucked into the leg side. No run. Oh, we haven't seen a run for a long time now.
There we go.
That should be it. A bit of a release shot from Griffiths. It's only going to be a single. Off the bowling of Marie Kelly, the captain.
Felt like we were on 86 for quite a long time.
We were.
I say
we
the
definitely
royal
were.
we. Western Storm.
Is there a gap there? Yes, she's found it, and there's a boundary.
Lovely shot. Lovely shot for 4.
Piercing the inner field, and it was a diving attempt from Teresa Graves, but couldn't get there. And so a boundary added. Well, that's really needed for Western Storm after that period of very little movement. So into the 90s now, 91 for 1.
Feels good to see a 9 on the board.
Well, it makes for good reading, that 91 for 1. It's a good, good platform. But it's just taken a little while to get to. Yeah, it's been a while since these teams played 50 over cricket. Don't want to leave yourself too much work to do, especially with those 10 overs of the opening bowlers still to come.
Ooh,
And
no.
gone. Is she gone? Yeah.
Oh dear.
Sophie Love trying to make lots of room for herself. And I think she bowled there, I think. She wasn't, or was she stumped? She was bowled. She's gone clean through her. She stepped back away, didn't she?
So it did turn a little, but I think if anything, it just died on her. Just didn't, she was looking to pull that, clearly. And I just didn't get up into that area to be able to do so. And dipped it. She'll be very, very disappointed with that shot, I think, when she sees that back. But it did dip at the last moment.
Well, you can't. It's hard to play for that, isn't it, though?
Yeah.
Having been so sensible and defended, now trying to up the rate and almost instantly 1-4 and then out for the Western Storm captain.
I mean, we'd be looking for at least 50 from Sophie in this game.
Here we go, another replay. Oh, she just missed it.
Didn't even
Not
get
a good
halfway
ball.
up the stump, I don't think.
No, not a good ball and a bad bit of batting there. That's a real shame for the Western Storm captain, but it is a crucial wicket here for the Blaze, who will feel like they've got a way back in here now. They've stifled the run rate, and what that means is that the required run rate is going up. 155 runs still needed. That's a lot. Yeah, look, you can see that gap between the orange and green has grown quite a lot in the last few overs.
And now with 2 wickets down as well, like you say.
Yeah, there's the run rate going down there just before that wicket. You can see the little upturn from where that 4 was hit, but yeah. Well, they need to get on top of this here, Western Storm. They've got to have a partnership which really motors on a little bit, pushes that score up towards 150.
Can't see who's come out to bat.
I think it's going to be Fran Wilson, I assume.
Probably bet something on it that it's Fran Wilson.
It looks a bit like her sort of stature.
Stance, yes. Hand on hip, leaning on the bat. Yes, Wilson's coming out to bat and will face.
Just a reminder, the Blaze are top of the table. They've been a very strong team this year, so they're going to take some beating by Western Storm. But Alex Griffiths is still there on 38, but from 85 balls, you know, that's a slow.
I think I've just realised they've taken drinks as well. I was thinking, gosh, they're taking a long time here, but they've taken drinks as well.
About an hour in, are we?
Yeah. So that's the reason why for the slight delay.
Are we halfway through? Yeah, halfway through. Yeah. Cut-off point of 9 minutes past 5 o'clock, but usually not an issue in these games. So yeah, so that wicket falling will just have pegged Western Storm back a bit there, won't it? Just sort of thought, we had Sophie Luff and Griffiths there, just beginning to show signs that they were opening up, and then straight away.
I think Blaze will be really pleased. Like I say, those last few overs that didn't go for any runs, and then they've got the captain out as well. Sophie Luff, who would have, she would have been looking to score at least 50 in the game today and carry her team through. Now brings out Fran Wilson to the crease, so I think, Blaze will be a bit buoyant at the moment. And rightly so.
Oh, and Fran Wilson is ready to go. The drinks have been had. In comes the captain, Marie Kelly, and Fran Wilson plays us out. First up for a single, so she's off the mark.
And nicks the strike. That's what we like.
I've got it from here, Alex, don't worry. Thing is, though, she'll have been sitting in that dressing room watching those two thinking, oh, we need to get a move on, Next thing you know, you're out there and you think, right, I've got to do it now.
So, run rate currently at 383, required 592.
So that's quite a lot,
it's
592. To keep that up for 24-ish overs now, 25 overs.
Don't want it to get much higher than that. So continuing with Bryce.
A few good overs though. If you take on a bowler and get on top of her, then you can bring that down again. But you don't want to just let it drift and only score 2 or 3 and over for the next 5 overs. Comes Bryce, cut away. They might think about 2 there. No, sent back. Ben Stokes is out in the Test match.
Oh dear.
England now need. Now they've got 1 wicket left to score 69 runs. Now it's all gone wrong in there. They nearly did it. And I'll tell you what the problem was the first innings batting for England. If they'd managed to get somewhere close to 91, they may well have won that game. In comes Bryce again, driven into the onside, and then he'll come through for a single.
I hear there was a bit of controversy around the Bairstow
decision. There was a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Much like the controversy last night with the Stark catch that was grounded. Never fails, does it, the Ashes, to bring in some sort of controversy. In comes Bryce, cut away, nicely cut actually, and that will run away for 4, I think. Yep, that's not going to be caught up with. No. So boundary, very, very useful boundary here. Fran Wilson making an instant impact, finding her rhythm much quicker than Sophie Luff did.
It's never dull, the Test match, is it? That's the thing.
Well, this series now, with England 2-0 down, back against the wall, it will be absolutely fascinating to see what they do there. I suspect they'll just go harder and faster than they've been going already. In comes Bryce, defended.
Played.
Yeah, he did make 155 though, so he gave it a good old bash, did Ben Stokes. But 69 with 1 wicket. You've got Tongue and Anderson to try and do it. Don't think that's going to happen. Fingers crossed it does, mind you. Bryce is this bit leg-sided, but clipped off the hip. And they'll come through for a single. That's Fran Wilson again, who moves up to 7. From just 5 balls.
Yeah, positive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Showing her intent and all her years of experience as well. Just working the ball around the field, rotating that strike.
Oh, loopy, sort of Yorker length in the end there. from Bryce.
So that's the end of the over. 99. Almost there.
Yeah, the three figures is almost up. So what do they need? 147 more runs from the remaining 25. So they're halfway through now.
Yep.
I feel like you want to see... Gosh, they've still got those 10 overs to deal with from Ballinger and de Klerk, which won't be easy.
Has Ballinger come back on, though?
Ah, well, that's a very good point. Which it's
Because if she hasn't, there will
she's
be...
going to struggle to come back on at all if she
Yes.
doesn't soon. The interesting thing about that is that she finished off her over. Usually if a bowler gets injured, you sort of stop. You don't want to make it worse. But she carried on and then left the field. So, well, hopefully she's able to return. Oh, that might run away there. Yeah, it is going
yes,
to.
all the way.
Swept.
Reverse sweep from Fran Wilson there.
Well, she's...
Before.
I'll tell you what, she's in a hurry. Which is probably good news for Western Storm, as long as she's fairly... What are they appealing for? It's about cleaner reverse sweep, as you'll see.
Yeah. But again, this is what she does. There's spaces she will, work really hard to create those opportunities to just spread that field, and then that's when you can just work it across. So she's brilliant.
Well, that's it, isn't it? And
manipulating
you have to do that. That's a really good thing that I think a lot of younger players can learn, is about manipulating it. Oh, stand and deliver.
Full toss, and that's dispatched.
Is it going to reach the boundary?
is.
Yes, it is. Back-to-back fours.
Got what it deserved, that, I think.
Hmm.
Great shot from Wilson.
High score in this competition this year of 74 for Fran Wilson. So she's in form, and the score before that was 43. Sadly, the score after it was a duck. So she's had her moments already. Fingers crossed we can see another one of those. Pulled.
Yeah.
Just for a single.
So Kelly just dragged that one down. I think the last one was a full toss, and then that one was quite short. But there is a sweeper out there, so it was only for one run. But this over does nicely take Storm over the 100 mark.
Kelly in again, and
I think that's
drive,
gonna
which
go
has come
as
off an edge.
well.
Yeah. It's going to
Lower
run for
down there.
4. Very good over for Western Storm so far. 13 from 4 balls. That was Griffiths that time. Yeah, a bit edgy, but they all count. Kelly's bowling to Griffiths here. Oh, another big edge, and it's going to land safe. They might think about 2. No, just the 1. Oh, it's been a good over this. 14 from the first 5 balls. Fran Wilson back on strike now. Oh, deft little touch, and that will probably also go for 4. Yep, it's running away.
Racing down there, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, that's 18 runs off that over, and that, as I said, is what they needed, was just to get on top of a bowler, and Kelly had been bossing it a bit up until that point. But both of them together, especially Fran Wilson, just using the space around them, 360, especially just behind them on the offside, that third area.
Just a lovely touch. Just letting the ball run past. Just getting, just angling it more than anything. On its way, and it's racing down there.
Not a lot of risk in any of those shots,
No,
really.
not at all.
Not really. I guess the sweep shot, reverse sweep, you're always asking for trouble a little bit, aren't you? But she played it very well. And look at that now, the worm there. Just that instantly. 18 runs, probably the biggest over we've seen all day. Just takes it right up there. Still slightly behind where the Blaze were. But
Bryce continuing.
sun's gone behind a cloud. It's safe for me to bring my laptop out again. Still going. Anderson and Josh Tongue together. That could be quite a painful watch.
That's a lovely shot.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful shot. Driven well by Griffiths there.
Yeah, really nice. Landed in a good area, didn't it? Really didn't have to do a lot of footwork to get the full movement, but pick the gap. I guess that was what was really good there, was finding that space. So the score 121 for 2.
Suddenly we've gone from
86
86
felt a long time ago now.
Yes, I know. Racing through.
Yeah, that's 35 runs in quick time. Now the Blaze, having just said that the Western Storm need to get on top of a bowler, and this is now the Blaze who need to clamp down on what's going on here from Western Storm. It's a couple of good deliveries there from Bryce now. Griffiths just hanging around the 50 mark. She's on 48. So be a good return to form in this competition for Griffiths, whose highest so far this year was 21. Reaching for it. It's not going to be given a wide. How many overs have we had from Bryce now into her 5th over?
So they've dropped one back here, maybe to give Griffiths the one. They maybe think that that's a wide. I think they're thinking they might prefer Griffiths on strike than Wilson, so they've dropped mid-back to maybe give the one down there.
Well,
Was the last ball of the over until it was a wide, so another ball to be bowled.
it's an interesting thought, given she's on 48 and looked pretty solid.
That's the over.
Better over that from the Blaze. Just the one boundary from it. Look at that. Look at that. I said it was the best over of the day.
Marginally.
By double. Look at that. I think the highest was 9 up until that. We had a few. Oh, maybe no, maybe there was a 10 towards the end of the innings there. A couple of 10s. But still, huge over, which could. It won't win them the game, but it will swing it back where they feel they've got a chance. 48 for Griffiths, 20 for Wilson, who feels like she hasn't been there very long, so to have reached 20 already is very good going.
Off 9 balls.
Very good going. 200 plus strike rate. What we're looking at, 222 strike rate. Just having a look around the field, which feels a bit
more spread out now.
Spread out, yep. Kelly's in. Wilson's defending this time. That's not Kelly, no, they've changed to Lucy Hyam. Pulled, not really well timed, but enough space there for a single. Caused the flock of pigeons to...
Cleared the pigeons.
Some grounds suffer with that a lot more than others, don't they? Yeah, the Oval's got a lot of pigeons, hasn't it? Whereas I can't really ever recall seeing too many pigeons at Somerset. A lot of seagulls at Somerset, but not too many pigeons. Obviously Gloucester today, well, Bristol today, they've got a few of them. Well, they've all gone now though, as Griffiths is pushing forward, so there is a chance of a single there now.
Yeah.
Just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. $122 required now. Still a lot of runs. Plenty of time for the Blaze to get back into this. But the way these two are knocking it around, they'll just keep chipping away. Turn down the second. Glorious now, weather-wise. A few fans.
Just thinking that.
Yeah, fans enjoying the weather, looking out there. A few of them sunning themselves.
Still a breeze, still quite a breeze looking at the flags. Sort of very much very present, but like I say, they're just working the ones.
Well, that'll be the 50 for Alex Griffiths, who's played really well. It's not been a particularly quick innings. From 97 balls, I make that. But still, 50, she's there. And she's set. I think her team will feel she's done a very good job for them there. Still more to go. Wilson swings the bat at that one, but can't avoid finding the fielders. It's the end of another over. Score is 126 for 2 here. They've got over halfway. Just need 120 runs more now.
Feels better when you look at the scoreboard on the runs required now being when you've got more than those. Psychologically, just helps. You just tick them off. As Jane was saying earlier, you just let's think, right, let's just tick off those 20.
Yeah, get to 100. Yeah.
As soon as you come below that, they've still got 8 wickets in hand at that stage, then they'll be doing really well. And that's when you give someone the licence to then open the shoulders up a bit.
Wrapped on the pads, thinking about a single, but it's not there. Change in bowling here. They've decided now is the time to give it a go. I beg your pardon. It's still Bryce, isn't it?
Still, yeah.
I was looking, thought it wasn't her, but it is still Bryce. Another single there. I think they just look, I don't want to talk them out like we've been doing all day today, but they just seem quite comfortable, these two, at the moment, don't they? Don't feel like there's too much of a threat coming.
Oh, well played.
Wilson just using the angle of the bat and the pace from the ball, getting it down towards the third area. Is it going the whole way? No, it's not. It's well brought in. They're still running. And they'll run 3, so saving a single there. But yeah, just clever stuff from Wilson, who's showing a lot of expertise here. Where's this wicket coming from? That's what Marie Kelly will be thinking. Oh, this is hit upwards. It's a great shot into the area for a little reward. Firmly struck.
A no run. When you get hold of those and it's straight to the fielder, you always should be given a run for striking it so well.
I think most tail-enders would absolutely love that. Not sure bowlers would.
Same
You were a bowler, weren't you? Would you like that if every single time a batter hit your ball, they got a run?
Got a middle on it?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. And she threw that over quite quickly. 4 from it, though.
Yeah, always useful. What's the required run rate now? Still in the 5s?
Yeah.
5.5?
But Storm have come up to 448 now.
Yeah, which is looking a bit better, isn't it? There you go. There's the run rate. You can see Western Storm starting off with facing a maiden there. The big spike starts a bit later than the Blaze as well.
So 130 for 2 of 29 overs. 116 required.
Hyam's in to Wilson, who's driving that towards the fielder. Mid off, and there's no run added. Need to start finding these gaps. It's been a part of the game all day, actually, hasn't it? Finding the fielders. Wilson there moving across her crease a little bit. I think that's what Lucy Hyam was looking for, just to see what she was planning.
Yeah.
Played out to the offside for a single.
That's what Wilson does so well. She puts that element of doubt into the bowler. Of what they should, just that, maybe that little foot movement before coming into bowl can just put them off what they thought they were going to bowl. But Kelly did the right thing Hyam did the right thing and stopped and gathered her thoughts of what she was going to bowl.
Griffiths with a great opportunity here. Pulling. And it goes down towards the fielder for a single. She's done a lot of hard work there, getting going, getting to 50. You don't want to waste it.
No.
Get out in the 50s. Keep pushing. be there at the end. If Griffiths is still there at the end, you'd say that Western will probably win this game. Push out to the offside.
Clever batting from Wilson there. Knew there was no one anywhere near that. It was easy one every day.
Quite happy with ones at the moment. Required rate 5.6, but they can accelerate towards the end with wickets in hand. Just keep building that platform bit by bit. Reaching a little bit for that. They're going to take the throw. If that hits, she might be gone. It does.
I think she's safe.
She's in. Oof. Took on the throw, and it was a direct hit. That's heart in mouth moment for Sophie Luff back in the pavilion, I should think. The captain. Yeah, in. As Kath leaves us now, and Jane Power will make her way in. A little bit lucky there. Not sure. And there was the single on, but she took it, and it was, so shows what I know. Obviously they're taking on these singles now, attacking it. Jane's here. Would you have run that one?
It was a touch and go one, wasn't it? Touch and go. I think yes if you get there, no if you don't get there.
Good answer. 2 types of leave, 2 types of runs, is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. It's very finely posed, isn't it, at the moment?
It is. It really is. 112 needed from the remaining 20 overs. So is that 66 per 10 overs? So yeah, about 6.6 an overish, something like that. Or 5.6 an over, as that one's just pushed forwards. Yeah, just... Yeah, 5.65 an over needed from here.
Yeah, Griffiths has got to start.
Yeah, she's going
scoring a bit more.
Exactly a run every 2 balls at the moment. That could do with being sped up a bit.
Yeah.
Change in bowling now. This is Graves in. This is played out into the leg side by Griffiths, just the single.
Unless the Storm have told her that she's got to hold her end up, and everybody else coming in step on the gas.
Which is a legitimate tactic, isn't it?
Yeah.
To have one end solid and the other end's going for it, which I think Fran Wilson's been doing very well, actually.
Yeah, well, she's on 27 off 17, so...
Very good. Bryce, who's been taken off the bowling at the moment, was 6 overs for 24. No wickets. No run there, including 1 maiden. There have been 4 maidens bowled in this innings so far, which is quite a lot.
It is, yeah. Graves has got quite a slingy action, hasn't she?
Yeah. Seems to sort of bend away from it a little bit when she's bowling. She's running back to her mark. They're in a bit of a hurry here. But good so far. Runs a little bit harder to come by. Coming in again now. Fran Wilson using her feet a little bit there, and she's managed to angle it down towards fine leg where the fielder comes round. I was going to say they'd take on the second, but they didn't in the end.
No, very probably wise, I think, in the end. It looked like there might be 2. I can understand why she turned for 2, and she probably said 2 as she passed Graves in the mid-wicket, sort of. But then turned around and realised the ball was already in the fielder's hands, and that's probably a bit too risky at this stage.
Yeah, perhaps at the dying moments.
Yeah,
but not right now.
Last 5 overs, you might have to take it.
Yeah. So that goes out towards the boundary. Fielder will come and collect it. They're going to... Oh, yes, they will get the second. Yeah, there's been a bit of a fumble.
Yeah, misfield allows them to come back for 2. I think the fielder thought she'd picked it up and then realised that it wasn't in her hands.
So stand up to throw a handful of nothing.
That was de Klerk as well, wasn't it? So she probably was thought ahead of where she was herself.
Yeah, she's one of the quick thinkers, isn't she, in the game? You can see that she's an intelligent player, so probably looking at the throw before she'd actually got hold of the ball.
Yeah, she's got the experience, hasn't she? So
Yeah.
she knows what she can and what she can't do, but she just over-egged what she thought she'd already done, i.e. she thought she'd already picked the ball up and she hadn't.
19 overs to go.
I am.
108 runs needed. And Lucy Hyam will continue.
She's quite economical at the moment, isn't she? 3.4 and over.
Absolutely. She's exactly what the Blaze need. Build that pressure. Well, she's Fran Wilson again using her feet. Lucy Hyam doesn't like it, or doesn't, or at least wants to take a look at it. Wilson, who's
Was she trying to keep Griffiths in a crease?
maybe. Both times she's done that, Fran Wilson has been shuffling left and right. Though I wonder whether she was having a look. But maybe it's Griffiths who's trying to get as close backing up as she can. Anyway, there's a single there. 107 needed. Driven.
Nice drive.
Oh, there's a gap out there.
Through
That's
the
going to reach
wicket,
it.
and that's
Lovely shot.
going to beat the fielder out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Well, that's a good shot from Griffiths. Yeah, just waited for it and then picked the gap. So another 4 to the total. So that required now is nearly in double figures. 103 it is now. No run that time.
She gave herself room and then managed to place it straight to the fielder.
It was a bit unfortunate. They've been doing that a lot though throughout the game, not picking these gaps. Oh, no, that's in the air, and there is a gap there, and that will be another 4 in pretty much the same area for Griffiths, who is now starting to go a bit quicker. She moves to 60.
Down to double figures now, 99.
60, 64, beg your pardon, that's the 2 4s.
99 required.
99 required always helps, doesn't it? When you see
It
things
does,
go below.
psychologically, you're like... Yeah.
Test match still just about clinging on.
The Diamonds won with 3 wickets down in 33 overs, so that's a good result.
Well, very good
Diamonds
result.
girls.
Yeah. Who are they playing today?
South East Stars.
Yeah,
of
good result.
Beckenham. They were helped by Lauren Winfield Hill being released from the England group.
Ah, that does help. Yeah, she was in the England A team, wasn't she?
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
a
that's
throw at the
close.
stumps. Oh, would have been out if it had hit. Would have been out.
All collected, and it was neither.
Yeah, went straight through the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, in fact, Winfield Hill got 116.
Well,
not
that
out.
does. Shows, doesn't it, though, the
Yeah.
quality. And Winfield Hill I really rate as a player. I think she's great.
And Chloe Tryon, the South Africa in the Diamonds team, got 57 not out. So the 2 senior players
Yeah.
doing their bit there.
She's also very good. Chloe Tryon, watched her a few times. Good over for Storm, that 10 from it. Which is, it shows you, doesn't it? Hyam's gone from 0 for 17 off 5 to 0 for 27 off 6. So it just shows how economical she had been up to that point. But Blaze have got to do something here now. They've got to make something happen. 148 for 2. 98 runs required. They've still got 8 wickets in hand.
I guess
which is,
it's Wendy, Bold, de Klerk
Yeah.
and Ballinger.
well, as we were saying, we don't think Ballinger's on the field. Is she come back
Is
on?
she number 1?
She is number 1. Is she back on the
Yeah,
field? She's right
she's
on the
at
side. Okay, so
mid-on.
she is.
Mid-wicket, short mid-wicket.
Oh, it's in the air. It's going to be safe.
Yeah,
They might think
that's
about 2 here because it's not in the fielder's hand yet. Oh, it's a the throw slips as she
desperate
throws.
Desperate, I want to get this in quickly and I've lost my footing.
Short mid wicket is my blind spot. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. She is there.
So it's
Well, in that case, yeah.
question is, when do I bowl her and when do I bowl de Klerk? Because they are the key bowlers at this stage.
Here comes Graves. Oh, that looks slower. Hit on the pad, but going down leg side. 10 overs of those. What have we got left? How far through are we? 32. So we've got 17 overs after this. You've got 10 of those 2. So that's the question is, If you leave it too late, then you might end up with spare overs of them because the target will already be chased down. It's a tough old gig for Marie Kelly to make that call. Rather her than me. In comes Graves again.
I mean, I guess the fact that they both got 5 overs left, you could give them a couple each almost and still bring them back later with the 3.
6 over spell.
If in the 2 and 2 they can break through, then that's a good move, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they start going after them, well, you know, you have to bowl them through and hope that you pick something up. But you're right, you can't leave it with them with overs in hand.
Just making a bit of room for herself here is Alex Griffiths, but she's unable to find a gap. She's on 67, by the way. This is good stuff. It's been measured, is one way I'd say.
And this is where, if you're struggling to hit it, then just turn it round to where square leg umpire is. There's a single. There's a single every time.
Yep. Yeah, no one near the square leg umpire from the Blaze. Graves is in again. Oh, now is that out?
No
the umpire says
from the
no.
umpire.
It was pretty confident. That's the sort of thing that would go upstairs in a television game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it definitely would.
They don't really give out, unless it's absolutely clear, they don't tend to give out stumpings when there's sort of a question mark over it, do they at all?
They don't want to make the decision, I don't
Well,
think.
why would you if you got the review?
Well, if you've got the technology there to use, then use it, because what you don't want is to make the wrong decision when it's then replayed and, oops, you got it wrong.
Graves in to Griffiths, who's got hold of that one, but too well, straight into the arms of the fielder at deep mid-wicket. And after what has been a really good effort from her, first time we've really seen her connect fully with a shot like that, it's gone straight to the fielder. So she's out for 67, and that is a way into the game that the Blaze perhaps weren't expecting.
Yeah, I think she's had a very good innings. She's probably been a little bit slow, but she's held the team together, and they're in a really good position now at 150 for 3 to push on with the new batters coming in. There's 17, well, just less than 16 overs, is it? Or was that the end of...
Yeah, no, 17 to go.
17 to go. You know, you would be hoping that they could just knock it around. Fran Wilson's got a lot of experience and a lot of skill, and she should be able to control her fellow batter here to just keep rotating the strike, hitting the bad balls, and making sure we run quickly between the wickets. If you do that, then the pressure's always going to be on Blaze, because they've let them get back into the game. There was a time when they were way off, but now, with it being under 3 figures, all of a sudden you do feel you're in the game.
96 required, 7 wickets needed to finish them off, or just stifle them within the next 17 overs.
Is coming back on now.
Well, I'm not surprised at that. I think that's good captaincy. You've made a breakthrough. Yes, Fran Wilson's still there, but bring on your strike bowler, your international player. You never know. Another couple of wickets. Get Wilson out now, and it's a completely different game. Yeah. Neve Holland, the new batter, by the way, who's currently at the non-strikers end because it was the last ball of the over. Griffiths will be upset, I think, with that. That's a shame, isn't it? She's just started. She's worked all so hard, slowly building, and then one loose shot, and that's it. Yeah, your afternoon's done. De Klerk then to Wilson, who's quite happy to have a bit of pace on the ball. Picked up by Ballinger. So Neve Holland, welcome to the game. You've got international bowler coming at you, and you need to score 96 runs, please, together with your teammates. Good prospect, though. First woman to score a half century for England under 19s at a World Cup.
I guess in their favour, with 16.5 overs left. There's more balls than runs needed at this stage.
Yep.
And that's a lovely shot.
Good shot.
That might well beat the fielder, which it does down at backward point, third man, and a really nice shot there.
Yeah, lovely, just using the pace and cutting it away. She's talented, Neve Holland. She's got a big future ahead of her.
Some of those under-19s that played in the World Cup are really coming through
Absolutely.
quite strongly.
And we're starting to see the dividend of all the hard work that's gone into building the structure for them, which is great to see.
You know, there's Grace Scrivens
Yeah, she's
and Bess
good.
Heath have been playing well.
Defended there. Yeah.
And they just need looking after now by their regional teams. They need to, because they'll have some good games and they'll have some bad games, and what you've got to do is support them through those tough times and keep their feet on the floor during the good times, because they've got to realise that cricket's a marathon, it's not a sprint, so you just got to keep playing and keep your head down.
Oh, just unable to get anything on that one. Yeah, and you learn from those bad times, don't you? You learn who you are, you learn how you deal with that stuff. You know, look at Ben Stokes in that the final over of the World T20, bowling to Carlos Brathwaite, 4 sixes consecutively. And you think, oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
But then look what he managed to do in 2019, the way he came back.
Yeah.
Just brilliant. You know, those are the moments that build you, and you've got to get through them. Of course, England finishing runners-up in the T20 World Cup, the under-19s, over the winter, losing out to India in the final, beating Australia in one of the most tense matches I can remember watching for a very long time.
And I think what's nice, because they beat Australia, is these guys are growing up thinking, well, they're beatable. Because I think that you reach a stage where you think, oh, they're just not beatable. But they are. They're definitely beatable.
Yeah.
But you carry
they're good.
Yeah, they are good. But then, you know, so are we when we play well. And that's what we've got to do. You have to play well. So de Klerk into Holland, and that's a dot ball. But a good over from both sides, really. 5 off the over. Blaze will be happy with that, and to some extent so will Storm, because they're just keeping in there, keeping touch. And as you look at the Manhattan, I mean, the next ball that, the next over that Blaze faced, it looks like they scored 1 run. So, you know, you're sort of thinking, well, if they score more than 1, that's a bonus, isn't it? You can see Grace Ballinger warming up out there.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see her come back in fairly soon. So de Klerk has got 4 left now. Ballinger still has 5 to go. Graves is going to bowl her 3rd over now, by the looks of it. She has picked up a wicket, the wicket of Alex Griffiths on 67. In comes Graves now. Oh, it could be a mix-up here. If the throw's good, big dive. She was running up the pitch there. Turned around. And Eve Holland managed to get back. That's probably helpful that she... little punch of the gloves, I expect here. There we go. Bit of an apology, don't worry kind of thing. But it probably helps that she's so young there, trying to turn around on the spot, get back in, dive.
Yeah. Now she has to brush herself down, because she's quite dirty now.
Well, it just shows the intent, though. That's her mindset.
Does.
And Fran Wilson will be aware of that, because she won't turn down quick singles, really. Not very often. There's definitely runs there. Probably just the one.
Yeah, she's almost hit that one too hard.
Yeah.
Because there's only one there if you hit it hard. If you get past the inner ring and it's pace off, then there's potential for 2 runs. But the problem is getting past the inner field, so you've got to hit it quite hard to get through there, and then you're restricting yourself to 1 run.
England's target at Lords has just dipped below 50 now, with the 1 wicket remaining. Here the target is 90 more. In comes Graves. And Holland just sort of plays that one out into the offside. No run, so 156 for 3. Storm in a good position, but they're going to have to keep moving it on. 90 to win from 93 balls. Drive. She found a gap. Yes. Will it run all the way is the question. It looks like it will. It's racing across that outfield. Is it going to pull up just inside? No, that's that's going to be a 4. Sort of helped over the rope a little bit. That's why we're laughing. She the fielder desperately stopped it just on the rope, but as she flicked it up, she flicked it along with her. It was de Klerk, actually, who's brought it with her over the boundary. So 4 for Niamh Holland, who has looked pretty good since coming on. 8 from 7. Wilson's 31 from 25.
And at this stage, every boundary is a relief to the batting side and a pain to the fielding side. You really feel it now at this stage because it's starting to get down to the business end, and so you're trying to protect those boundaries with all your life as a fielding side.
86 needed. Graves continues. Oh, well defended by Niamh Holland, having just hit the last one for 4.
That's good play from a youngster, because sometimes once you've hit one, you feel like you can hit them all. And she watched the ball, realised it was a good ball, and defended it. And hopefully she recognises, you know, they've already scored 5 off this over, so I'm looking for a scoring shot with this one.
No. That's the end. Oh, Niamh Holland's going to sacrifice her wicket there. That's bad communication. Fran Wilson was running out. I think it was Holland who said, "Do you want it?" And Fran Wilson said, "Well, no, not really." And then Holland started to move, and Fran thought, "Well, I've got to go now."
Yeah,
a bit of a mix-up. And Fran has said, "I'm going to keep running." And Niamh Holland's given up her wicket there. That's a shame for Storm.
Good teamwork there from Niamh Holland, though, to sacrifice her wicket, because Wilson's in with 31, and sometimes you have to do that in a team game. You have to sacrifice for the greater benefit of the team, even though it's not great for yourself or your own records for the season. It's not about that. It's about getting the team over the line to win the game. Yeah.
You're right. People will look back at that and say, "Oh, she got herself run out," or there was a silly bit of running there. But actually what she's done is quite right. Been quite clever about it, despite the fact that the wicket's gone. The problem is that they're not at the stage where they need to start risking those, really.
No, not
That's
at
the
all.
problem. Niamh Holland was looking like she could have been very useful. So a big shame that for Western Storm. Nat Wraith comes to the crease, but Wilson's there, 31 on 20 off 25.
So Nat Wraith is about to face, because obviously Wilson ran down to the far end. And she's going to face her first ball from Nadine de Klerk.
Yeah.
It's like, here's a gentle welcome, not.
Here's Wraith, who's on her toes and punching into the offside for no run. Well, that's it now. You've got another batter needs to get in, takes up a few more balls, whereas Holland would, I know she hadn't been there very long, but had already hit a couple of boundaries, so we're seeing it all right. Could be a big moment in the game, I feel. De Klerk in, driving that is Nat Wraith, and it's well pounced on by the bowler.
She's a great fielder anyway, but she's excellent off her own bowling, isn't she? She really just throws herself at anything and everything that's coming back her way. And that does put pressure, or keep pressure, on the batter.
Big swing there from Wraith, but no contact. Nice afternoon here in Bristol. Quite a tense finish potentially in this one. Driven, and again, she's absolutely desperate to get on everything, isn't she, de Klerk? There won't let anything past her.
And interestingly, there's 2 fielders who were sort of surrounding her almost, so she didn't need to do that.
4-dot balls so far to Nat Wraith. Into the leg side, just enough there for a single. It's going to be given as runs, yep. So Nat Wraith is off the mark.
They're keeping the same field for Fran Wilson.
Wilson has got a lot of responsibility on her shoulders now. When you take that on and say, please sacrifice your wicket for me, you've got to make sure you do something with it. In the air, driven. Oh, it's gone through the fielder. It's been stopped, but will still be enough for a single. 2 from the over. Good over. So 20 runs from 7 overs of de Klerk. That's very good work. Plus Ballinger still to come. They're in a good spot here, the Blaze, with their options. 84 still needed for Western Storm. 4 wickets down.
Still a long way, isn't it? As a batting side, you're thinking 84, where are we going to get those from? And you're just hoping that Fran Wilson stays there and keeps knocking it around.
Graves. And this is in the air and down. A couple of bounces. 4. Good shot. That's Fran Wilson saying, here we go. Test match is over. Australia have won by 43 runs. Tongue in the end. Clean bowled by Stark for 19. 2-0 down. England going into the match at Headingley. You'll be there, won't you, Jane?
I will be there, yes.
It's exciting stuff, but England now have to win every single match to regain the Ashes. In comes Grave, Yorker length and dug out.
I think one thing they've shown is that they've got the beating of them. They've just got to finish it off almost,
yeah.
You know, and not give it away.
It was that
1 or 2 controversial things in this innings which will have stirred everybody up. The Barmy Army will be back at Headingley. And
yeah, that always makes a big difference.
Etc. will be there, and people will, and you know, Headingley has been a good pitch for Ben Stokes, so let's hope that that is the case. That's a nice deft touch by Fran Wilson, just moved outside off stump and then just ran it down to a very fine third man.
I think we'll see quite different teams. Obviously there won't be any Nathan Lyon. I don't think England will be able to keep their pace attack going. The next match is only in a couple of days' time, isn't it?
Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Starts on Thursday, yes.
Very interesting to see how that all goes. 2-0 down. Australia looking for a clean sweep. In comes Graves. This one played out into the offside. The Pigeons flutter away again. Just a single added. Score moves down to 168 for 4. 169 now. 77 more runs needed.
It's an interesting game, isn't it? Where Fran Wilson can hit 1 over mid-wicket, 1 down to third man, and then push 1 out and make it look all very simple and very easy. And then we see everybody else, and it doesn't appear quite so easy. Yeah,
she's definitely looked a cut above, hasn't she? In that kind of respect, in the sort of the way she's dictating the field from her position.
Her shot choice and her shot execution is probably at a different level at the moment to some of the younger girls in the Storm. But she's got to try and steer them through. So Graves comes in to Wraith, and that's a full toss, which is hit round, but straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket for a single.
Well, anything that a single... Oh, well, that's the end of the over. I was going to say get Fran Wilson on strike, but actually that will keep...
Yeah, but that's 8 off the over. That's a good over for Storm, and sometimes you just have to go over by over and just try and keep up with that run rate.
Oh, look at that now. Storm just above where Blaze were at this point. The first time, really.
Yeah, it is the first time.
Yeah, and yet, you look at that cluster of wickets at the end of the Blaze's innings. Actually, you'd probably say Western Storm of, what are they, 1, 2, 3, 4, well, they were 6 down by this point, the Blaze. So that's the difference there. Those 2 wickets will make a big difference. So it'll be de Klerk to continue on the pavilion end. Oh, this one just enough on it, and that will go to the fielder. There's a dive by Ballinger. It's in a bit of a blind spot for me, so I have to double check to see if there's a fielder, if it's running away for 4. But yeah, Ballinger's down there. Only a matter of time before she comes back on, you'd have thought, given that there are how many overs remaining now? 13. She's got 5 of them to bowl. You don't want to waste any of her overs.
Absolutely.
De Klerk now. pulled, but not timed, and actually sort of thumps into her rather than being a pull shot. No run.
It's one of those risky shots that you take and you just think, don't do that to certain bowlers, and one of them would be Nadine de Klerk. Obviously it was going down leg because there wasn't any great excitement, or maybe she got a bottom edge on it.
Has
She's
that
got
gone in
hold
the
of
air?
that
Oh,
one.
that's going away. Yeah, 4 runs. Oh, Fran Wilson here, proving that it was a good decision to protect her wicket over Niamh Hollands. Because already, I can't remember exactly what she was on at that point, but she's added, I think she was on 31. So that takes her up to 43 now, yeah. Off.
And that's by Fran moving around, then Clerk's losing her length, and that was a full toss in the end, which she was able to dispatch with great authority.
And again, just using... Oh, another mix-up potentially. No, the throw won't come in time. Careful, Western Storm.
Yeah, and I think Fran was right there. She's shouted no straight away.
Yeah.
Nat Wraith was halfway down the wicket. We used to say half around her. You know, it was one of those things that she ran all the way there and all the way back. But I think that was the right decision.
Wilson's pushing into the offside. No run. Required runs 71. Balls remaining 73. This could be building up to a corker here.
Yeah, and I mean that's cool because you know that you're ahead of the game just, and all you need to do is just keep your nose in the lead. And if you can keep wickets in place as well, then you're definitely in the ascendancy. That's making it closer now.
Fran Wilson trying to uppercut that one, I think, wasn't she? Just trying to tip it over. Yeah, look at that. Just trying to get it over the keeper, which would have been a good place to score runs, but... And then as she fell, she kept that right foot dragging along the floor to make sure she wasn't stumped. As she almost fell over backwards a bit. 5 from that over, which isn't bad when you're aiming for basically 6. Wilson now 43 from 33 balls. 35 balls now, beg your pardon. And we're going to see there's a change in bowling now. Is it Munro? So a bit of a change at the Ashley Down Road end. Yeah, Sophie Munro's going to come on. Well, they've still got 71 runs. This isn't a done deal by any means. This could go either way here.
No, and I mean there's still a way to go yet, isn't there? You know, we've still got 12 overs. Because sometimes when it says 72 balls, you have to remember how many overs that is. So it's still a fifth of the game to play, or more than a fifth of the innings.
Munro. This one is edged, and there could be runs there for Wraith, just the one of them. And it brings Wilson on strike.
And that's exactly what you want of Wraith. You just want her to give the strike to Wilson. Just play it safely, run it down into any gap, take the single, and then Fran Wilson, you're the experienced player in the partnership here. You command it.
Wind picks up. Can probably see the camera moving a little bit in the wind, swaying in the wind there. It is a blustery day. It's a nice day though. Oh, look, we've got to the stage now where there's going to be discussions between a lot of deliveries
every
here.
Ball, every ball we're going to have a big discussion. So we've got a deep long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, and a deep cover are the fielders that are out. Everybody else is inside the circle.
Just a couple of big overs here for Storm, and they'd get right on top. Whereas if it's the other way around, oh, that's gone. Yeah, that's a wicket. Fran Wilson's gone, and she didn't need to play it. And she's top edged it, and the keeper's taken a very good catch there. To be fair, Sarah Bryce, right above her head, very good.
very good catch.
But,
and very unlucky.
Yeah, Wilson now has to trudge off, and that's a massive wicket for the Blaze, and I think they know just how big that is. 43 she scored, Wilson, which equals another one of her scores this season. I think I said one of them was 43. Yeah. Is it enough? Have Western Storm got enough batting to pick them up another 70 runs? Still a lot of runs to get.
Yeah.
And the Blaze here eyeing up another victory. Still hard to tell which way it's going, but that definitely, if we had the wind predictor, it would have just swung a long way towards the Blaze there with that wicket, wouldn't it? It's a big wicket.
What does DLS say out there?
DLS is saying 176, which is exactly where they are.
So even DLS thinks it's evenly poised.
Who are we likely to see come in next? Probably Sophia Smale, who's pretty useful with the bat.
Yeah, Piper Cleary has a long handle as well.
There we go. Absolutely useful
she's
signing.
Not as good as Eccleston, but she's on that same sort of.
Eccleston's a very good player, isn't she? Watching her last night.
Batting wise,
bowling.
Oh
yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
not comparing bowling because they're completely different, but.
No, with the batting, it was absolutely.
So
I mean,
she
Eccleston's.
does have a long handle at times.
Well, when you see Eccleston come in, you think, right, here we go.
Yeah.
A few sixes, probably coming up. Well, how big a moment is that for the Blaze?
That's a great catch.
Yeah, very good.
Really
yeah, it was. Good
you know.
awareness, good
Good
catch.
stretch. Didn't panic, just kept her eye on it.
Munro coming back in. No, that one, what's that done? Bounced in front of the keeper. Swerved in, is it? A bit of a swing on it. So we take a look at the replay. Oh, yeah.
Swerved
Lovely
in
ball.
and then went away.
Great ball. We're not quite in line here in the commentary box. It's a little bit tricky to see it, but on the replay we get a good idea.
Yeah, easy
Take
single,
the single there, yeah.
One of these two needs to take command really now, or they've both got to keep nudging the singles and making sure that they're communicating well and running well.
69 runs to win, 68 balls to go. 5 wickets in hand, couldn't be tighter really. Oh, they're going to run that. Had to be quick. Umpire not interested in that one. But they're going to take these quick singles now. These two will be quite
good,
quick, the two of them.
They got there, and that's the important thing, that if they can keep doing that, there may be overthrows, there may be anything that Blaze might get frustrated, anything can happen, but you've got to keep the pressure on, and this is, you know, they've just literally fallen behind, haven't they, by one run at the moment, 68, 67. So they don't need to fall much further behind, because then Blaze will get the wind behind them.
39 overs gone, 11 to go, and it's Smale and Wraith who are desperately trying to get their team their next 67 runs. Still got 5 overs from Ballinger. Potentially, although I'm surprised we haven't seen her. Yeah, maybe the next over and she'll do the run of 5 right the way through to the end.
Change of bowling.
Yeah, it'll be Bryce from the pavilion end. Catherine Bryce, who's bowled 6 already. So another 2 from de Klerk. They have used de Klerk quite a lot now, so just the 2 remaining in the final 11, which is a good thing for Storm. But still those 5 from Ballinger, which will be tough. The left-hander coming across a lot of right-handers in this Storm lineup. And she was hard to hit. Alex Griffiths watched a lot of them past her bat early on.
Driven down the ground for an easy single.
That's all they need, really. Just keep picking up these easy singles.
Just keep in touch. Don't let them start getting away. And
Chip
then,
on.
you know, within 5 overs, then you might have to go a little bit crazy. There's another single.
Yep. Nicely played. Just using the gaps.
And what Blaze don't want to do is just give them these easy singles. So it's all very well at the moment because they think 65 is quite a way off. But once they start getting to 20 off 20, then you start being a little concerned. And there's easy singles at the moment, and these two are just playing it into those gaps and playing very nicely.
Yeah, not every ball has to be attempted 4 or 6 if you can.
No. And in many ways, you know, just going through single after single, if it's safer, is probably the better thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Better to score 6 runs off 6 balls than get out trying to hit 1/6 of a ball. What it will also do is get these two seeing the ball well, get them feeling bat on ball.
Yep.
Just get you in a bit so that if you do need to accelerate towards the end and you've been in for, 30 balls and you've hit 25 of them for singles, and you're...
What you can't do at this stage now is play out 3 dot balls.
No.
You've got to make sure that you're scoring off at least 4 of the 6 balls just to keep in touch. Because it'll put pressure on the next ones in if the next ones have to come in. If these two stay there, then that's absolutely fine. But if they don't, then they've got to keep scoring.
Another single there. I'm going to leave you for the last time. Thank you very much, Jane and Kath, for having me. It's been a pleasure, and I'll let Kath Wilkins come in and finish off the innings with you.
So we're 10 overs to go, 60 balls left, 62 runs wanted. It's could be either way at this moment in time, and it's just a question of which team would you rather be supporting right now. We know we've got Grace Ballinger who's got overs to bowl. We know we've got de Klerk who's got 2 overs to bowl, and then it's a question of how Kelly handles her other bowlers. So what are you thinking, Kath?
I'm loving it. This is my kind of game. It's just poised. Yes, as you can tell in my voice, I'm quite excited by the last 10 overs. I think if I was Storm, I'd be thinking, yeah, it's
we've
okay.
got it.
We've got it. And they'd really welcome the win, I'm sure. And what's great about this pair is they're just, like you say, the singles. They're just ticking it away, bringing that score down, ball after ball.
Yeah, she turned that one to mid-wicket. For a moment, I thought it was going close to Ballinger, but just dipped on her and went past her. So a good, safe single in the end. And Munro is coming in again from the Ashley Down Road end to Wraith, who hits it straight to Ballinger this time, and there is no run. Ballinger's quite tall, isn't she? Quite athletic.
Yeah, she certainly runs in with
Covers a lot of
pace
of ground.
Yeah.
There's some players that, you've got to be careful if you send it either side, 1 metre, 2 metre of them, and others it's not so crucial.
Ooh.
And that was dropped short, and they've run a single, and there could be an overthrow here, but backed up.
I'm glad you're seeing that because I've got a brilliant pillar right in front
Yeah.
of me here, Jane. So
I've got the high seat
Yeah.
now, so I've got a better view.
probably end up standing when it gets a bit,
Yeah,
fruity
getting
towards the end.
exciting,
Yeah. Those bars are just in a slight way.
It's come off an outside edge and it's bounced nicely for the fielder, but they've come through again for the single.
Just chipped that one to point, didn't it?
Yeah.
Came off the edge.
Yeah, outside edge.
Didn't quite carry though.
But still keeping in touch. 59 required of 56 balls.
Like you say, it's about just picking them off one by one. Psychologically for Storm, that's great for them to just see that tally go down once it gets below 50.
that's come off the thigh pad, and again they've come through for a single. And these two appear to be communicating really well together and managing to just keep the score ticking over. Don't ever play out 2-3 dot balls, because that puts more pressure on you. So just keep getting there, just keep getting there. You only need one bad ball and suddenly you're way back up with the required runs with regards to balls.
Good over?
Yeah, good over. So that's 4 off that
4 off.
over. It's now 58 ball to win off 54 balls, and the worm's almost identical. The only thing that's not identical is, I think, Storm has. Storm have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wickets for Blaze at this stage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wickets for Storm at this stage. So still keeping their head themselves just ahead on that score as well. And then obviously we had that run of 1, 2, 3, 4 wickets for Blaze right at the end of the innings. So they're still in with it here. They're still a good shout. And that's driven down the ground for 1 run.
So yeah, Bryce on at the pavilion end. So she's changed her end. See what she can do. Coming down the ground.
Checking her guard, just checking where she's standing in relation to the stumps, making sure that she knows exactly where she's positioned. There's 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary, and the 4th is out at cover. So anything, a big appeal
Big
there,
shout.
big shout for LBW, but not given. If she could just lean into one and get it over the inner circle, anything straight would be a safe shot. Because everything seems to be square or backward of square as far as the leg side field is concerned. So she may have to take that risk, or just to hit straight. To mid on, single, and the field changes for Wraith, and the long on goes out and the fine leg comes up.
Oh yes. Tickled that one down. 4.
4 runs.
No one down there.
And that's when it starts to make a big difference, because
Yeah.
they did need 56 off 51. I think they're now down to 52 off 50.
And again, it just helps the batters. That'll just take off a little bit of the pressure for the rest of the over. Anything else now? Bit of a bonus.
Yep. Oh, that's a lovely
Beautifully
shot,
driven.
straight down the ground for a single. I can't help but look at this and think, oh, if only could hit it over extra cover, or, you know, there's nobody beyond the inner ring there.
That's what they want you to do though, Jane.
Or straight. Straight's good.
Yeah, good over for Storm there.
Yep, 7 off the over.
Like I say, just keeping that balls to win versus balls remaining as close as possible. So 51 or 48 balls, still with 5 wickets in hand. Get below that 50 mark. That would just take a little bit extra pressure off as well, and just keep.
And it looks like Ballinger might be coming back on now.
Yep.
She's just taken her cap off. And
Not unexpected, I'd say. But
no, at this stage, I always think it's. I'm always torn with the faster bowler coming on, because an edge can go anywhere, and at this stage you're chancing it a little bit. And the worst one in the world, isn't it? At this stage, is when it comes off an inside edge and goes down to a very narrow, fine leg or third man, and you just, as a fielding side, you gut it because it's a good ball. But there's nothing you can do about it.
No. If anything, it seems to be running away quicker down this end than that end. So I think in terms of she's chosen the right end to bowl for her, because that seems a longer distance.
It looks like she's coming round the wicket at this stage in the game, which will be interesting because they could go wide down leg side.
So why do you think, just for the viewers, she has those extra 4 markers that she puts out in front, so she puts those in her pocket when she finishes her spell?
Yeah, I think she's trying to give herself a guide as to where she's running in and where she's looking to put her feet. She'll have done it in training, and she'll be making sure that she's somewhere close to it. So she'll be looking to do what's called the old bound over those.
Yeah.
And then she'll know that she's not going to do a no ball.
Yeah.
So it could be to do with that. I mean, we'd actually have to ask her what the real reason is, but that's the only thing I can think of, is that it's something to do with her run-up and keeping her online.
It's not something I've seen before.
I wasn't
I'll be honest.
actually aware that it was legal, but there we go. That's.
But like you say, that's where she gets into her stride using those markers,
Yeah.
doesn't she?
I mean, the umpires obviously are letting her do it, so it must be legal, but it just seems a bit odd. She comes, bowls, and that looked quite wide, but she reached it and stroked it out to the offside for a single.
I think that probably would have been a wide if she hadn't got.
Half of you at this stage is it's a free hit, and half of you is, do I leave it and get a wide? Because you're then relying on the call of the umpire, and if you're not sure, it's almost better to play it really.
Yeah, nicely played away. Good stop. Point. Well, they're going for 2.
Going for 2, we're running hard.
Ooh.
And they made it. Good running there.
Great running.
From the Western Storm girls, because it was parried, so it did run away. It was a good piece of fielding, but there was 2 there by running hard, and that's exactly what they did. Ballinger the slower ball and failed to connect there.
She disguised that one well, actually. But yeah, end of the 43rd over, 199 for 5. 47. See, it's creeping now. See, 47 runs to win off 42 balls.
Yeah, I guess they've got to look at it now and go, one of us has got to have a dash here.
Storm will want a boundary here,
You know,
and then some
who's going to have
singles.
that dash?
Yeah.
Who feels that they can take one of these on? And we've still Bryce, is it, from the... No, it's Lucy Heyhoe.
Yep. Lucy's coming, Heyhoe's coming back onto bowl. Slowing it down, like you say, taking that pace off. Batters now need to do all the hard work.
Yeah, it does seem like there's quite a wide gap between mid-wicket and long on. So, and then anything over on the offside, but not straight to the fielder. Reverse sweep.
High risk. Ooh.
Or even dummy it round the wicket keeper, and then that goes for 4 runs, 4 byes.
4 byes.
So that works.
4's a 4.
Act as a barrier to the wicket keeper, so the wicket keeper can't see it, and then and again, 4 of any sort does make a difference at this stage. And if they can get another one in this over, then they're right back in it, because it's 43 from 40 balls now.
Well stopped.
But good, keep it ticking over, just keep getting a single. If you can't get a boundary, then you get a single.
Nicely played.
Yeah,
3
I
points.
think they call 2, but I don't think there's ever a 2 when you're hitting it straight down to the fielder on the cover boundary.
Sweep,
because I think you're right, the field's a bit shorter on that side, so they're able to attack the ball and keep it to 1. I think there's a potential on the leg side because it seems a bit longer on that side. So Heyhoe comes in, and that's played it into the onside that they've taken
The
one,
fielder out
and
of there.
she's coming back for the 2. She's
Really well
racing
run.
hard, and it's good running. Put pressure on the fielder. They've got to be accurate. It wasn't accurate, and 2 runs were scored. So that's brought us down 39 to win off 37. So we're back in the game now. 38 off 36.
Just drag that one down and straight the ball that one a bit quicker. So just drag
This
that
is
one
going
into
to the wire, isn't it?
It is.
This is a good game.
Love this sort of game, Jane. I'd want to be out there.
Yeah, me too. Oh, somebody's waving somebody on. They want a drink, I think. We never had all these drinks, did we? I think I'd like to play now and keep having a drink. Keep hydrated. Oh no.
No drink.
Centre off.
Yeah.
No.
See you later. Next over, you're going to have to wait.
That's where you need your 12th man to be sort of on the ball, don't you? You know, keep an eye on the pitch, girls. That's what teamwork's about.
Oh, yeah, going for it. Ooh.
Good single, well taken.
Yeah.
Even when they're hitting it straight to the field, they're going.
Yeah.
And they're taking that chance.
And she's running to the danger end, so she
Yeah.
knows her capabilities about making that
if they hit the
distance.
stumps, well
Yeah.
done. Good fielding. So Grace Ballinger still on at this Ashley Road, Down Road end, and she comes in to bowl to Wraith. And she plays it into a foot, and it doesn't go anywhere. You could almost say, get your foot out of the way, because it would have been a single if she'd hit it just onto that leg side.
Tucked her up quite a bit there, didn't
Yeah.
she? Ball followed her.
This is where Steve Smith would be batting on off stump. You know, if you watch some of the better batters, then they move around to make it more playable for themselves. And that's what the development, that's
That
a
is
great
oh,
shot. What a
fantastic
great piece of
fielding as
fielding
well.
that was.
Yeah,
That
great
was
fielding.
That looked like 4 runs all over it,
Yeah.
but a great piece of fielding there.
Yeah. That was through.
So now it's Smale to face Ballinger. Will she bowl the slower one? I think she did try and bowl the slower
Certainly
one.
took a bit of the pace off.
Yeah. And well played, you know, that's the right place. Just push it out into where there's a big gap, take the single. Let's just keep in touch, 35 from 32. We're still in with a shout. How many would you take off the last over?
Me personally,
Yeah.
25. No, obviously not.
Yeah. That was a lucky piece of fielding there, because I think she thought she was picking that one up cleanly,
Yeah.
and actually she missed it and it bounced off her thigh forward. I think they could have got one, but better to be safe than sorry at this stage. I wonder who's fancying their chances in the dugout. In comes Ballinger. And that's
nicely
swung
picked up.
away to square leg, straight to the fielder.
I think as well, the captains, I know, stating the obvious, but it's crucial now for them to think about the last remaining overs. Who's going to bowl what end? When do you bring that person in to do it? Do you
Yeah.
take the risk?
I guess Ballinger
Wait till the
will-
last over, or
it's neck and neck on the old run
Yeah.
rate. I guess Ballinger will bowl out at this end, I think.
so change of bowl at the pavilion end. Graves coming on to bowl. Score 212 for 5. Or 45 overs. So 5 overs remaining.
Ballinger's got 3 left, so she will bowl out that end. So she'll be bowling the last over as well, won't she? And then it's just a question of 2 overs from the pavilion end.
And we bring spin, or would you stick with a bit of pace?
Looks like they've gone for a bit of pace
They
here.
have, yeah. It's a bit of a week.
They don't want to let it get away in these the next 2 overs, this over and the next one. They've got to keep going for it.
And they went for it a bit too much there. So
Yeah, if she'd kept her shape and just
Yeah.
gone straight, that would have been a good shot. But
Yeah.
she just pulled round on it.
catch taken.
Depending on who's coming in now, you know, you might have somebody who's got a big stroke. But that's a decent little innings. Oof. There's not much to choose from it all here. And remember, Blaze lost four wickets at this stage. They were going along nicely, and they literally lost wicket after
Yep.
wicket after wicket at this stage.
So Wraith departs. Incoming batter is
Piper Cleary, the new girl, new kid on the block.
not surprised by that. I think I'd be giving her the bat, so use all your experience. She's had a good day in the fielding and bowling department as well.
This is where you can big somebody up and they get out, isn't it?
That's why I stopped talking, actually.
Yeah.
I thought, let's leave it there.
And this is where, you know, the experienced people, the people who are playing in more than one competition around the world have got to have some depth of experience that's got to come to the party. You can't be playing in WBBL and playing over here in T20 or in Charlotte Edwards or Rachael Heyhoe Flint and not bring your experience to the game.
Ooh. Well,
A little bit uppish, but one bounce quite away in front of the
Yeah.
fielder there. So now she's had a sighter, now she needs to make sure she doesn't hit it near the fielders.
so the pendulum's probably back in Blaze's favour
Yeah,
at the
just
moment, isn't
swinging
it?
a little bit
Yeah.
here at this moment in time. I mean, nice looking shot, but you don't get anything for looking nice at this
No.
stage. It's all about effect.
Mhm.
So there are times when it can look ugly, but you can do the business. Yeah, it's
So
a
this
good
is
over from Graves.
A wicket and 3 dot ball. Oh, door box
4 dot balls.
even.
So she's got 1 ball left, and a wicket maiden at this stage is not what Western Storm would want.
And look at the balls remaining now versus the runs. That's suddenly very much, like I say, in Blaze's favour. But a couple of boundaries,
Yeah.
all things change. So fielding move here. Last ball of the over. Dropping someone down to
It's almost like they're wanting her to take one.
Mm.
Big gap on the onside.
Probably 2 there, though, if she can get it in that gap. See, yeah, they've gone for 2. It's well run.
Yeah, great running. 2 from that. That was a well played
Yeah.
last ball. Unfortunately, they didn't score any of the previous 5, so that means that slightly behind it now with 32 required of 24. only 8 and over.
Easy.
You know, it's 2 boundaries per over to the end of the
Yeah.
game to win. And that's what Blaze will know as well. So they'll be a bit jittery almost because they don't want to give away. And interestingly, Ballinger's been taken off. Which is an interesting move because it would appear she was bowling quite well. Sophie Munro coming back on.
Yes, Sophie Munro back on. Ashley down road end. Coming into bowl. Smale well bowled. It's where no more dot balls now, isn't it? It's like
well, it's
it's
interesting
no more
on
dot
that
balls.
one. You know, she got to it, full face of the bat. Just turn your bat angle and just put it out to the square leg umpire because there's a run there.
Just turn your bat, Jane.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, it's easy from here, isn't it? Yeah, that's
well
all right.
played.
Oh, there's 2 there.
There's
Easy.
at least
Come on.
2 there. There's all three fielders chasing it. There's 3 runs at least.
One
here.
being the wicket keeper. So he's got a very good arm. 3 run though. That's
Good
very well
running.
run.
That makes a difference in the first 2 balls of an over because suddenly you think we're getting there. So, I mean, all she needs to do is repeat that, you know. So you don't have to do anything complex because the field's not changed. So if she's bowling outside off, just help it down
Absolutely. I mean, there's no one there.
there.
Excellent.
The only different, well, I'm saying just do that again. It's different batter, obviously, because they ran 3. So now it's clearer to face.
But like you say, if it's on that line, it's
Yeah.
just angling the bat down, isn't it?
I think she's more of a driver than. But she's helped that round to the leg side for a single,
Well
and
run.
they take it. So that's good running,
Bye.
and that's okay. Because if you need 8 and over, that's 4 off the first 3. So you just need to get 4 off the second 3, and you're still up with the play then. Anything ahead of that is a bonus.
So you've now dropped someone into
Short third.
yeah. Oh, well run. Hopefully, yes, well run. Wow, it was in my mouth for a moment then.
Yeah.
Again, there was a pillar in my way, just for the benefit.
If you set off straight away, you've got the chance of
Yeah.
getting there. And I think sometimes we do hesitate, and it's when you hesitate or you don't run it hard that there's a problem. Because for a fielder to pick that up and get it in for a run out, it takes it's got to be excellent. And they're good, but not always excellent.
Oh.
It looks like Claire is looking for the wide again. This time while
This
she's
is her
batting.
umpire as well.
This
You
is-
know,
yeah,
she's
this
had a
is
nice
while-
chat with.
while she's batting.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works in your favour speaking to the umpires, and sometimes it doesn't. So my advice to anybody listening is just let the umpires do the umpiring and you do the playing.
Sound advice. Oh. Got hold of that one. Someone down there though, so it's just for 1. Just behind backward square. And that's the end of the over. So, not a bad over in the end. So after 47 overs, Storm are 220 for 6. 3 overs to go.
26 off 18. It's not 2 a ball yet.
No.
That's when it gets really complicated, when you need 2 a ball. But they're still in with a shout here. 3 overs, 26 runs. It's less than 9 and over. But they've got to kick on.
Yeah, one's got to go. I mean, it should be Smale. She can't
I
get
think
hold of
at
it
this
well.
stage they're
Probably both going.
Got to go.
Yeah.
They've both got to go. And I think you've only got 18 balls, guys.
No.
So, you know, it's now or never, really.
Exactly.
It's not, you don't die wondering.
No more dot balls. Oh yeah, well run. Scampered through for a good single there. Yes, it's past the fielder. Just the one though. Graves continuing to bowl from the pavilion end.
You need somebody to give it the old long handle now.
The old heave-ho.
Well, I still think straight back over the bowler's head's a good place. Or if you're going to heave-ho, you've got to go between the gap between mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Don't come round on it too much. It's a straighter hit that you're going for, really. But just to the right of long gone.
Well struck. Split them or not. Or well fielded, yes. So it certainly stopped 4 runs in the deep there. Well fielded. Good team effort.
Yeah, that's the gap. And it almost got through. I think she probably wore that one. I think she headbutted it.
Yeah. And it's a long, that's a significantly longer boundary as
Yeah.
well than down this way.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Did well there. 4 so far from 3 balls in this over. 22 to win off 15 remaining. They want to get that down to 17 if they can by the end of this over, I think. Forward help significantly. Played down to backward point for single. Good tight lines from Graves here.
Yeah, you could do with one of those overs that you had earlier, midway through.
Yeah. It's lofted, just dropped short of the fielder. 1 run taken. 1 ball remaining in the over. 6 so far.
Just letting it slip a bit. They've got to be a little bit inventive here now. A little bit creative.
Drill to mid-on for single, and that's the end of the over. So 7 from the over.
Yep, 7 from the over, so that's 19 required now of 12. Somebody's got to go, haven't they? Somebody's got to...
I think as well, this over, you've got to take advantage of the
Yep.
shorter boundary. Got to just throw the kitchen sink at it now, I think, in this one. Because it is significantly, if you've shown all day, it's harder to hit the other end, which that would be their last over. So they've, played that well
Looks
to
like
ensure.
Munro is going to continue from this Ashley Down Road end. So just 2 overs to go, and we've got Munro bowling the penultimate over from the Ashley Down Road end, and this is this over could be the making or breaking of either team. So it'll be fascinating to watch how they play it. We've got a deep long on, a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and a deep cover.
And a wide.
And that's a wide ball to start with, and that's where it starts being, the pressure starts to build, because we might think that the emphasis or the momentum is with Blaze, but the pressure's on them as well, because they know that they only need 18 runs now. And we're starting to see the women hit the ball harder than they had done before. That's gone away down to square leg, but only for a single. And this is where Smale needs to have a go as well. They've both got to keep going for it now.
Open the shoulders up, give it a swing.
Yeah, because if you really do go for a swing, it could go anywhere. And
Wind behind you. Wind behind you, Jane. Ball.
Yeah. Munro comes in, bowls to Smale,
That's
who goes to hit and
is that not?
look quite
Let's
wide.
see the replay on that one. It looked like we're not in line with the wicket, but it looked
No, but
wide.
the camera is.
Thankfully.
Yeah,
no.
just inside.
Yep.
Just inside. Good ball.
I take it back. She's opened her stance here, Smale. Yeah, it's looking to move across her stumps, but it's only tickled down to backward square for 1. So 3 so far off 3 balls. 3 to come. 16 off 9. You want to get that down to 10 to go into the last over.
And this is where things like the full toss that was a no ball and 4, that there's little things that mean you get to this stage in games. That if you can improve any of those little things, it starts making a difference at the end.
Yeah.
We've still got 2 balls left in this over. We've got 8 balls left in total, and they need 15. So now we're starting to get to that 2 runs a ball where it starts to get a little bit complicated.
In these 2 balls, one has to be a boundary. Just to go into that last over. Just try to again move across her stumps, get herself in position to hit leg side. Fortunately, just a single leg bye taken. Last ball of the over. 14 from 7. See a 4. That would
make the last over
it would
very
make
exciting.
it would, yeah. Not to say the last over is not going to be exciting, but it would certainly help to get a 4 here now. Ooh.
So it hit out to
Yeah.
the deep mid-wicket boundary. They've gone for 2 runs.
It was a full toss.
So that leaves us with 12 off the final over.
Game
Still all
on.
to play for.
Game on.
And this is a mark of some of the women's, or a lot of the women's matches this year. They've been very close, and it's just been one little thing that has put it in favour of either team. And Blaze have been very good at holding their nerve throughout the competition. And this is where Western Storm need to convince themselves that they can do this, that they've got the ability. And Nadine de Klerk is coming back on for the last over. She should have the experience to see it out. But people are only human, so if you put pressure on from ball 1, if ball 1 goes for a boundary, then it really does put pressure. You see the shift in pressure on the teams, because then the fielding teams start to get a little bit panicky because they've got the capacity to win the game.
A lot of discussion, around placings.
Fine-tuning the field. We've got long on, square leg, mid-wicket and fine leg. So all our fielders out are on the leg side. There's nobody stopping a 1, which obviously they're not worried about that. If you've got the capacity to open your shoulders and get it over the offside, everywhere's free.
Oh.
And that's gone behind, and it's rolling down.
We've got a sight screen in the way, but I'm going to guess it didn't go. So no, they've retrieved 2 runs.
Good effort. Trying to be creative.
Yep.
Part of me wishes they'd tried to be creative a little bit earlier. But, this is where they're learning. You win or you learn. So you have to keep learning.
So 10 off 5.
Still in with a shout.
Absolutely not got a hold of it. Unfortunately, I thought that might have crept over, but sadly, no, that's a catch. Smale goes for 24 off 29 balls. So that brings a brand new batter to the crease. 4 balls remaining and still 10 required.
And I guess that's where at this stage of the game when you're coming in it should be 24 off 24, you know, and those are the things that the coaches will be looking at. They'll be looking at where the wins were, marginal wins, marginal gains, and where the marginal losses were, and that's the things that people have to start looking at to develop their own game.
So it brings Robbins to the crease. Cleary on strike.
It'll be Robbins
On
because that rule's changed now, hasn't
yeah.
it? So the new batter has to be on strike because it was a catch. Yeah, gone are the old days where you'd
batters
leg
crossed.
it up the other end and batters across.
Yeah.
See, they can change some rules.
Yes. Well, there's only one objective here, isn't it, for Robbins? So
Yeah.
I think quite clear the requirement.
What you could do with is a left-hander coming in now, really, something completely different. Part of me being cheeky is like, well, I'll set up like I'm a left-hander. She's got some long levers, so if she can get those long levers working.
It's a dot ball.
Off 3, need 2 boundaries at least. So they definitely need a boundary this ball. It's a long boundary for a 6, so you need a boundary off this ball.
Another dot ball.
So run through for 1 by, so 9. We could have a tie, 2 4s. That'd be amazing. Go on, Piper. Let's have a tie.
Yeah.
Or a win. And Nadine, you know, Nadine's going to make sure that she puts this in the right area. She's an experienced player. She's not going to give this game away.
Didn't get through. They've gone for 2 though. So, as long as there's no ball.
Well, she can hit a 6 and tie.
Yeah, so.
I think that's the only option now.
Nice.
Oh, no ball? No. Oh,
No.
I thought the umpire was putting her arm up like a no ball.
No.
Oh, no.
Edged through to.
I think the umpire was saying 1 short on that last one.
Oh.
I saw a signal and I didn't see the whole signal. Great game. Great win to the Blaze, who held their nerve. Western Storm lost their way a little bit in the middle overs, but they had some good individual performances. But at the end of the day, Blaze run out as winners and maintained their position as the top of the table and are just carrying on with their good season. But everybody had a good day, didn't they?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think Western Storm will be disappointed by that. I think they were very much in this game for quite a long time, and like you say, it did ebb and flow in places, but I think they just, like you say, they lost their way slightly, and credit to Blaze. They stuck with it. They stuck with their aggressive field placings, knew which key bowlers to bowl at the key, you know, crucial stages in the game, and have come out on top as winners. But yeah, great all-day round of cricket, and to take it to the last over as well. Can't really wish for more. So
no, I mean,
very
we've had
day.
nearly 500 runs and
Yeah.
17 wickets. You know, we've seen every variation. We've seen left arm quick, we've seen left arm spin, we've seen leg spin, we've seen off spin, we've seen right arm quicks. We've seen everything here today, and it's a good advertisement for the women's game. And if only we could learn to just manoeuvre the ball around a little bit more with the bat, then I think Storm could have won that one. But been great working with you.
Likewise, and thanks to Charlie.
And
Charlie
too.
He's still in the background.
Good
So
fun. Thank you to you all, and we look forward to welcoming you to the next games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.